2 of our Sustainability Summit. And in a sense, we're getting to the nitty-gritty, because if we're going to have a transition to a green economy, it is going to be quite expensive. And so a lot of today will be about finance. And we're honored, actually, to start today with the appearance of the governor of the Bank of Greece, Yanis Stounaras. It's a pleasure to see Yanis again. And, you know, it's about 2 or 3 years since I last saw him, and he looks younger. But one of the things that he's changed, he's got this sort of very trendy beard now. But, you know, it really is pretty trendy. Now, he says that the reason he looks so fit is that he's a long-distance swimmer. I suspect he is the only central banker, probably in the world, who is a long-distance swimmer. Although actually that's not quite true, because if you think of Christine Lagarde, she was a very good swimmer, I think, and yes, didn't she do those things where you know, the ballet-type swimming in the boat? Yes. Anyway, it's obviously something to do with high finance. So, Yanis, the floor is yours. You are going to tell us how to make this transition to a proper green economy. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
But you
Very
look
good.
marvelous too.
Oh, no, no. You know, when you're a central banker, you have to know how to flatter people. So.
No, come on. On the contrary. Καλή σας μέρα.
Good morning.
In English, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Είναι χαρά μου να συμμετάσχω.
It is my pleasure to participate once again in the Economist Conference, which has now been established as one of the major conferences on sustainability in Greece, but in the Mediterranean region broadly, two regions that are extremely exposed to the negative effects of climate change. So I would like to share with you some thoughts on the urgent need to move to a more sustainable growth. Humanity today faces multiple, often simultaneous crises. These crises are geopolitical, energy, social, and all of them, directly or indirectly, are related to sustainability. Global economy is fragile as recovery from the pandemic and the war in Ukraine slows, while divergences between economies and countries widen. In this challenging environment, the financial sector needs to remain resilient to potential macroeconomic and geopolitical shocks, supporting the economy while taking steps to address the challenges related to digital transformation and climate change. At the current juncture, nature is in an unprecedented danger, as widely acknowledged by the scientific community. In particularly, the United Nations Intergovernmental Committee on Climate Change, IPCC, confirmed in its 6th assessment report that global warming causes a significant increase in risk to ecosystems and people. In addition, in his study of biodiversity, the eminent scientist Partha Dasgupta states that the economic growth of the latest decades has been achieved at a significant cost to nature. Now we need 1.6 Earth planets to maintain the current standard of living, as our requirements and demands are much more than the resources available to the planet. Extreme weather events have become more frequent and more severe, with increasing losses to capital, human, natural, and economic. Consider the devastating fires and floods in Greece during this summer and autumn, which disrupted services and caused significant damages to systems and infrastructure. All of the above lead us to the painful realization of how inextricably linked with nature is our well-being. Of course, these weather phenomena, in addition to the losses, gave impetus to the design of response policies, including the strengthening of adaptation actions and resilience mechanisms. Accordingly, the reactions of states, and especially the European Union, to the crisis of recent years has created new resources such as recovery and resilience funds, which gave countries the opportunity to accelerate their energy transition. Despite the progress made in financing and implementation of climate policies, both the transition to a low-emission economy and the adaptation to climate change still need significant reinforcements. Relevant investments are still not sufficient, and there are critical challenges that need to be addressed at institutional level in order to mobilize the huge amount of financial resources needed. For example, there is a lack of common methodology, sufficient transparency, despite progress in evaluation of companies' ESG performance, which does not contribute to the creation of a strong single market for sustainability financing. In addition, the multiple voluntary reporting frameworks of sustainability reports and the absence of transition plans of companies make it difficult to allocate funds efficiently and make sound investment and risk management decisions. Also, the rate and magnitude of funding for climate change adaptation projects remains well below what is needed. In today's demanding environment, these challenges and weaknesses should push us to stronger and more decisive actions. Our efforts need to be accelerated and coordinated at national, European and international level. Targeting sustainable development as reflected in all 17 UN goals can be a catalyst for the global solution to the successive crises that humanity faces, with proper management of the increasing risks from climate change, with the creation of opportunities for development that benefits for society and the economy. Especially the transition to the low-emission economy is expected to bring structural changes, new jobs, business activities, for example, in the energy efficiency of processes and products, in the development of networks and green infrastructure, in renewable energy sources, but also actions that are related to adaptation to climate change. For the European economy, and particularly the Eurozone, there will not be a definite response to the new major challenges, whether the crises I have already mentioned, such as climate change and green transition, with its increased investment and financing needs, without greater and broader financial legislation and integration, completion of the banking union, and the creation of a genuine capital markets union. But we must not expect for the political conditions in euro area to mature before we move forward. For example, the capital markets union is already mature to implement as the European Commission's proposal on bank crisis management. At this point, I would also like to refer to the role of central banks in tracking climate change, as it is clear that we all have a role to play, even if the primary responsibility lies with elected governments. Central banks can and have already taken active action in managing climate and sustainability-related risks and supporting the transition to a more sustainable and socially responsible economy, always within our mandate and to the benefit of societies. This is because climate-related risks are a source of instability and vulnerability for the financial system, as they can affect monetary policy transition and create shocks to price stability. Thus, central banks take specific measures to prevent risk to price stability, and together with supervisors ensure that financial system is resilient to those risks. in 2021, at the Governing Council of the European Central Bank, we agreed on a comprehensive and ambitious action plan to further integrate climate consideration into our strategy and to take sustainability issues more systematically into account in our actions. Since then, we have taken steps forward. For example, the ECB has started to take into consideration climate change when it comes to corporate bond markets in its collateral framework. These measures are in line with the Eurosystem's primary objective for maintaining price stability while at the same time supporting European policies for transition. In addition, the measures incentivize companies and financial institutions to be more transparent about their greenhouse emissions and reduce them. At the Bank of Greece, climate change and sustainability have always been high in our agenda. We started working on these issues since 2009 when we set up a multidisciplinary committee, the Climate Change Impact Study Committee, MECA. Since then, we have been working systematically in research and contributing to policy making to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change and facilitate adaptation to climate change. In 2021, June, we created the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability of the Bank of Greece with the aim purpose of coordinating our relevant activity. Right in November of the same year, in the context of the United Nations Conference on Climate Change, we published our commitment to contribute within our mandate to the implementation of the Paris Agreement with the relevant actions in the fields in which we operate. Over the past 15 years, the Bank of Greece has achieved several milestones related to climate change and sustainability, such as the publication of relevant reports and analysis, participation in the 8-year Life IP Adaptive Greece project for the implementation of the National Adaptation Strategy, contributing to international and European sustainability fora, such as the Network of Central Banks and Supervisors for a Green Financial System, investing in green bonds and applying sustainable and responsible investment principles to non-monetary policy portfolios, but also actions to enhance economic and climate literacy. We also systematically promote cooperation and ongoing dialogue with policymakers and stakeholders. The Bank of Greece participates in the development of studies coordinated by the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy. In fact, in the coming period, mid-December, we will publish the first results of studies carried out in the context of the works of EMECA and the Life Adaptive Greece project on the impact of climate change in critical sectors. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the current conjuncture, that of multiple crises, should not slow down efforts to achieve sustainable development. As I have already mentioned, striving sustainable development can be part of the solution. It requires international cooperation, strong political commitment, coordinated actions with monitoring and evaluation, inclusive governance, active participation of society, and of course, access to adequate financial resources with a focus on the most vulnerable regions. I hope that the presentations of this conference will also contribute towards these directions. Thank you very much.
Giannis Dounaras, thank you so much. Please.
You're welcome.
Very comprehensive account. In terms of green financing, sustainability, and something, I mean, Mark Carney speaks very passionately about it, the need and about the potential and so on. But how real has the progress been in terms of green finance and in terms of sustainability? And is there a sort of a tension between sustainability financing and, let's call it, normal financing?
Thank you for this question. I think in Europe, we have made quite a progress in this. There is an active market for green financing, green bonds.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most important in the world, there is progress in the taxonomy, which activities are actually green.
Yeah.
So the European Commission has made substantial progress in this direction. But also, apart from the capital markets, I mean, that's why I refer to Capital Markets Union.
Yeah.
It's necessary to have a more unified capital market in Europe in order to be able to absorb more capital for green financing. But let's go to banks as well. You know, Europe is more banks-based compared to the United States. Regarding banks and central banks, you know, we are trying to give directions, both in disclosure. For instance, what are the transitional risks that banks are facing? What are the risks they undertake? What are the fiscal risks that they might face? And what are the consequences for the balance sheet? So supervision, climatic stress tests, but also the activities of central banks themselves are helping in this direction. So it's both capital markets and banks.
But if you take the financial sector as a whole, I would have thought that one of the great problems is how you price risk, and from the insurance sector's point of view.
Yes.
And this must be a potential huge weakness.
Yes, and the repricing due to climatic risks is a very important issue. There is uncertainty.
Yeah.
But markets are devising all the proper instruments. There is no perfect certainty. But given the difficulties of the issue, I think the progress is quite substantial. And the issuance of green bonds, very important so far.
Yeah, but what role can central banks play in this? Because, I mean, you know, my naive understanding is that a central bank basically is there to protect a country's money. And so you've got your interest rate policy, and that's kind of more or less it.
In a perfect world where activities could be allocated according to comparative advantage to different institutions, yes, you're right. But we're not living in a perfect world. And climatic risk is such an important issue that governments, or that only governance will not be enough.
Yeah.
Banks are important, and central banks are important. Because banks are directing financing and capital to green transition. Central banks, first of all...
And you are the lender of last resort. So.
Apart from that, now we have in the latest review, strategy review, we have incorporated climatic changes in our objectives. Prices are being affected, for instance, by inflation is being affected by climatic risks. So first of all, in our objectives, we take climatic risk into account. Second, as supervisors, we supervise banks, we devise climatic stress tests. Third, our portfolios, both the own portfolios, those that are not related to monetary policy, we take into account sustainability risks, and also monetary policy portfolios. Recently, we have started the corporate bond portfolio, the so-called tilting strategies we're facing. So altogether, ideally, as you said, in a perfect world, governments should look at climatic change, central banks at price stability, some other about unemployment. Unfortunately, we don't live in this textbook ideal world. So we all have a role to play, and this is very, very important. I mean, the planet is in great risk, so central banks cannot stay idle. I don't agree with all those who are criticizing central banks because they interfere in the policy to protect the environment.
I mean, in the real world, if you have a green bank, is it likely, is it possible that it will make the same mistakes, if we're talking about the corporate bonds and so on, as Silicon Valley Bank in the States, which obviously was perfect for the tech industry, and yet made management mistakes by having so much of its liabilities in bonds?
Well, I think Silicon Valley made mistakes. I've heard that for more than 6 months, the position of risk management officer was empty. They did not take into account the risks from a higher level of interest rates.
Yeah.
They concentrated deposits in the high level on non-guaranteed deposits.
Yeah.
So they took all the possible risks you can imagine. And of course, where was the supervision? I mean, for years, we thought that America was having a better supervision system than Europe.
Yeah.
In practice, it was not the case.
Right. Yeah. You mentioned ESG in your speech. I mean, a lot of people, critics, might say, well, ESG is just it's a catchy acronym, but what does it actually mean? Is it just virtue signaling, or what does it mean for stakeholders?
Well, it's in the context of social responsibility that we all have. It's again in there. I remember Milton Friedman had said that companies should only care about profit maximization. Yes, in a perfect world where there are no distortions, I fully agree. But unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world. Always, we are in a second-best environment. So in second-best environments, every company, every bank should care about ESG, about environmental, social, governance issues. We are responsible for these things. I mean, nobody else will come from heaven and impose these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, in his day, Milton Friedman seemed to make sense. He was a great hero of the 1980s, I guess it was 1980s, yes. But now he's very much considered as passé, and I suppose in a sense, we've been back to Keynesianism and so on. But
I will use an expression that Andreas remembers. The great American economist Robert Solow had told me once when we asked him where he was an advisor to President Clinton.
Yeah.
So when we had the presidency of the European Union and Robert Solow was here, perhaps one of the best Nobel laureates, and we asked him, what is the recipe for success? And he said, realism and flexibility. I never forget that.
Yeah.
So we have to be realist and flexible.
yeah,
That's my answer to that. We have to take everything into account. We don't live in a world where the separation principle applies everywhere. We are all dependent
yes.
on each other.
And Milton Friedman's not here to
Yeah,
counter that.
yeah.
And I mean, I personally agree with you, but there we are. In terms of sustainability, I mean, if you were investing your own personal money,
Yes.
if you were just Joe Bloggs in the street or whatever, would you want to be into a so-called sustainability fund? Or would you say, well, actually, I don't care. Let my bank invest in fossil fuel, let it invest in tobacco, let it also invest in green projects as well, but it shouldn't be an either-or. But do you think too often it becomes an either-or in terms of ordinary investors?
No, we need to take into account sustainability issues in our investments. It's a must, I think, now.
Yeah. But at the expense
I
of...
understand, of course, the transition implies stranded assets, implies many things.
Yeah.
But if we care about the survival of the planet, we all have to be responsible and take into account sustainability issues in our investments, in our family investments, everywhere.
But would you go as far as, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I mean, if you just stop oil, or let's say Greta Thunberg's vision of the world, I mean, is there a point at which you say, well, actually that's too extreme a view? We need to be more realistic. I mean, you talk about stranded assets. I mean, the fact is that whatever the transition to a cleaner planet is going to be, it will take time before fossil fuels are no longer a vital part of the energy spectrum.
First of all, we have witnessed events recently that make us believe that there's no doubt that climate change is here. Look at the floods, the wildfires in Greece. Look at the melting of ice in Iceland, in Greenland. Look at the level of water in Venice. So all these are facts that say that we should take measures yesterday, not even today.
Yeah.
That's the...
Do you think that we're too late?
No, we are at the margin, I think.
So really the next few years are absolutely crucial.
Crucial, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, look, I wish you the very best of luck. I mean, if we were talking here 10 years ago, actually, sorry, more than 10 years ago, at that time, the Greek economy looked in very poor shape, actually more than 10 years ago. And people were talking about the potential collapse of the euro, etc. That didn't happen thanks to, I suppose, the discipline and the performance of Greece itself. So you have actually achieved some miracles. So perhaps miracles are possible for the green economy.
You're a wise man. Have you read Marx, Karl Marx? What he said once about the midwife of history. Greece was a midwife of history for the euro.
Yeah.
Without Greece, the euro wouldn't exist today.
True.
It was because of Greece and the Greek crisis that we created the ESM, that the European Central Bank has become a modern central bank.
Yes.
That governments now care about the snowball effect, the difference between the interest rate and the growth rate, and this is because of the Greek crisis. So that's why I call Greece the midwife of history regarding the euro.
Well, that's marvelous. I had never expected to hear a central banker cite Karl Marx, but thank you very much indeed. And a final question. I mean, you're a long-distance swimmer. Isn't it time you also became a triathlete?
Well, I'm too old to shift. I prefer swimming in the sea, not in swimming pools.
Okay, and the long distance is how long?
That has contributed to my good health and has helped me to pass all these difficulties in the previous years, both mentally and physically.
Well, I hope you have a long tenure in your post.
Thank you.
But I hope that your successor will also become a long-distance swimmer, because it's obviously done you very good, and it's done Greece very good. So thank you so much indeed, Yanis. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
That's great. Thanks very much. Great to see you again. Take care. Careful of the stuff. Well, that is a very, very good start to the day. Thank you very much, Yanis Donatas. Wonderful start. Now we're moving on to the next session, which is about creating a more sustainable and resilient future for our cities. We are in Athens, which I guess probably has virtually half of the population of Greece. And if you look around cities around the world, we have mega cities. Cities are very, very important. So let me invite up to the platform here Haris Doukas, who's the mayor-elect of the city of Athens. So, Mr. Mayor, you have a big challenge on your hands. Paniotis Kapetkanos, who is the chief executive officer of Novel Property. I hope I got the name right, Kapetanakos, because I've found that I have a real weakness for Greek names which have 5 syllables, and you know, it can be tricky. I've already insulted Andreas by comparing him to a dictator. Now, a much easier person for me is Hugh Coughlin, who is from Ireland, I think. Hugh, are you here? Yeah, there we are. Who is from the Association of Cities and Regions. And last, Alina Belsi, who is the president of the Federation of Recycling and Energy Recovery Industries and Enterprises. Lina, thank you so much. Now, this is the big challenge for you guys. You know, I think the biggest challenge probably is for the mayor-elect.
Fortunately and unfortunately, yes.
Well, yes, when you were mayor-elect, does that mean you've started or you are going to be?
Transition period.
Transition period.
So in a few days, from 1st of January.
Excellent. Well, fingers crossed.
Thank you very much.
Now, the floor is yours, whatever you want to say.
Okay. I have prepared a few slides if you want to.
You have? Okay. As long as they're
I'm
not
a
too many.
professor, yes.
Yeah.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. You
Yes.
know, when people say 5 minutes, normally
No, it's.
they're lying. But we'll hold you to it.
I will keep the time since I'm just elected mayor. Still,
Okay.
I will use some slides as a professor, so just to underline the fact that we are within the climate crisis and cities have a crucial role to play like Athens. So a few things you all know that we discussed that July was the warmest month in Earth's recent history, but then came August, then September, then October. So might be the case that 2023 could be the warmest year on record.
Yeah.
And of course, we are discussing about the Mediterranean region, and in fact, the largest anomalies, temperature anomalies, were in the Mediterranean region up to 4 degrees plus in Italy, Greece, and Spain. Then, in Athens, things are getting more and more difficult. We are based on New York Times barometer in already up to 2 degrees more than the pre-industrial region, far beyond already the Paris Agreement. And based on estimates of expected temperature, it seems that the very hot days will be increased. We will have more than 3 times more days, that the temperature will exceed 13 point temperature. And also, there will be very significant climate changes in terms of, in the end of the century, probably the climate will be more acid and more difficult for people living in Athens. And this becomes even more difficult, taking into consideration that already in Attica, 23% of forests and woodland are already burned. So another risk that has to be taken into consideration, and this is why we had already discussed during the previous period before the election, my election, the 330-300 rule, which means that sustainability in a city, in terms of greening a city, might be something like that. When you open the tree, you should see 3 trees. Your window, you should see 3 trees. You have to be nearby a park approximately 300 meters, and 30% of your neighbors should be covered by trees. But then, this is a promise. The reality is totally different. You can see from the satellite how Athens looks like, and it's not a green city. And in the right picture, you can see that there are many rivers that are covered. Unfortunately, they are covered. So this is also a great challenge, cement and covered rivers that create a very risky situation for people living in Athens. This is why we have insisted and persisted in this change of paradigm, which means that we should take into consideration all these challenges and try to create places where we will have trees. We promised 25,000 trees within the next 5 years, and of course, additional, let's say, infrastructures that will enable to achieve a 5 degrees drop of the feeling temperature, mainly in the summer. And of course, a heated discussion is already underway about how things can change when we discuss about significant infrastructures without losing trees. I think I was short enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. You know, I'm shocked. Not only did you keep to time, you actually saved time. I'm very impressed. Thank you very much indeed.
This is something...
This means you're going to be a brilliant mayor.
Let's see, yes. A good mayor, mainly.
No, wonderful. Thank you very much. And now, my second speaker, Panagiotis Kapitanakos, please.
Thank you.
The challenge, of course, now is to match the mayor.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be able to match the mayor, but I'll try to do my best.
Lovely, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers. I will attempt to offer how we at Noval Property approach sustainability and resilience for our buildings and cities based on our experience from specific projects that we have worked on or that we have already completed. Just a few words about ourselves. Noval Property, we are the real estate arm of Viohalco, We are the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. We have a total assets base of over 600 million euros and a diversified portfolio spanning hotels, logistics, retail parks, shopping centers, offices, and residences. And we have an ongoing investment program of over 350 million euros, and I will tell you a little bit more about the projects that we are working towards the sustainability of buildings and cities. Sustainability has been at the forefront of our activities since a number of years, following the footsteps of our mother company, Viohalco, a pioneer in sustainability megatrends and creating low-carbon materials. Already 25% of our portfolio comprises green certified and sustainable buildings, such as, for example, the Orbit office campus on Kifisias Avenue in the municipality of Athens and the Butterfly office building in Halandri. These office buildings have been designed to be not only sustainable and green, but also flexible, resilient, and timeless in order to be able to withstand changes in tenant needs, especially in the fluid post-COVID office environment, as well as to match environmental needs and legislation that will come in the future. Both projects, and this is very important, are redevelopments and reuse of old and not in use building stock. And it's exactly this ever-aging building stock, along with energy-intensive and energy-inefficient buildings, coupled with a lack of green spaces, that are a crucial factor in the difficult life in our cities. To remedy this, we need to change how we perceive our relationship with the city, and in the case of the real estate industry, so ourselves, how we design, develop, and manage our buildings, regardless of whether they are new constructions or reconstruction and development of old building stock. And how we address, and that's very important in our cities, urban regeneration in order to create sustainable space by upgrading usually degraded parts of our cities. So let me give you a few examples that we have implemented ourselves. As the governor of the Bank of Greece mentioned, during the difficult years, we didn't stop investing in sustainability. Between 2008 and 2011, so at the beginning of the deepest economic crisis in our country, we developed the IKEA megastore and the adjacent River West shopping center in what was a rundown area of old and not in use industrial buildings on Kifissos Avenue. Together with River West Open, the extension to River West that was completed in 2021, we created the largest urban regeneration project in the western part of Athens, which now covers 83,000 square meters of a former industrial site that has been converted into the single largest retail hub in Greece. It offers plenty of free and open spaces, public spaces, which is very important for our cities, accessible to everyone, with a lot of greenery and water elements for the recreation and shopping of its visitors and the neighborhood. We did the same thing at Mare West, our retail park in Corinthos, which is a former industrial site developed into a green certified retail park. Through these developments and urban regenerations, we have attempted to provide the community with more quality space designed on their real needs. We enriched this design with greenery, with bioclimatic and energy efficient design and smart technologies that reduce the environmental footprint of the buildings. And we're doing the same thing, we're trying to do the same thing on Piraeus Street in Tavros, the urban regeneration project that we're working on, which is just a stone's throw away from the Acropolis. We are working towards transforming the 75,000 square meters of the former Viohalco industrial site with about 45,000 square meters of built-up area, the first Viohalco factory dating back to the 1930s, in a degraded part of our city, into an innovative state-of-the-art destination consisting of a well-balanced mix of cultural, hospitality, office, commercial, and residential uses. At the same time, we are already proceeding with the reconstruction of another old and not in use building in Artitou Street in Metz in Athens, which has been converted into a green, sustainable, and modern mixed-use building, including residences and offices. And last but not least, we are progressing the reconstruction of an old and not in use office building on Kifisias Avenue in Marousi, which in our view is a very important project in terms of its environmental footprint, which we hope will become a pioneer in terms of the sustainability trends. As once completed next year, it will be the first truly low carbon office building and the first operationally decarbonized office building in Greece. It is true that people discuss sustainability at length, but one needs to be mindful to the extent that the sustainability is being integrated into how people invest and do business. International investors have realized this, and they have made this evident by the fact that their focus has shifted into seeking companies with clear and proven sustainability characteristics to invest in, because they recognize that this strategy provides resilience against market changes. Sustainability is and will continue to be the only reliable compass in the world that will never stop producing challenges, probably at an even faster pace going forward. This is why we at Noval Property treat every investment, whether in each and every asset class, in the same logic, which is design and develop what is best both for people and the environment, and incorporate the best of technology in terms of construction, management, and operation. It is therefore, in my view, quite fitting that our corporate slogan, which encapsulates our corporate culture, is repurpose growth. Thank you very much for your attention, and hope that, although I didn't do as well as the mayor-elect,
No, I think you've done brilliantly.
finished in time.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent, thank you. No, you've given us 2 extra minutes. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Hugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
And you're
John, I have red socks as well, as you can see.
You have? Oh, good man.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you've got symbols as well. I'm really impressed.
You've set a trend. I hope that I can save a bit of time as well. Firstly, I just want to say I'm going to attempt this. I'm going to say good morning. Calimera, does that work? Is that okay? Did I pronounce it correctly? My name is Hugh Coughlin. I'm from ACR Plus, which is an association of cities and regions for sustainable resource management. Brussels-based, and it's a network of over 100 cities and regions, and more about that anon. Firstly, I'd like to thank Nectaria and the team for the kind invitation and for the excellent organization. It's my first time here. The Economists have put on a great show, so thank you very much for that. Now, I'm going to get broad brushstrokes today, so I'm going to kind of maybe talk about the challenges and use Ireland and Greece as an example, and maybe give some solutions in terms of our organization, ACR Plus. We're here to help. So challenges, some advice, and the offer of assistance. So in terms of that, I just thought maybe I would use Ireland and Greece to kind of illustrate and to provide context in terms of the challenges and in terms of that advice and assistance. We have a shared actual culture between Ireland and Greece, both in terms of recent economic history and then in terms of our history, in terms of culture. And I wanted to kind of just show an example of that shared culture in terms of these ancient symbols. And I suppose these symbols, cover the circularity of cyclical nature of life, but really it resonates with the ideal of a circular economy in terms of being in balance with nature. So over the next few slides, I'm just going to throw some statistics at you in terms of Greece and Ireland. And again, this filters down into the cities and regions as well, because ultimately they make up these figures. And the idea of this data is just to provide context. And when you're trying to work towards achieving circularity and building resilience, data is critical, establishing that baseline before you ever set out and developing a strategy. So this data is required for EU reporting, for planning of strategies, for monitoring, reviewing, adapting, comparing. And recently, the EU Eurostat have established a circular economy monitoring framework, and they take selected data and they convert it into a circular material use rate, which is used to track progress in terms of achieving circular economy. So you can see there the total waste generation per capita. It is very high in terms of the EU average, Greece and Ireland a bit below. And I was looking at sort of an equivalent. So that equivalent on the EU level is about the weight of an elephant. So essentially, consumption is the elephant in the room, really, The next slide just talks about the municipal side of things in terms of household and similar commercial waste. And again, you can see those slides are fairly self-illustrative. We move on to the recycling rates for municipal waste as well. And you see that there, Greece and Ireland, performing quite well in certain areas. Now, here's an interesting one. It's in terms of the economic value of the circular economy. And you can see that the persons employed with Ireland and Greece kind of fairly similar, but then when you go to the actual value of that, there's a slight differential. So when you put it all together, you get this circular material reuse rate. And the circular material reuse rate is the kind of total recycling weight in tons divided by domestic material consumption. And I want to bring you to the slide here where you have Ireland, Greece, you have the EU average, and you have the exemplars in the area of the Netherlands. And I suppose the first question that would kind of jump out at you is, the Netherlands, why are they doing so well? And I suppose some of it is down to their recycling rate, the strides they've made in terms of renewables, the work they've done in construction and demolition waste. Now, this is not just a single metric that we should rely on. It's a useful tool. It paints part of the picture. It shows areas of strength, areas for further examination, areas for discussion. EU challenges, look, they're there and conscious of the time. The EU challenges are all there, and I think a lot of you will be familiar with those. In terms of the role that cities can play, a huge role. Cities and regions are critical in terms of scale, impact, influence. We collectively, local and regional governments, 2 trillion spend per annum. 55% of us live in city or urban environments. That will grow to 68% by 2050. We provide, I know in Ireland, our local services provide about 1,000 individual services. So the scope is great. Now, just about ACR, I have a very short video.
In a world striving for sustainability and resource efficiency, ACR Plus is a vibrant community of partnerships and cooperation. ACR Plus, the Association of Cities and Regions for Sustainable Resource Management, is an international network of cities and regions dedicated to the circular economy. Our network has over 100 members in 25 countries, with over 1,100 municipalities represented. Our mission is to prevent waste, optimize waste management, and champion the circular economy, all while creating a network for sharing knowledge and encouraging practical action. ACR Plus welcomes key players like NGOs, academic institutions, consultancies, and private organizations. With activities driven by member priorities, we are at the forefront of European and Mediterranean innovation. Visit ACR Plus online to learn more about our impactful work and how you can get involved.
Yeah. So the advice, I'm going to leave it there with you because it's kind of said that in the slide. And the reasons to join us are there, and you can scan that code. Just one little story before I go. It's a story about a 7-year-old boy, and that was me. About 45 years ago, I got assigned a project in school. And my project was about Greece. And it was a lot more difficult those days because, we didn't have the phones and easy access, so I had to go to the library and get to work. It's taken 45 years for me to get here. I've never been here before. And I'm thinking about a 7-year-old now, boy or girl, somewhere in the world, possibly doing a project in Greece. And I'm looking at what the world will look at 45 years from now. And I come to my last slide. Now, that's the picture of me at 7 years of age. I can't blame climate change on the loss of hair, though. That's the only thing. But over the last day, I've listened to some excellent discussions, and some key words jumped out at me. Heroic, hope, collaboration, opportunity. And Graham Maxton, I don't know if he's here in the room today, it was like a dose of the smelling salts yesterday when he talked about the challenges ahead, and he was very honest. And he talked about Europe being a convener. And I'd like to add, a beautiful word. And in Gaelic, it's called Mishnach. And I linked it with a quote in my research that I found from a person you probably are familiar with, and courage being the first of the human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees the others. And maybe with that courage during this critical time, that when that 7-year-old is 52 and they look back, they can reflect back on us and, that in a way reflect positively that during this critical time that we did make an effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And apologies, I ran over.
No, the others donated time to you, so that's very good. Thank you very much. And you obviously have another potential career, if you want, as a voiceover actor? Because I thought the voice on your audio, your film was terrific. That was you, right?
No, and I just want to thank, I had a bit of a team working with me in preparing for here, and we have a circular economy hub in Dublin, and it's called the Rediscovery Centre, and there's a gentleman called Steve there who works on the comms side. So he helped me and he put that video together.
So it was another seductive Irish accent.
Another very seductive Irish accent,
Oh,
yes.
there you go. All right, the socks, the Irish accent there. Lena, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. 10 minutes I have. Good morning from me also. I'm very happy to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation on behalf of CEPAN. CEPAN is the Federation of Recycling and Energy Recovery Industries and Companies. Our mission is to work with all stakeholders in order to further and advance in Greece both recycling, energy recovery, and circular economy. Now, I heard with a lot of interest what the previous speakers had to say. I could not disagree more with you when he said that all these are issues that we need to discuss about. I think we have discussed enough. These are issues that we need to take action about. We don't have any more time to delay. Listening to Mr. Stournaras before, he mentioned a lot, many times, not only the risk that the planet is in, but also the role we all have to play, and this is very important for all of us to understand. Speaking about Greece, and because the marathon actually started here, as you know, circular economy, the way we see it, is like having to run the 42 kilometers, which actually 16,000 runners successfully did last week in Athens. But we are still behind. We are still basically training ourselves in order to manage to run the 5 kilometers, which is the short run. And why is this? Because, speaking of Greece, we are still stuck in landfilling all our waste, which is really a big shame because there is useful materials there. Now, CEPAN, our federation, comprises all the big companies that are in the waste treatment business, and also the big recyclers. We have the steel industry, the cement industry, we have aluminum, we have batteries, paper, basically everybody that's involved in recycling. I have to tell you that circular economy is something that we know how to do. It works, we can do it. Even though it's still a small scale. Where there is a huge problem is with landfilling all our useful materials. And for this to change, we need to have courage. Hugh, in this case, I could not agree more with you. Courage is, I believe, what we're missing, and the decision to move forward and act and actually change the way we operate. It's going to take a lot of cooperation. And since we have the pleasure to have the mayor-elect, Mr. Doukas, with us, all the cities, including Athens, as you know, in Greece, landfill most of their waste still, as if land is abundant, as if there is no issue with this practice, as if it doesn't destroy the planet. The solutions are there, we know them. There is countries in Europe that are doing much better than us. It is important to understand when it comes to the cities that we have to move away, the local authorities have to move away from having as a first priority to keep the streets clean for the citizens and voters. And we have to realize that there needs to be a very, very close cooperation with the private sector, because the private sector is the one that produces materials, is the recyclers, the actual recyclers. It's not the citizens that recycle, it's the private sector that will make use of the recyclable materials to produce new products and put them in the market. And a close cooperation is needed in order to do this, because we don't need only to avoid landfilling, we need to make sure that the materials come back to the market in the condition that they should be in order to be reused. So there is a lot to do, and we are very much looking forward to the close cooperation with all the stakeholders to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And exactly on time. I think this is extraordinary. This is almost a miracle in Greece, you know. But Harris, you're the mayor-elect, and your tenure starts January the 1st, right? Now, you talk about planting trees, et cetera, et cetera. It takes quite a long time for trees to grow. What legal powers do you have, or will you have, to actually compel better building practices?
It's very difficult, of course, because we need to cooperate with central government, with ministries, but it's not only about planting trees. It's also avoid cutting trees. Mm-hmm. And then we are discussing about sustainability in cities, but this is not a matter of lifestyle. It's a matter of survival, if we agree on that. And then we should start thinking differently and stop, let's say, discussing theoretically about sustainability, but trying every single project to be sustainability compliant, to be ESG compliant, which means to secure that we will have as many trees saved as possible. And also, like other cities, like in Pekino, where before the pandemic it was very difficult to breathe and the pollution was huge, but now the central aim is to create parks, green parks, and plant trees. So this is a central aim as concerns my, let's say, ability to create a green future for Athens, and also something about the recycling economy and all these, let's say, difficulties with a low percentage of recycling. We are discussing around 40 years about all these issues, circularities and recycling, but we are not having good rates, and I think it is a matter of education, but also a matter of the private industry. And of course, a matter of reducing consumption, so different way of living, and of course, make private investments that will foster such changes. Otherwise, we will keep discussing about all these issues without creating real changes on the ground.
I live in an apartment in Hove, Brighton and Hove, which is a grade 2 listed building. And I'm trying to sell our house in Winchester, which is a grade 2 listed building. Now, I don't know whether you have grade 2, whatever is in Athens. I imagine, you know, if you have buildings of a certain architectural, historical value, they are protected.
They are protected.
Yeah. Now, the trouble with these buildings is that they are economically and environmentally inefficient now. But it's almost impossible to change them.
Refurbishment, energy.
Yeah, I mean, for example, you can't put a heat pump on a building like that. They're just, I wonder, you know, I mean, this is a question not just for you, Harris, but also I think for Hugh. I mean, this whole problem of architectural heritage, it must be a problem. If you, I mean, we're not starting from where we'd like to be, we're starting from where we actually are, and that means there are real impediments to getting into a sustainable future. Hugh, what do you think about it? What's the solution? I mean, you're working in Brussels, right?
No, I'm working my day job. The Brussels, I'm on a board of directors for ACR Plus, but my day job, and has been for 20 years, is in the waste management area in Dublin, and I cover a region. So my job is working to ensure that the system functions in Ireland, essentially. So we coordinate and we plan. And this issue of the construction and demolition area is huge. In Ireland, we have probably a higher percentage of construction demolition, and we have a very strong extractive industry in terms of non-metallic stuff. And the buildings is a real issue, and trying to, you have a lot of listed buildings, you know, so there's a heritage to preserve. But I think, again, I come back to, we have, we're a very advanced civilization now, so we have a lot of very, very clever people. So there is ways in terms of preserving Potentially reusing some of the stuff from the old buildings as well. So in terms of designing out, reusing the whole area in terms of how you go about developing a structure now in terms of designing out the waste, getting involved in pre-demolition audits, the materials that you use, what can be recycled, what can be reused. And this concept as well that, we have an identity, and maybe should be moving towards material have an identity as well. So that the past, as well, it's happened. We have to live with that. There is going to be a cost involved in working with that. But I suppose we have to look to the future. And if we can try and have materials that are going in, and I suppose limited amount, and the type of materials as well designed for recycling, for reuse, that we can track them, that we can account for them, so that when somebody else picks it up a number of years hence, that they have that information there. They have the confidence in that material as well, and that it can just go back into the system. So, it's not, there's no silver bullet, but there is a way, and there is a path.
Yeah, as long as you can convince local planning officers and so on, all right? For us, it's been a nightmare. But yes. Unless, of course, you'd like to buy my house in Winchester, please feel free. Panagiotis, you are very proud of this building, Kifisia Avenue. Was it financially easier to develop this building or harder?
Actually, John, I think, it's a one-way street. I mean, sustainability, you have to do it because, otherwise your building will become obsolete. It eventually becomes stranded. I mean, the one, Kifisia Avenue that we are now developing in Marousi, which is going to be the first low-carbon building in Greece and the first operational decarbonized office building in Greece.
When will it be operating, by the way?
It will finish next year, in 2024. I mean, why this? You have to, low-carbon buildings and projects, they actually help you meet all the legislation that will come about. It helps you address the risk of not being able to meet the climate neutrality, the EU's climate neutrality goals by 2050. It's not going to become a stranded building because of the carbon footprint that it's going to have. And it is also something that, it matches the needs of our clients. Our clients are our tenants. So large Greek corporates, multinationals, eventually even smaller companies, they have corporate goals. They have the ESG commitments that they have to meet. They want to attract and retain their workforce, and they need the building and the amenities of the building and the everything that the building gives you. For example, better natural lighting, better natural ventilation, obviously more energy efficient. So the building is not just a place to work, it's a place to attract and retain workforce. So there's a variety of reasons why you do it. It's a one-way street. Financially, one could say that it helps you in the long term meet all these goals, so less risk, better return. But also, these days, because, there are low carbon projects, so in a wider sense, sustainable buildings are scarce. They command, obviously, higher rents, they have higher values. Of course, their costs are higher. But, you cannot compare a sustainable building to a conventional building because there's no future in conventional buildings. Everything has to become sustainable. And that's why what we do more is take old building stock, aged structures, and convert them into sustainable buildings. So take something which has a large carbon footprint and make it more carbon efficient.
But I mean, you're a real estate investment company, and I presume your market is not necessarily residential, but also offices. And presumably the market has really changed since COVID. I mean, I don't know about Athens, but if you take London, for example, or New York, there's far less demand for commercial office space than there was before. I mean, how do you adjust to a market like that?
First of all, I mentioned it in my speech as well, you have to design buildings to become resilient, timeless, and flexible. Because, especially in the post-COVID office environment, it's very fluid.
Yeah.
I mean, we see what's happening in countries outside Greece. Maybe in Greece it's not that big an effect so far, but you never know how it's going to unfold. So you have to design it in the sense that, you can fit companies that, want open plan, companies that want closed offices, companies that want breakout rooms, So whatever their layout is going to be, that the building is able to match it. For example, the Orbit that we have on Kifisias Avenue in Athens is such a building. It's my view, it's the best green, sustainable office building in Greece these days, and it's been designed in such a way that it can accommodate each and every tenant and their needs in order to be able to address what you mentioned, the post-COVID office environment and what it may bring about now and in the future.
Lena, if you remember the slides that Hugh was showing, I mean, Greece does pretty badly on the recycling and on the circular economy. Why?
Why? The laws are there, the basics are there, the discussions, I think, are there for years now, decades, I would say. But yes, you're right to see that we are stuck basically for several years and we are not going and moving into a step change. I think change is something that does not happen easily in Greece. We are a little bit avert to change. We don't like rapid changes, so it takes time. For all of us to change. And the laws are there, but there is a lot of problems and delays. For example, green procurement, even though it is in the legislation, in reality it doesn't happen. The state itself, when it is asking for buildings, does not require low carbon or sustainable buildings. Not only that, but if we're talking about the construction and demolition waste, there is cases where the recyclable materials coming from waste are not even allowed to be used, where technically they could. Also, if we're talking about concrete, in Greece, we will need to change the relevant rules in order to allow, like in other countries in the European Union, to use construction and demolition waste in larger quantities in the new constructions in order to make greener buildings. This usually takes 3 to 4 years to change these rules. So we need to pick up pace, not only in changing the rules, in also the environmental legislation, because most companies are now going into green investments in order to change their production, their fuels, their raw materials. And most of the companies need to get environmental permits. This is a problem because traditionally this delays a lot. So we need to pick up pace basically and become faster in everything. This is where we need to be brave and change the way we are used to doing business in Greece.
So this is a problem of implementation, but is the reason for bad implementation, is it simply, to coin a word, cultural, or is it a failure of the political class? And you have a politician here now. You've got Harris who's been elected. So you can be blunt.
I can be blunt. I don't think that, though there is a lot of talk and discussion about the planet, in reality, a lot of us are not changing our day-to-day habits. It's very difficult to change our day-to-day habits. And even though we are landfilling almost 80% of our waste, the citizens, and Mr. Doukas will correct me if I'm wrong, don't seem to care too much about this. Okay, in theory, everybody cares, but in reality, it doesn't seem to be a problem as long as the streets are clean on a daily basis and everybody has a clean street in front of their house. So we have to realize that the common space, which is the street, which is not ours, owned by us, or the planet, is we need to take care of it like we do of our house in Greece, basically.
That's a very good point. So basically, from the point of view of popularity with the citizens of Athens, what will really matter is whether the streets are clean and the rubbish is taken away. Nothing else is going to matter to the people who will vote for you.
This is very important for, I think, all cities all around the globe. However, in order to keep cities clean and roads clean, we need to increase recycling rates. Otherwise, we will not be able to do so. Such concepts of keeping cities clean by increasing recycling rates or keeping low prices by using new ways of green industry might create this movement of changes in cities. And in my point of view, all these changes need to happen now we don't have time, and there is a great opportunity for me to walk the talk,
Yeah.
and from the 1st of January to put things on the ground.
Excellent. Let me on that walking the talk. Any questions from the audience, please? Yes, a gentleman there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, first of all, congratulations for your election. I want to ask you if a total traffic ban for trucks and private cars in the center of Athens is a possible and sustainable measure to prevent any further pollution of the capital's atmosphere.
What a very good question.
It's a prerequisite to have other means for transportation. Of course, we have metro, but we need also buses to connect all neighborhoods with metro stations. But in any case, it should be a priority to reduce cars, mainly the city center. And this needs to happen within the next 3 to 4 years, because Athens has a great pollution.
Yeah.
And in order to reduce traffic, we need, let's say, many things. And other issues could be important issues, carpooling, and also other intelligent issues like artificial intelligence for traffic. And we will be able to have a project announced within the next quarter of 2024. All these things are in the pipeline. We need to avoid having cars and trucks, of course, in the city center.
That's a wonderful ambition. If you were the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, you have imposed a ULEZ, an ultra-low emission zone, which I think is an admirable idea. But politically, for those people on the outskirts of London, it's become very, very difficult. And it actually lost the Labour Party a seat in Boris Johnson's own old constituency, because people who had trucks and cars and so on needed to use their cars, and they objected to being suddenly in this ultra-low emission zone. I mean, are you going to have a similar problem in Athens if you try to lower the number of cars, basically, in Athens?
Yeah, I said before that sustainability is not a lifestyle, and it should not be considered as a benefit for some and a negative issue for others. So we need to secure that colleagues and citizens will be able, with buses, metro, and other means of transportations, to go into their houses and then into their jobs before reducing cars. Otherwise, it will be really difficult, and it will not be just transition. It will be just green transition for some and difficult transition for others.
Yeah. More questions, please. Anybody there? No. Let me ask a question to Hugh. Waste management. I mean, traditionally, a lot of European countries have dealt with their waste by simply exporting it to the global south, to developing countries. Is that still the solution that too many countries are applying?
You know, we in Ireland, we rely on exports significantly to deal with some of our municipal waste, some of our hazardous waste, and we're grappling with that issue in terms of we need to take ownership. Now, there are certain things within Europe, I consider Europe family, that, you know, as we advance and you know, that we should look at infrastructure in its totality, availability. Like, in other words, do we need to build something in Ireland if, you know, there is still capacity within Europe? So that's one thing. In terms of going beyond, you know, there's been announcements in recent days in terms of curbing the exports of plastics. I think that's positive. It's unsustainable. One of the examples, I suppose, in the short time we have, is an area we didn't really get onto today, is the whole area of textiles. And, you know, there is, you know, regulation coming in about separate collection of textiles in Europe, but also, whilst we're addressing that, we need to look at the situation, because a lot of textiles is kind of deemed as reuse, but we know it isn't being reused, not being reused properly, the quality, and it's ending up in third world countries where it's only creating mountains, and it's very difficult for them then to manage. So we're exporting the issue. So we need to grapple with that. We need to grapple at a European level with the waste that we are.
You mean the textiles are ending up just in landfill? There's not being recycled into anything? Or?
It's not being recycled. And look, the reality is, we can go back further up the production chain and look at the quality of the textiles that's coming through the system. So there's an issue there in terms of the fast fashion, as I would call it. It's not even fast anymore, it's rapid. There's different descriptors for it. But we have to get to a situation where, we feel we have to, a lot of the time people just put textiles into a bank and they think, look, I've done my bit, it's dealt with. But I think there's an education piece in terms of people that, in terms of the textiles that you purchase, what you're purchasing, and making decisions, do you need it? And then so you educate people that way. And then I think we have to look at then the systems that we need in terms to put into place so that we can manage it within the landmass of Europe. And
you're undermining the whole business model of Zara and Primark and so on. Sorry, that's provocative. Let me leave the final thing to Panagiotis. Panagiotis, you have the mayor-elect next door to you. You're a real estate developer. You have a big interest in what happens in the city. What do you want this guy to do? If you can challenge him to do something on your behalf, what do you want?
Here in the mayor-elect talk,
you don't have to be polite, by the way.
I appreciated that. I think he understands what he needs to do. I mean, he talked about cleaning and infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important. He talked about safety, security, which is very important. I would also add maybe to the equation or to the thoughts that the mayor-elect will have until January the 1st, the plan for Athens, starting from above, and then for the real estate industry. I mean, because we have an office building, there's been an office building for 30 years in the center of Athens, it doesn't mean that it has to remain an office building. So uses of land, there will need to be changes. I mean, the city center needs to be inhabited. A lot of the office buildings are empty. They've become obsolete. No.
Not only hotels.
Not only hotels.
Yeah.
Residents, people living there. The city.
So a change of use should be.
Change of use, but a plan that will identify all these needs. I mean, we have a lot of houses that are derelict, a lot of buildings that are derelict. I mean, they're not only bad to see, but dangerous for people walking about. These need to be handled as well. But there needs to be a plan that will deal with these issues.
There you go. The challenge is yours, Mayor. And thanks to the Sustainability Summit organized by The Economist, you are going to satisfy Panagiotis here. It's been a great panel. Thank you very, very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. That was great. Thank you very much. Careful going down. Thanks, Daniel. Thank you, Lena. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks so much, you. Take care. And yet again, we go back to the nitty-gritty, finance. The next session is the maximizing the potential of green finance. Could I ask Dimitris Skelkos, who is the Secretary General of Public Investments, from the Ministry of Economy and Finance, to come to the platform. Thank you very much, Dimitris. Vasiliki Lazarakou from Hellenic Capital Market Commission, and Jules Besnainou, who is the founder and executive director of Clean Tech for Europe, and Valentina Dedi, lead economic advisor. But it doesn't say in my program, Valentina, what you are the lead economic advisor to.
You mean which company?
To which?
Which company you mean?
Yes.
KBR Consulting International.
Thank you very much, because it just is blank. And I can't deal with that.
That's it. No, it says there. It says KBR United Arab Emirates.
Excellent. So, thank you. Well, this will be a very interesting session. I mean, green finance is a lovely phrase. It doesn't always mean very much, does it? But let's see. Dimitris, tell me what green finance means.
Interesting question. First, I would like to thank Economist Organizers for inviting me to this conference. And also, I would like to allow me to continue in my mother tongue.
Sure.
Because I have some notices here, and this is important when we speak about numbers. So if everyone's ready. Okay, λοιπόν, κυρίες και...
Ladies and gentlemen, trying to answer what is green finance and what we do for that. In my mind and in the mind of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, green finance means to have the available funds either for loans, PPPs, in order to accelerate money to deal with what we call climate change. Climate change is here, the impact is here. Resilient economy is a priority, EU priority, Greek priority. For a greener Greece. Greece is influenced, as many regions, by the sea and in the south of Europe directly by climate change. So we need to go towards a resilient growth. So there is no contradiction in promoting growth and protecting the environment. Studies talk about the contrary. 40% more productivity we have in green jobs. Our country follows its own plan for energy and climate, known as ESSEC, a roadmap of how to become zero emissions, in following Green Deal. Of course, when we change things, means costs, and the cost means that we need to have funds. Green transition costs more than 2% of community GDP. We have these resources in Greece. We are very lucky. We have a lot of funds from the RRF and other funds. Mr. Papathanasis talked to you about that. The NSRF is here. 27% of resources are committed to green growth. That means 5.5 billion euros. In that, we add 1.6 billion euros for decarbonization, especially in Western Macedonia and Megalopolis in the Peloponnese. And in these resources, we can also add some other funds that have to do with national funds. We promote and finance circular economy, and with the mayor of Athens, we are in cooperation to use funds to run faster. We finance clean energy, renewables. This is the good story of the Greek case. Renewables take up more of the energy consumed in our country, and we are close to autonomy. Furthermore, we have the rational management of waters, waste management projects. We have some delays, but we have the funds to move faster. and biodiversity, which is directly or indirectly linked to green finance. We have for that 1.5 billion euros, and e-mobility is our priority. Railways, we need to invest because it's environmentally friendly. These are our main funding. I don't know if I need to say more. We will have some more time for discussion later. It's not only money, it's a question of culture. Culture needs 2 to 3 generations to change. These are things that we need to focus on and raise awareness among people. But beyond financing, we have the regulatory framework and tools in the new financing in our country in designing these projects. We have adopted do no significant harm, and by selecting every project, we have a methodology climate proofing in order to have the least environmental impact. So having all these policies for energy and climate, having the funds, we have a small window of opportunity. We won't know when we don't know when we're going to have a similar window of opportunity in the future. And having all these tools, we are optimistic that we will have better days in climate change. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Is there a question of the definition of green? I mean, there must be, in a sense, if you can define a project as green, then you get better access to green financing. I mean, you mentioned mobility, for example. Well, excellent. If you decide that is green, then it gives you access to.
Είναι ωραία ερώτηση και θέλω να είμαι κι εγώ.
Yes. It's a good question, and I want to be a bit provocative. We need to be rather cautious. In the past, a lot of countries, and ours, have tried to name some projects as green in order to get more finance. There is no specific definition, but there is a methodology. We are strict, and at the end of the day, we will stop naming non-green projects as green.
Vasiliki, please, Lazarakou.
That is where I come in, because regulation and supervision is very important in order to see whether we can call something green and how we can combat greenwashing. So let me speak again in Greek so that it will be easier for the audience.
So good morning. I'm really glad to be here with you in order to discuss these really critical issues of sustainability. And I'm saying that they are critical because around the world there is a heated debate on sustainability and on sustainable financing, which is the topic of this panel discussion. And why is it so important? It is important because in order to attain the goals set, climate neutral Europe, and these goals are now set at a global scale, we have to have flow of capital. And this capital has to be directed to specific investments in order to materialize the so-called green transition and be able to meet the target of a climate neutral Europe. So sustainable financing is very, very useful, very, very valuable in order to meet our targets. So what does sustainable financing mean? It means that, firstly, let me rephrase that. How can we do it so that sustainable financing delivers? The only way is to have an effective regulatory framework which will enable, will make sure that this money will truly go to this kind of green investments and ones that are not sustainable. So the regulatory framework has a very important role to play. That's where we step in, as I said before, as the supervising body. And this framework will help at the end of the day to avoid problems in identifying something as a green project or a non-green project. So we need a very effective regulatory framework and one that will be smoothly and efficiently monitored and supervised. So we need a framework which is well structured and well monitored. One of the five objectives of the European Mobile Assets Organization is this one, and the same applies for our organization, for the Capital Market Commission. We try to build the regulatory framework at the second level because the first level has to do with the European legislation. So we intervene at the second level in order to build regulatory and technical standards, and all supervising bodies contribute to that. But first, we have to have consultations performed and carried out with the entire market for all issues that might emerge and the risks related to green transition. And then comes supervision. How can we supervise this framework so no problems are created? Why am I stressing that so much? Because we have two main issues today. One is greenwashing. A huge effort has been made by the supervisors as a follow-up to a question addressed by the European Commission on greenwashing and on the ways we can deal with greenwashing in the future. So all three supervisors, the European Bank Authority, the EIOPA, and the European Capital Market Commission, EIOPA has to do with insurance companies, and they send a questionnaire in order to find out the risks linked to greenwashing. Greenwashing, actually there's no definition on greenwashing, but what we do have is an understanding of the problem. The problem is that one can name or baptize an activity or a project as green, although it is not green, and as a result get the money from the market because it has been found that capital is being attracted by sustainable investments more and more. It is a fact that such investments are very attractive. I'm talking about projects baptized as green. Let me just say that in the case of funds, according to an ESMA report, over the past 3 years, the market has tripled. We're talking about 1.2 trillion euros channeled to the ESG funds. So it is really important to be certain that what we call an ESG fund is an ESG fund. So ESMA has already done that. They took an initiative in order to build a set of guidelines and draft these guidelines, which will explain what an ESG fund is and what an ESG fund is not. So the entire effort is on how we can properly inform our investors, because the capital market has to be able to protect the investor so that the investor may take a well-informed decision whether this investment is sustainable or not, based on the proper information that it's not that is not incomplete. Because greenwashing doesn't mean that we get false information. No, it means that it might not include all the necessary bits of information needed for someone to understand whether this investment is a green one or not. I know my time is up. So for starters, that's what I want to say, that currently the most important thing concerning supervising bodies like ours is to be properly informed and properly monitor this regulatory framework, which of course will take some time in order to be properly elaborated and fully complete.
That's indeed excellent. I like the idea of greenwashing. I mean, it's Gilles, the floor now is yours. You could, of course, be guilty of greenwashing.
Well, I was going to say, I hope you don't like the concept of greenwashing too much, because it's not that great. But thank you for the introduction. My name is Jules Besneinu. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Tech for Europe, and we represent the next generation of European industry, the startups, the scale-ups, the venture capital investors that are trying to have this new economy emerge. We do so by building bridges between this community and the community of policymakers. And so you might ask, what is clean tech? As a first question. And I think it was referred to both by Prime Minister Renzi yesterday and by Minister Kikilias as the technology that can help get us out of the climate crisis, right? I think he said technology versus ideology. So clean technologies refer to this set of new innovations that can both solve immense problems for us and deliver positive results for investors. In practice, this means technologies that can change our energy system, so green hydrogen, of course, but also long-duration energy storage and grid technologies. In transport, we're talking about electrification, of course, but also about aviation fuels and shipping fuels. In industry, we mean changing existing processes to move to low-carbon steel and cement, for instance. Same in agriculture and many more industries. The next question is, now that we've defined clean tech, how is Europe doing in this sector and in this set of technologies? And the reality is we're doing extremely well when it comes to inventing and developing these technologies. We've built a research ecosystem and a startup ecosystem that is quite extraordinary, honestly, both in continental Europe, in the UK, and a number of other countries. The big difficulty that we have is that when these technologies reach maturity, when they're ready to get deployed, when basically they need to shift from having raised, a few tens of millions of euros to validate their technology to hundreds of millions of euros, to billions of euros in debt, to build their plants, to build their factories, this is where Europe is really bad and really struggles, as usual. These very promising technologies, they lack the financing to build their first plants, they lack demand, they lack appropriate regulation, and just a conducive environment. And why is this a big problem? Well, because as was discussed as well yesterday, the US passed the Inflation Reduction Act last year, which pours hundreds of billions of dollars of tax credits and grants to these very clean technologies. China is doing the same in a number of ways. And the thing is, it's proving quite successful. If you look at the latest data from Rhodium Group in the US, you will see a huge jump in manufacturing investments in the US following the Inflation Reduction Act. And what this means is we're not just talking about decarbonization anymore. We're talking about our industrial leadership, we're talking about jobs for the next decades, and we're talking generally about our prosperity and being able to sustain our economic models. And so we really need to ask ourselves, what can we do to support this clean tech sector? What can we do to have this next generation of EU industry emerge? And we at Clean Tech for Europe believe that it starts with a few simple steps, but obviously it starts with financing. And it doesn't mean necessarily doing a huge subsidy package. I mean, the US did that because they could only do that. They didn't have the votes to do anything else. But it could be, leveraging better the private sector, creating the rules for institutional investors to invest more in this investment category. It could be mobilizing public guarantees, for instance, to backstop some of this risk and allow private investors to put more money in the sector. We obviously need more demand, so that goes through public and private procurement. Large industrials need to get much, much better at adopting these new technologies and stop kind of defending their legacy ones. It also goes through a much more adaptive and fast-adapting regulation, right? If you look at standards, for instance, or conditions for some of these technologies to access markets, it's still extremely hard to do for a number of new technologies. So I will leave you with this thought of tomorrow there's a very important vote in the European Parliament on the Net Zero Industry Act. It's basically a clean tech act. It's starting to take a positive shape, but it needs to go with much, much more ambitious financing policies for these strategic technologies to rise in Europe with success.
Thank you very much. Fascinating, Jules. Lots of questions to you. Valentina first, please.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Economist for the very kind invite to be here with you today. Let me approach the topic from the investor perspective. Some of the challenges have already been mentioned. I don't know, the subject today is about financing and investment, but I don't know if it is a story of show me the money or show me the policy, or maybe both, I don't know. So let me start with another definition, right, about energy transition. So what are we trying to achieve right now? Is we want to shift from today's specific pattern of energy provision, which relies for more than 80% on fossil fuels, to a new state of energy, which will be driven by green sources. And there are two special things with today's energy transition. First, there is an urgency. We need to deliver, and we need to do that really fast. And second, it's not driven by economics, it's not driven by technological advances. We have just a change in preferences, which means that we need to incur a cost in order to achieve that. And that's why we have seen over these past few years the governments coming forward, putting energy transition and capital allocation at the heart of their national and energy policies, because they are trying to facilitate this energy transition. At the same time, they are turning to capital markets because there is a massive and immense scale of investment that needs to happen over those coming decades. Just think that if they are to meet the major economies, the Paris Agreement to deliver the Paris Agreement, that means that we need to invest about 5 trillion between now and 2050 each year. And to put that into context, it means it's slightly larger than the size of Germany's economy. So one Germany every year to achieve the energy transition. It's huge, it's a huge task. Of course, there has been progress, we have seen investments, but if you, I mean investments in energy transition projects, but if you zoom in, you will see that most of these investments are going into renewable energy, wind, solar, and again focusing on the generating sector. Not much on storage or green transition. If you go now to the I'm sorry, my mistake, because I read that all the time, not new technology, but see, if you go to hydrogen or CCS or the other alternative technologies, you will see that, for example, in 2022, hydrogen received the least financial commitment. Despite all this discussion about hydrogen, despite all this support, public support and policy support. And of course it makes sense, right? Because they are very expensive technologies, they have long time frames, and they have low returns. Of course there is interest. So we have all these challenges. And then in 2020 we have the war in Ukraine. And then all these supply chain issues come forward. You have stubborn inflation, you have some currency fluctuations, a really difficult investment environment, which makes it even difficult. However, the interest is still there. We can see investors, they are willing to invest. And in 2022, we also saw the peak in all these announcements that we are going to achieve a net zero economy. So at the moment, we see that there is still progress, there are still commitments, we are moving from all these announcements to implementation. We have seen policies, a change in policies. As you mentioned, we had the Inflation Reduction Act, which really has, it has been efficient to some extent. We are seeing that Europe is trying also to create a similar mechanism, and at the moment we are seeing that they are discussing about industrial competitiveness, which has been here for some years, but now they started realizing it. The whole thing that at the moment the investors are struggling with is the demand side. They cannot see where demand will come from, although we discussed that, yeah, there is potential in the demand, in the downstream sector, still they cannot see where the demand will come from. And when it comes to financing, we can be creative. There are already some tools out there. We can be creative, as I said. We can invent new tools. There will be no shortage of it. The thing is that there needs to be a really clear and very careful design. We need to have demand predictability, regulation predictability. I know we keep talking about this, and people may be tired, and I'm like, okay, why we don't do it? It just takes time. It's not that easy. We need to try and see what is the failure, what is the success, and then work on this. So yeah, I think maybe at the end it's just maybe show me the policy instead of show me the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, it seems to me that, in a sense, you and Jules are both talking about the same thing, which is actually it's a market failure of capital markets. Show me the policy, show me the money. I think what you were saying about carbon capture and storage, Valentina, and hydrogen, absolutely right. I mean, we await the technological breakthrough, but how are we going to get that without the financing for it? Minister. No, sorry, not minister, but minister. I mean, well, you could be later.
Probably yet.
Yeah. When are you going to go for election? No, but tell me, I mean, do you think there is, in a sense, Dimitris, a market failure here?
Είναι μια...
Yes, it's a kind of a market failure. One could say that it's a market failure because in the politics and in life there is this pendulum, a market failure or a governmental failure. These are the two extremes, so we have to keep a balance. I would say that theoretically speaking, the market forces have reached a point of balance, but there is some time in between until we reach this balance, and the repercussions in this meantime are not the desirable ones, socially speaking. So that's why we have to have a government intervention to counterbalance that. In any way, in the case of climate change, the road ahead includes this harmonious coexistence between governments and markets. I don't think we're that far away from this point. A prerequisite for that is to have social consensus that the environment is our priority, and then everything will follow. I think that it was made crystal clear that technological advances solves the puzzle in the sense that technological progress provides us with the solutions we need in order to protect the environment much faster than the financing occurs. I mean, it's bad to say that, but it happens. We will be faster when it comes to financing in the future, hopefully. The needs are huge. You said before we need the equivalent of a German economy every year. That's right. The main thing, as I said, is to have this social consensus. It is to have the pressure on governments to adopt such technologies and, as a result, transfer funds and capital to this direction. And as I said before, this is not a trade-off. These two ways are parallel: protection and financing. If we don't have the right solutions currently we're discussing, there will be an undermining of financial growth in the future.
Consensus already, so congratulations on that. And I mean, I think I'm justified in promoting you to minister after that reply. Very good reply. Vasiliki, any comment on this? Because you're the person who's sort of defining the semantics of all of this, in a sense.
Okay, and I don't believe that we have a failure. Okay, I will speak in Greek because I was speaking also in Greek.
She speaks in English.
With the conclusion that we have a failure. Why? Because in my view, sorry, I said I'm going to speak in Greek. Sorry, I'm going to speak in Greek.
So I don't believe, Sifri starts back in Greek, there's no such failure. A failure suggests that the whole transition has been completed. No, we're still at the beginning. So nobody can say that there is a failure at hand. We will see how it will go forward, and currently we have reports coming in, global ones, the IOSCO reports or the ESMA reports, that there have been lots of funds channeled to sustainable investments. So this is an ongoing plan, and supervisors and all stakeholders are trying to coordinate themselves in order to tackle all risks so that we will have more investments on sustainability. So I believe we are still at the beginning of this transitional phase. Yes, I agree that we should pay more attention to specific risks, so we accelerate our pace. Yes, that's what we have to do. We have to step up so that we are able to catch up with developments. We have to step up with investing in innovation, because for me innovation is the key in order to fulfill this green transition. And before I rest my case, let me say something about sustainability. Sustainability is not just about being green. It has to do with our society, and it has also to do with governance. We must not forget that, because the effort made is comprehensive, it's holistic. It's both about the green transition and the adoption of social criteria and for governance-related criteria. This is something built as we speak, systematically. A few days ago, I attended the Corporate Governance Committee of OECD, and one of the first things that was delivered, and we are all happy for that, was that we reviewed the OECD principles. A brand new chapter has been introduced on sustainability and resilience. Why? Because this component means a lot in order to have better governance of corporations, and that's something that has a global reach. It's not just about European organizations, which is our focus currently as a supervising body. So I believe that we are at a very good beginning.
I'm going to leave it. I would ask questions from the audience, but I'm very conscious that actually you probably need some coffee. And coffee will be coming very soon, and it's excellent coffee. But I'm going to ask Jules to have the last word. I mean, Jules, if you were in America, there would be a huge venture capital market. And it seems to me that one of the great problems in getting finance for green projects in Europe is not so much the failure of the capital markets in general, but we don't have a deep enough pool of venture capital. I mean, who do you blame for this?
So I do think there's a market failure. I mean, I think in Europe we have the tendency of building extremely large industrials and then defending them as much as we can and avoid them being displaced by new technologies or adopting new technologies, right? What you mentioned about the lack of venture capital and growth and scale-up capital is critical here because it's what we need to have this deployment, this adoption. I don't know about culpability, but our money sits in institutional investors in Europe. We have huge insurance companies, pension funds, banks, and the reality is that for these investors, it is extremely hard today to invest in clean technologies, right? Because they have the temptation in investing in blue chip equity.
Is that because they can't price it properly, or?
No, it's more structural issues that basically these investments are sometimes too small for them. They don't have the teams that know how to invest in these things. And so they revert to their habits of investing in kind of blue chip projects, right? Yeah. But if you look at the US, about 2% of institutional capital is invested in venture capital funds. Yeah. We have 100 times less in Europe. And we don't have a NASDAQ to make up for it, right? So we have these huge pools of money. They just need to be redirected towards the adoption stage of that transition. And I fully agree with you, that failure hasn't happened yet, but we are seeing it kind of taking place right now, and we're sounding the alarm a little bit for institutional investors to say, let's direct these pools of money now to invest in our industrial future.
Thank you. You're not allowed to go for coffee until you've given a great round of applause for what I think has been an excellent panel. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Coffee awaits.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Noval Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Noval Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Noval Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Noval Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I making an impact?
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. Wondering World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Novel Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Novel Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Novel Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies and high aesthetics. Novel Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Their use purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact.
At KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after war time is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope the coffee was to your taste. Actually, I really do genuinely like the coffee on offer there. The next session is the role of healthcare policies in the midst of natural disasters, of which, sadly, there have been far too many around the whole of the Mediterranean, including, very sadly, Greece. But it's a real pleasure to welcome Dimitri Vatsopoulos, who's the Deputy Minister of Health in Greece, and I'd like to call James Smith, Sustainability Lead from Cambridge Public Health Research Centre at my alma mater, Cambridge. So, good man, obviously the best person here. Anyway, Deputy Minister, the floor is yours. Nice to see you. You're very welcome.
Chair, Professor, dear guests, I thought of sharing with you something unpleasant but useful. And I decided to talk about natural disasters in general and theoretically is important because we can have some scientific conclusion, as Mr. Smith might say. But on the other hand, by sharing with you some personal experiences from people that were part in the administration when a disaster occurred, I believe is also important for scientific conclusions. I will share my experience from managing a healthcare mechanism in the mega fire of Evros in Alexandroupolis and the mega floods of Thessaly. Look, two natural disasters where the structures of health and services in general are tested at two levels. The first is the level of structure per se, hospital, and the second is to offer the services, health services in the general population. With regard to the mega fire in Evros, what we had to do is to evacuate the hospital of Alexandroupoli, more than 500 beds. When we have a natural disaster that is close to a hospital and might disrupt the operation of the hospital, the state has to do the following: to timely recognize the risk and have alternative plans in dealing with the risks, so as the operation of the hospital to be able to continue in another venue, to continue offering the services necessary for the population, and this resettlement to take place in a safe way. This is important to have for someone to have a true communication with the authorities, which means what? We haven't seen how the fire was moving from Saturday, 2 days before the evacuation. We had decided to send a deputy minister there who, with the local authorities and the administration of the hospital, was in direct communication with the fire brigade so as to understand the speed of fire and see if we will be able to evacuate the hospital. Because you can understand that if the fire was too close, we wouldn't be able to evacuate thoroughly. But if we wanted to do it properly, we had to follow 2 stages. And that needs a lot of hours. In this kind of cases, I repeat, it is quite important to communicate with the supervising authorities. That means the fire brigade, and we need to have readiness to have a safe of command in order to have mobilization at high level and all means, and have the readiness to do everything in a fast pace. In Alexandroupolis, we had the following issue, which means that we need to have alternatives. Evacuation of a hospital in an earthquake is easy. You evacuate them and you place them in an open space. But in fire, it is totally difficult to have someone in an open space. We had plans transferring the hospital and mainly the patients. Thank God we didn't have too many at that period. Some of them had to go home who could be dealt with at home. So preparedness should have been of days before. When we started transferring people to Komotini, we understood that in half an hour later they had to move back because the fire moved faster and blocked the road. So we had already prepared an alternative route, solutions. We had a vessel ready to transfer population, 150 patients that had to be hospitalized, and the personnel, 300 in total, in another hospital which was already prepared to receive the patients and the doctors, the hospital of Kavala. So we had the opportunity to offer our services to people for a few days after having settled things in the original hospital of Alexandroupolis. This example practically shows what should be done in those cases when we have high risk in distracting the units of health care. So we need to have alternative projects, plans, a chain of command, high ranked official who will be able to understand things and take decisions, and execution in a very strict framework in order to avoid casualties. The second example I need to share with you is the example in which I also participated, is on how to deal floods in Thessaly. We had heavy rain in Thessaly, and the impact is still obvious there. In this kind of natural disasters, where we have an impact which is a long-term one, contrary to a fire which eventually might be put out. Now we have a natural disaster on the go. But we have still floods which create a disruption in the everyday life of citizens months after the event. And so we have difficulties in continuously offering healthcare services. There, having prepared our units, we disrupted their operation. When we have floods at risk or other similar phenomena, the units should be ready to deal with the supply of the units with material, to have open routes or enough energy to avoid disruptions in case we have power cuts, etc. So the generators use a specific fuel, so we had to take care of that. And of course, other kinds of materials needed for patients in case we had disruptions in supplying the hospital, and provide for air supplies for the hospital if ground supply was not necessary. We took care of all 5 hospitals that are in Thessaly. The only problem we had was in Volo, with the Volos hospital, but the rest 4 were okay with regard to this kind of disruption. In Volos, nonetheless, we had a disruption of the daily life of citizens. 1 million citizens of Volos, and the patients of hospital. So there it is necessary, as in the previous case, to have a clear chain of command, a head who will be responsible to take decisions right away and manage things. So Prime Minister sent have the government in Thessaly to coordinate all actions. We need also to have mobilization of volunteers properly trained, and third, to have a continuation of a follow-up of the population by installing healthcare structures, additional one, to be able to deal with the long-term problems created by natural disasters. Thank you very much. That is my initial comment.
Actually, how well you did deal with these disasters. I mean, the sad fact about climate change means that there will be more disasters in the future. So I wish you the very best of luck. James, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to briefly introduce myself and then share with you one key idea that I wanted to bring to the discussion today. My name is James Smith. I'm a general practice and public health doctor from the University of Cambridge. And I've previously worked for the National Health Service Sustainable Development Unit and Public Health England on sustainability. And I currently lead activity in Cambridge on environmental sustainability for our interdisciplinary public health network, Cambridge Public Health. So I'm really pleased to have been asked to speak today. I was invited, when I was invited, I was faced with a dilemma because I haven't actually been on a plane for 15 years. This has been my choice for environmental reasons, but has also been because I haven't needed to in my personal or my work life. I haven't until now been presented with work opportunities outside Western Europe where I thought the value of the work might outweigh the carbon cost of flying. So I've done work trips to Paris, Brussels, Geneva, and even Copenhagen, and they've all been quite straightforward. But Athens is more challenging. But I was still reluctant to get on a plane, so I thought I'd give it a go coming overland. So I booked a journey from the UK to Greece, traveling over 3 days through France and Italy, involving 6 trains, a ferry, and a bus. Well, that was the plan. Unfortunately, there was a landslide in the Alps that shut the train line between France and Milan, so I had to rebook the journey to come through Switzerland. Then on the way, my train from London to Paris was delayed because of someone throwing themselves on the line in England. So I missed the connecting train and had to stay in Zurich instead of Milan, and I had to rebook the rest of my outward journey, including my ferry to Greece from Italy. In the end, I arrived 2 days later than planned, but I arrived here just in time, and I'm very grateful to be here. So this short story about my journey shows how disruptive environmental and social factors can make changing how we do things really challenging. It highlights how important it is that we think about risks and system shocks as we change our systems and policies to meet our long-term goals. This is the case for healthcare as well as travel. So I have one central idea which I would like to introduce to the discussion at this stage. It is my view that we should give greater attention and preparation to the potential for sudden shifts in policies which are currently conceived as longer-term policies. In short, I think we should bring our long-term policy challenges into our preparations for short-term threats. So to illustrate this, I want to use the long-term policy goal of reaching net zero carbon in the NHS, the health system in England. So in the NHS, we aim to reach net zero by 2040 for the carbon footprint under our direct control, and 2045 for the broader carbon footprint, including the rest of our supply chain. So there's increasing work going on in the NHS to reach these goals, including establishment of a national green NHS team, all hospitals having green plans, and a net zero supplier roadmap, which expects all our suppliers to the NHS to align their own decarbonisation plans with these targets by April 2027. These actions are obviously based on the current targets and aim to achieve progress over the coming 2 decades. But what do we think the coming 20 years will be like? We've just heard and we know that there are going to be worsening environmental disasters, and they're going to keep getting worse until we get to net zero globally. And they may well escalate as environmental tipping points are crossed. It seems to me highly likely that society's response will also be non-linear, and the speed of action demanded will vary substantially at different points of time over the next decades. I suggest that we need to prepare for this and work out how to make positive, transformative change in healthcare policy at moments of social tipping points. Even if you disagree with me and think steadier, slower change is more likely or more desirable, I would argue that the risks of badly done rapid change are such that it is worth preparing for. So during the COVID pandemic response in the NHS, we saw how how the positives of rapid change, for example, the rapid rollout of video patient consultations, were also accompanied by negatives such as the worsening of chronic disease care and widening health inequalities. This may have been to some extent avoidable if we'd done greater preparation with a broad system-wide perspective encompassing longer-term issues. And so I want to finish by giving an example of asthma inhalers, which is an area I've worked on. So metered dose inhalers for asthma are disproportionately high carbon because they contain hydrofluorocarbon propellants, which are potent greenhouse gases. However, there are low carbon alternative dry powder inhalers, which would be suitable for many patients. In the UK, we use many more high carbon inhalers than low carbon ones. We also have a high use of short-acting reliever inhalers containing salbutamol, indicating poor asthma control is widespread. So we have an opportunity to improve clinical care and lower the carbon footprint of care at the same time by prescribing and supporting patients to use more low-carbon anti-inflammatory preventer inhalers. On the face of it, this seems straightforward. However, the challenge is knowing how best to change practice, and importantly for our conversation today, whether to prepare a different approach if faster change might be demanded. For example, for gradual changes, we might focus on educating patients and prescribers and making small system changes to support them. This is what is happening now in England. But what if more rapid change was demanded? How would we achieve that? Options such as structural redesign, for example, creating bespoke community asthma services, or even regulation might be considered. We don't yet know the answer to this, but in Cambridge we're setting up a research program on very rapid decarbonisation of healthcare to answer this question. If we acknowledge that a bumpy future with sudden system shocks, moments of non-linear change and social tipping points is possible, or even likely, then we should be preparing for it. I suggest the best way to do this is to bring together planning for times of crisis with planning for positive change in our healthcare policies. In doing this, I hope we can turn threats to opportunities. Thank you.
James, thank you very much indeed. And Greta Thunberg would be very proud of you.
Sorry?
Greta Thunberg would be very proud of you. How are you getting back to Cambridge?
The same way, but hopefully quicker.
Well, very good. It strikes me, if, in terms of natural disasters, well, COVID obviously was a natural disaster, although I think maybe Donald Trump would say it was actually manufactured in a lab in Wuhan, but never mind. COVID was obviously one natural disaster which affected everybody, Greece, England, the whole world.
Pandemic.
And I mean, there is a COVID inquiry in London at the moment, which I think is revealing the inadequacies of our preparation for it. But if you turn to the natural disasters that affected Greece, in America there is FEMA, is there the equivalent here, a federal agency which is supposed to deal with natural disasters, which in America I think has become politically controversial? If you remember when the Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans, FEMA was adjudged to have been rather late in coming to the protection of the inhabitants of New Orleans. I mean, how did you describe Greece? Is there the equivalent here? Perhaps there was in your speech, but I missed it.
You're correct. You're correct. As a consequence of what you just mentioned, of the climate change that leads to natural disasters at an increased pace, in Greece we established a dedicated ministry, the Ministry of Civil Protection and Climate Change, established by the previous government, the first Nea Demokratia term under Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and the ministry integrated existing services and offices like the fire brigade, and also comes up with new procedures, new processes aiming at preparing our country, as the previous speaker said, which is extremely important, because dealing with such a crisis, as you said, is a non-linear thing, which means we have to have a long period of preparation. We have to have early warning structures and infrastructures. I told you we have our own system in Greece with hospitals and a rapid reaction mechanism and a very top-level coordinated synergy. I think that the reason of having such a ministry is right.
Going back to to COVID, natural disaster, or natural, who knows.
Yeah.
It struck me, if you take the NHS, there was an extraordinary ability to create new hospitals, the so-called Nightingale hospitals.
Yeah.
But actually, this was, sort of, in a sense, in the end, virtue signaling, because they weren't staffed by anybody, and they sit there empty now.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a structural problem in the way that many governments, in this case the British government, treat natural disasters?
I think there might be. I mean, I think there are good aspects to the structures in the UK. They have sort of standard ways of working in crises and stuff. I think the COVID sort of was almost bigger than those. It sort of blew everyone's mind a bit. I think the lessons from the COVID, I think, were complicated because it got tangled up with politics and yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is we need more preparation, which the previous speaker said as well, to get to that point. The COVID preparation was interesting because there'd been quite a lot of preparation about flu, but less so about COVID. And what I don't think we've done well, which is what I was trying to allude to, is taken into account health, the crisis, but also other health outcomes and other equity outcomes. So we responded to the COVID crisis, but we didn't necessarily manage the diabetes and the heart disease and all those other things well. And we also widened the unfairness in the system because some people got better care while others didn't.
Yeah.
The only thing I would take that is potentially a very positive thing is it just showed how quickly we can change. I remember seeing a patient a week before we had the first lockdown in the UK with lung disease, and she said, I'm going to lock myself in my house, I'm not going to come out. And I thought she was crazy, and a week later I was advising everyone to do it. So it just shows how social, and I think this is really important for the climate response, and it could be that there's a lot of demand reduction that can happen at these times of crisis in terms of sort of reducing need for stuff, but we need to work out how to do it so we keep getting good health and equity outcomes, otherwise we create other problems.
Yes, please.
Να σας πω δύο λόγια για τη δική μας την εμπειρία.
Let me share with you a couple of things about our own experience in dealing with COVID with regard to the need of building new hospitals, new wards and new beds. We tripled the number of beds in the ICUs. We tripled the number of ICU beds. Apart from that, because of the fact that we needed more than double the number of beds we had for other INT patients, we had, sadly, to discontinue treating or offering, let's say, services for operations, for surgeries. We stopped dealing with chronic requirements. So we were there to cover, in terms of surgeries, only those emergency cases using the beds that we used to keep just for INT, lung diseases and other important COVID-related diseases. So there was a kind of collaboration with the private sector, and we actually leased beds from private hospitals.
The number of doctors and nurses as well. And the reason I ask that question somewhat mischievously is that if you take the NHS in Britain, one of the great problems, it seems to me, is actually the deficiency, the lack of staffing at all levels. Yeah. And
that's a universal problem.
Yeah, well, a universal problem, but I think it's particularly bad actually in Britain, where there is an incredible reliance on foreign workers. Doctors from Sudan, India, Pakistan, South Africa, Germany, etc. Nurses the same. I mean, that lack of a long-term plan.
Yeah, and that's obviously not fair on the rest of the world if we're pulling their healthcare workforce.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the point I was trying to make with my opening remarks is that we need to pull these different long-term policy issues, like human resources in healthcare, into the conversation about climate change preparedness.
Yeah.
And so we don't tackle problems in isolation with a policy here, a policy there, a policy there. We somehow put it together, and we also put it together in a way that we think about it in relation to this idea of non-linear change. But there are, things like all the telemedicine that came in during the COVID crisis changes your staffing needs and stuff. So it's not straightforward to understand that. So I think we need scenario planning, basically, to work out what could happen in the future and then pull all these long-term policies with the acute stresses into one conversation.
Well, that's the universal problem in
Yeah.
Europe, the lack of specialized staff.
Yes.
Not only in UK, not only in Greece, but also in Central Europe.
Yes.
Germany, France,
Yeah.
Luxembourg, Belgium, there's a universal problem. It's not unique in each one of the countries.
True, although when I'm in France, I can see a doctor virtually immediately. I can get treated in a hospital virtually immediately. Sadly, in Britain, no longer. And it's...
Mr. Andrews, there are two different systems of health services in the whole world. There's the British one, the Beveridge, so-called Beveridge, and there's the German one, the Central European one, the so-called
social insurance,
social insurance systems. There are two different systems. UK and the south of Europe, Italy and ourselves, we are following the NHS system, the Beveridge. It's not the better one.
Okay. Well, I think the worst one is probably the American one. So I'll leave it at that. Look, we are...
In America, they have no system.
Exactly. We are 3 minutes over time. But is there any question from the audience? Yes, please. There's a question there from Professor. It's just coming a little... There we are.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very good panel, very good coordinator. Again, thank you. I would like to ask, your actions during the fire, how did you decide them? Did you use technology? Did you use a system that dictated on what to do in evacuation, etc.? Your intuition, or you had some advisors? And I'm going to come back to that just to show what Greece is all about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Professor, it is clear that, as the previous speaker mentioned, when it comes to natural disasters, both things apply, or at least both should apply. First, you have to have a plan. As I told you before, there was a hospital evacuation plan, but there's always the need for someone to be ready for any dramatic change imposed by the change of circumstances. What is truly important in our case was that there was, let's say, preparedness because of our anticipation of what would follow, and there was a chain of command that was triggered by the top. Immediately, we had 2 deputy ministers in Alexandroupoli, and half of the government was in Thessaly.
I'm very conscious that, actually, Nectaria has just reminded me, but in fact, I'd already come to the conclusion, Nectaria didn't need to remind me, that I've stolen 5 minutes of the time for the next panel, which is going to be chaired by Andreas Papandreou, and which will be very good because it's on the blue economy and shipping. But thank you so much for an incredibly good panel. I think there will inevitably be more emergencies, more disasters. But at least you have the experience of having coped with this past year, which has been a huge challenge. So congratulations on that. Whether the NHS can cope better with the next pandemic, I have no idea. But let's keep our fingers crossed. Thank you very much, both of you.
Change the systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Andreas, the floor is yours.
Sorry for taking some of your time.
No, no,
there's never enough time for your talks.
Thank you very much.
So let me first call up to the podium Sotiris Raptis, General Secretary of European Community Shipowners Association. Nice to see you. Stamatis Fardelos, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs Department, ABS. And Konstantina Karidi, Managing Director, RCCC Europe, Vice President, Climate Change Hub, Greece. Nice to see you. So before I start, I need to say that there is a major fashion trend that apparently has gone viral from The Economist, and it has to do with red socks. Unfortunately, I'm behind times now, but I'll make sure next time that I keep up with what's happening. Now, in my opening session, actually, I mentioned that shipping is recently a kind of bright spot or area of hope in terms of climate action, given that in July 2024, IMO essentially committed to net zero by 2050. And this is for a sector that it's considered very hard to decarbonize. So I think that will be something that we'll be looking into. But let me give the floor right now to Sotiris Raptis to start the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Shipping is not always in the spotlight, and it's a great opportunity to discuss about sustainability in the sector. My organization is based in Brussels. We're the voice of the European ship owners. We represent the ship owners towards the EU institutions. One of the points we're making is, I don't know how many people know in this room how many ships the European ship owners own. It's 40% of the global fleet. And this should be considered as a geostrategic asset for Europe. This makes the EU, the Europeans, Europe, a leading force in the global supply chains. And the point we're making is that shipping is a cornerstone of European security, energy security, food security, supply chain security. How countries like Germany managed to bring down the gas imports from Russia over the course of 18 months by ships, by transporting gas to the European countries, to Germany, by ships, by using all those ships as floating LNG terminals. Going to the sustainability discussion, as you mentioned, the IMO decided to develop a strategy, to develop the measures so that emissions from international shipping come down to net zero by 2050. And at the same time, that was a historic agreement. And one of our main points is that we need to see a level playing field between the EU and international regulations adopted at IMO level. At the same time, the EU has introduced the so-called Fit for 55 package that has at least 3 legislative proposals, regulations now relevant to shipping: the EU ETS, the Fuel EU Maritime, and the Renewable Energy Directive. This is a very ambitious package. Shipping will be, for the first time, part of the European climate targets. And as ship owners, we recognize that we should contribute also our fair share to the European climate targets. What is missing, though, is the requirements for the energy providers, for the fuel suppliers. We need all hands on deck. And we need also to make sure that clean and affordable fuels will be available in the market as soon as possible. And this is why we intervened last week. As we speak, the European Parliament votes on the new CO2 standards for trucks. And there was a push by some political parties to open up again there was the standard proposed by the Commission, and the choice made was to go electric for the truck sector as well, and hydrogen. However, there was a push to open up the standards to more biofuels, and to additional hydrogen-derived fuels. As ship owners, we said, no. We need also clean and affordable fuels for the shipping sector. The shipping sector, as you mentioned, is one of the most difficult to decarbonize. We need also to talk about funding and about financing. A previous panel was about green finance. When it comes to financing, We've got the taxonomy regulations, which is a set of rules that define what is a green investment in shipping. Unfortunately, there we saw that, for instance, a main criterion was about the cargo carried by ship, and not about the energy performance of the ship itself. And we also need to deal urgently with the Basel III rules. Ship finance has migrated to other jurisdictions, mainly to Asia, over the course of the last 20 years, and this has also security implications for Europe. We need to build again a strong ship finance industry in Europe. Last comment, the beating heart of shipping, which is our seafarers. Recent studies have found that in order to upskill and reskill in the context of the energy transition, the seafarers, this number will be up to 800,000 seafarers by the mid-2030s. This is an enormous number, and it will require an enormous effort. But the energy transition is also a great opportunity to enhance diversity in a male-dominated sector.
Great. Well, thank you for being just on time, in fact. That's very important, and also covering quite a number of key challenges having to do with the sustainability transition in shipping. Let's now have a quick presentation by Stamatis Fradelos.
Thank you.
And again, I remind we have 5 minutes. I've been told to be very strict here and emulate my colleague, John Andrews, who manages to do this swimmingly.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kalispera. So from my side, in less than 5 minutes, just an overview about what shipping is doing in terms of decarbonization and sustainability. We had an initial strategy 5 years ago. This has been revised in terms of reduction of CO2 emissions, greenhouse gases from international shipping, and as you can see, we aim to reach to net zero by 2050. We have also a target in 2030 to reduce our intensity, carbon intensity, always compared to the year 2008 by 40%. So carbon intensity is the CO2 emissions from international shipping divided by the transport work. Transport work means, you know, the distance the ships are traveling and the deadweight, the carrying capacity. And it seems that we are doing very well in terms of this target because based on the last IMO GHG study, we have seen we are quite there. Because back 10 years ago, back in 2013, international shipping has adopted the Energy Efficiency Design Index. So we implemented design requirements. New ships with contract after 1st January 2013, we need to meet some design requirements. And these requirements got stricter in 2015 and 2020. Now we are in phase 2. We have also additional requirements for dropping low carbon fuels, as you can see there, 5% and striving for 10%, because although we have more efficient ships, we have more business and the emissions are still increasing. That's why we need to do introduction of low carbon fuels. And we have also a very challenging target, about 20% reduction on the absolute emissions. And in the year 2040, 70% reduction in the absolute emissions. And this is the most challenging target for international shipping. We used to calculate our emissions in terms of tank to wake. So what we burn, we count the emissions. Typically, when we burn 1 ton of compliant, typical conventional fuel, we emit 3 tons of CO2. So 1 ton of fuel we burn, we emit 3 tons. But now we are going to look also the life cycle of the fuels. We are going to consider the emissions during the production, processing, and transportation until the fuels has reached our bunker tanks. So this is a big change for our industry. And apart this, Sotiris already mentioned about the Fit for 55. So there are also regional measures that we need to comply with. We have the ETS, the EU ETS, the emission trading scheme, which will be implementing to shipping 1st January 2024, and operators will need to buy the CO2 allowances. Currently, 1 ton of CO2 is around 85 euros. But there is also another measure coming from Europe, which is the FuelEU Maritime Regulation. It will start 1 year later. And based on this new regulation, we will need to meet some specific requirements, some limits in terms of the GHG intensity of the fuels we use. So actually, we will need to use again some drop in fuels, low carbon fuels, maybe biofuels initially. LNG also has some positive effects. Later on, we are looking for methanol, green methanol, or green ammonia in order to reduce our intensity of the fuels we are using. And just a few slides about the cost. As you can see here, depending on the different daily consumption, for example, a ship that has 30 tons daily consumption, you know, the cost for the ETS could be around 4,500 euros, the daily additional cost on a ship. And similar with the FuelEU, as the limits go down, you can see that a ship that will continue to operate in a conventional fuel like a low sulfur fuel oil will need to pay a significant penalty to EU to remain in compliance. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And for again staying perfectly within time, thank you for that. And now we have Konstantina Karidi. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, and it's also good, I think, that I come third after this really interesting and also technical presentation, so you'll allow me to be more policy-oriented, if you want, as a result of the nature of my profession. I've been working for 10 years on resilience practice and on urban resilience in particular. So one of the questions for this panel was, how greener can port industry and maritime transport be? But I would also maybe rephrase the question and say that it's not about how greener it can be, but how quickly it can be turned green. And I think we keep talking about this 2050 deadline, if you want, but I also think we are forgetting that this is a very steep deadline. It's actually in 26 years. And 26 years really goes by very, very fast, especially if you think of it, for example, in political cycles. At the same time, we are in a landscape where the regulation is still quite unclear when it comes to the industry itself. And then there is also a persistent and fundamental problem, I would argue, in the lack of horizontal coordinated action, whether this is top-down or bottom-up. In other words, yes, we have the goals that are set, but at this stage, I would say that the community, including the policy-making community, the subnational actors, as well as to an extent the industry, is immature, I would say in brackets, when it comes to this horizontal collaboration. On the other hand, we are accelerating fast, and we actually need to adhere to these almost unadherable goals because we are experiencing incredible threats, risk of life, growing climate challenges that we experience annually, and only in 2023 we experienced never before have happened record-breaking temperatures, disasters in Greece and beyond, and this actually affects the industry and it affects the ports because this is an interconnected system, right? So what I'm trying to do is build within this intervention the question of risk management, climate risk, offshore, onshore investments and infrastructure as one system. And I'm actually very fortunate of being part of a growing community of practice that is located here in Athens, that works within the sector internationally. So I represent Resilience Cities Catalyst, which is an international non-governmental organization, but also we have here, actually here in this room with us, Mr. Stelios Yakoulakis, who represents C40 here in Europe, and Mrs. Marnie McGregor, who represents the Global Covenant of Mayors. And all these three entities, from different perspectives, they actually work and address, to a very large extent, the issue of greening the industry. And when I say the industry, I mean the connection between also ports and the industry of maritime industry overall. So for example, C40 has already from last year, if I'm not mistaken, the Green Shipping Corridors Initiative. And in September, they announced the first of its kind partnerships in the Pacific that brings together the industry and also port authorities and urban authorities that will create green shipping corridors, providing incentives to ship owners as well as the ecosystem around ship owners to reduce emissions. This is one example. The Global Covenant of Mayors already in 2019 supported the port of Trinidad as part of a new partnership of 10 cities in the Caribbean that became part of the Global Covenant of Mayors to help them reduce their own emissions. And then Resilient Cities Catalyst collaborated and created what is called the California Resilience Partnership Program. And that includes also the city of San Diego, which is a major port and is undertaking significant investments to maintain its $9 billion basically revenue, as well as the 70,000 jobs that are directly linked to its infrastructure, to its natural environment, as well as to the threats that they're facing with sea level rise. And another very interesting example is also the Port of Rotterdam, that they are actually part, and this is what I was reading here on my phone. They are actually part of they have a policy of realizing shore power to achieve zero emission to 2050. And shore power is really important in the way the Port of Amsterdam places. This is also a partnership between the actual city of Rotterdam, the Port Authority of Rotterdam, as well as business owners and vessel owners who strive towards a zero-emission port for 2050 that takes into consideration the Natura regions that are also around the port. So once again, I'm connecting. The point I'm actually trying to make in this, and I want to round up my argument, is that in reality, without those partnerships, there is no way we're actually going to achieve those goals. Yes, there are a lot of things that can be done on the, let's say, the vertical scale, but actually given the fact that we are facing this growing risk, and there is this paradox, we're being required to make massive investments to adjust. All the time we are facing growing risks and catastrophes that actually increase the cost for the diversity of interests we are talking about. So these are the three examples I mentioned that try to work and support these ecosystem chains and these change management processes. And here in Greece, we're also looking through the Climate Change Hub, which is a partnership that was co-created also by Resilient Cities Catalyst in the model of the California Resilience Partnership to create alliances to address those issues as well. So I'll just close here, I think, this intervention, and I'll be part of the conversation later. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Some critical points, and also moving beyond just the ship owning element of the overall equation and broadening out to the whole supply chain, which we'll come back to in terms of being a critical part of the solution in terms of looking at stakeholders beyond shipping companies. We did lose a little bit on our stellar performance in keeping the time, but we'll catch up. Now, let me ask you again. I remember just 4 years ago here, maybe 5 years ago here, we had the sulfur directive, and how drastic that seemed at the time, and what a shock it was to ship owners, and a lot of tensions built from that. And still, we succeeded in achieving that goal. Now we have something that seems to be far more ambitious in terms of overall achievement for ship owners. And a lot of the ship owners feel that the targets, we understand the targets are needed, but on the other hand, they really wonder whether this is achievable. And they're concerned about making the right investments. They don't know which fuels will be the ones of the future, which ship designs will be the ones of the future. You know, whether all the parts of the puzzle, ports, financing, government regulation, and so forth will fit together. What do you have to tell to them? How do they deal with their own investment decisions?
I think the question is not if, but how. And this is where the concern comes from, how the energy transition will be organized over the next 10, 15 years. I mean, shipping is not, we tend to say, shipping is not all the other transport modes or sectors. It is different in the sense that within shipping, we have a lot of different segments. For instance, I noticed you mentioned the green corridors, which is a very interesting concept. We need to draw we need to focus on the differences between, for instance, the container liners that have a fixed itinerary, and it's probably slightly easier for them to come in an agreement with the fuel suppliers in advance, and on the other hand, the bulk carriers that can change their destination en route and go from the US to Asia and then Europe, meaning that they don't have a fixed itinerary, and it's much more difficult for them to come in agreement with fuel suppliers in advance. Coming down to the question about the fuels of the future, I think that we've got a very ambitious regulatory framework, and the climate crisis is there. It is threatening our economy, the environment, and our lives. On the other hand, we need also to take a step back and realize that Europe just recently adopted the most ambitious climate package ever proposed, going up to 55%, at least 55% of reduction of emissions in the next 5 years. What is missing there, and we discuss about the ecosystem, is requirements for all stakeholders. And for us, it's the fuel suppliers and the energy suppliers. We need all hands on deck. It's going to be electricity, hydrogen, biofuels. I would say all of it. We can start with biofuels. We might also go at some point to hydrogen-derived fuels. But what is missing there is a push to the fuel suppliers to make these fuels available in the market. The price gap is immense. It's not like in the car industry or in the truck industry. We're talking about thousands of euros per ton. And we need to use, for instance, the money of the ETS. This is a good example to bridge the price gap and to make these clean fuels more competitive in the market. And that was also a major success of the sector. Shipping is the only sector under the EU ETS with an earmarked envelope, which goes up to 2 billion euros up to 2030. We need to sort out, to figure out how we're going to have a strong ship finance industry in Europe. We cannot make it without investments. So we're facing a lot of challenges.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And I think the earmarking, that was something actually that was spearheaded by the Greek government, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of ensuring that a certain amount of the revenues that come from the ETS go back into green technologies. Am I correct about that? Or?
Indeed. The idea was put forward by the shipping industry in the first place, and was supported by a number of countries, including the Greek government, indeed.
Great. Now, since we talked about the EU ETS, Mr. Fravellos, we know that the EU has been very ambitious in general in terms of climate change, and in fact, in its Fit for 55, pushed for the EU ETS extension to the shipping industry, partly to put pressure on IMO to start using these kinds of price mechanisms and to take action more broadly, but certainly part of that is to use price mechanisms. Could you tell us about what your feeling is about the importance of that price mechanism? We heard just now that this could be an important part of the equation. What your view is on that, and also on things like tensions between whether it's the ship owners or charterers that should be bearing the brunt of the additional carbon price. And in fact, how high should the carbon price go?
Yes, good point. Actually, we have seen this also in the past, where European Commission adopted the EU MRV, the Monitoring and Reporting and Verification Regulation. So it was the first time that ship operators, they need to monitor and report their fuel consumptions and their emissions. So 1 year later, IMO adopted the data collection system. So actually, we saw that working within IMO, European Commission moving forward with a regulation, and then IMO following with this, the same concept. So it seems that the EU ETS will be a driving force for IMO to adopt similar pricing mechanisms. We have seen several proposals already. Initially, we have seen seven proposals with different concepts, but in terms of pricing the CO2 emissions, but the main purpose or the common purpose of all these proposals goes to raise revenue and to provide incentives to ship owners. We heard already about the need to work together as an industry, but also with, for example, fuel suppliers, fuel producers, and this is the aim of these so-called midterm measures to raise revenue and, for example, to provide, to reducing the price difference expected between, the new fuels like green methanol compared with the conventional fuels. We have seen pricing around starting from $12.5 US per ton of CO2. This will raise, considering that shipping industry, the international shipping is using around 250 million tons of fuels every year. This will raise around 10 billions every year. And of course, we have seen proposals with much higher pricing. So we're expecting the revenue that will be raised from international shipping every year will be higher than 10 billions. And the aim of this is to incentivize the early movers, as they call the ship owners, that they would like to invest on new technologies and new fuels, and also possibly some funding on research and development, and also supporting developing countries, because we already mentioned about the need for infrastructure. So this is something that IMO is looking for, how we could develop infrastructure in areas and in countries that there are not resources there. So this is what we're expecting from IMO, and it seems it is aligned with what European Commission proposing. Because apart these mechanisms which aim to raise revenue, we have also another technical measure that is being promoted in IMO, and it is quite in line with the FuelEU Maritime Regulation from European Commission. So IMO is going to adopt the so-called GHG fuel standard. So again, this is a midterm measure which is going to regulate the GHG intensity of the fuels that international shipping is going to use. So gradually, ships will need to introduce low carbon fuels, biofuels, as already mentioned by Sotiris initially, but later on possibly switching to biomethane, green methanol, and green ammonia.
Thank you very much. The whole idea of carbon prices has always been quite controversial, but it's as economists, we've always been, me being an environmental economist, I've always been favorable to this as being a critical incentive. And in fact, for the first time, the assessment report 6 of the IPCC says that in fact it's most effective in terms of driving change. Ms. Karidi, you mentioned green corridors. I think that's a fascinating idea in terms of engaging stakeholders. Could you expand a little bit about that for some to understand its role?
Yes. So I would say, put in a simple way, it's about stepping out of the room of negotiations, let's say, at the European Union level and of the technical requirements, and stepping into a role, and this also answers what the Greek ship owners could also do, of being leaders in these partnership development processes. So I cannot really speak in detail about the green corridors, but I can also give the overall kind of idea that when we're talking about, for example, the ability to have the infrastructure and methods of distributions for alternative fuels, right? And also we're talking about the skills that are required to make this transition, the commitments that are required at the subnational level in order to enable this transition. We're talking about the different players who are involved in this concept of green corridors. So in terms of the Greek owners, for example, and what can they do? The question that I pose is, can they be proactive in building those green corridors and additional, connecting additional ports? Can they work and provide insights to, let's say, city networks and city organizations like the ones I mentioned, in order to support the transition and the green skilling that would allow them then to make the technical investments that need to be done? And this is part of the incentive provision, right? And then should Greek owners create this form of partnerships instead of, let's say, potentially waiting for the regulation to actually be crystallized? And I think that's also part of what needing all hands on deck that we heard before kind of signifies in order to break down this tension between proactivity and waiting for the regulation. I think we should also be looking at COP28 as well for those announcements. I think the Green Shipping Challenge is also a very good example that has been launched and has been co-led between Norway and the United States, and we are hoping to hear concrete announcements now in Dubai. So I think we will actually have more to talk about in December, and maybe next year here we could have a repetition of this panel also with the two actors I mentioned, and we can go deeper into the initiatives and how they worked in the last year.
Excellent, thank you very much. We're approaching the end of our time, but I'd like to ask the audience whether there are any questions. Any hands up? I see a hand up over there. And one hand here. So we'll take two questions very briefly, and then we'll have to move to the next session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask Mr. Raptis if the effort for the decarbonization of the shipping industry is intensified enough due to the fact that in 2022 the greenhouse gases emission from international shipping were increased.
I would say again, I will refer back to the historic agreement of the IMO to become carbon neutral, to go down to net zero by 2050, and to the ambitious climate package of the EU to reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And it's for the first time that shipping will be subject to the European climate targets. And I would say that shipping is the only international sector that has adopted at international level such a clear emissions reduction target. If this is enough in terms of addressing the climate crisis, I guess a lot of people would say no. But my question is also how we ensure that, the industry stays competitive. I may refer you to the example of the car industry, where ambitious targets were introduced at European level, and very well so. But we have seen since then that the Europeans are losing out in competition with their US and Chinese competitors. Do we want to see the industry moving to Asia or to the US? And I would say that the EU now, we're going through a wake-up exercise after the introduction of the IRA, of the Inflation Reduction Act from the Biden administration, and the pouring of trillions of dollars in clean energy industries. We have seen that the Europeans have realized that we need to do the same to support our own industry. I would say, going again back to your question, that it's, of course, a matter of climate ambition. Climate crisis is here and is threatening our lives, our economy, and our environment. And we need to do, to address this dual challenge, to address the climate crisis, and at the same time, as Europeans, to stay competitive.
Maybe I could...
You want to add something? Yes, please.
Maybe I could add, but I don't know if you can hear me, okay. Thank you. Just to add two things on this. Because yes, indeed, the emissions from international shipping are still increasing. However, starting this year, we have the implementation of 2 additional measures for international shipping, the so-called short-term measures. We have the energy efficiency, the EEXI. It's a design index, so it's the extension of EEDI on the existing ships. So we set specific requirements also for the existing fleet, but also we have the introduction of the carbon intensity indicator. So it is a factor where we measure the operational efficiency of the ships, and we set targets on reducing this factor, the carbon intensity, by 2% every year up to 2026, and then we are going to reconsider some further reduction on this factor. So there are measures that came into force this year, and from 2026, we will have the midterm measures. These are going to be approved possibly by 2025 and be implemented in 2027, which we think that will be a further driver for reduction, GHG reduction in international shipping. And from 2030, we will have the long-term measures where we're talking about mainly new innovative technologies like carbon capture on board the ships and the use of low carbon fuel. So there are measures coming that we believe that at the end we will be able to meet our targets.
Thank you very much. And one last question, very briefly, and very brief answers, I'm afraid.
Yes, thank you for a very interesting discussion and very good measures from the shipping industry. The Greek refineries are producing nowadays very good quality fuels, low sulfur, etc. Do the Greek ships change over to the better quality fuel, at least when they come close to a harbor? And question number 2, it was suggested long ago that ships remaining at the harbor should take electricity from the harbor. Has it happened? Thank you very much.
Good points. Okay. I could address this question. Yes, very good points, Mr. Marcato. Actually, in terms of the quality of the fuels, has been mentioned previously about the sulfur directive in Europe. So ships that are visiting EU ports, they will need to switch within the soonest possible on low sulfur fuel, 0.1%. In addition on this, in 2020, we have the reduction on the sulfur limit globally. So this has been reduced down to 0.5% globally. And of course, we have the emission control areas. We have North Sea, Baltic Sea, and the US, North America and US Caribbean. We have 4 emission control areas where we have specific limits in terms of the sulfur content. It's down 0.1%. And we have also some specific requirements about the NOx emissions in these areas, where the ships have to operate at Tier 3 modes, which is about 80% reductions of their NOx emissions. And Mediterranean is also becoming SOx, ECA, from 1st May 2025. So there are also proposals for example, of North Can India area to become also NOx and SOC ICA. But apart these areas that are being regulated from IMO, there are also regional requirements. For example, what you mentioned about onshore power supply, the cold ironing, we have requirements from California. And also from FuelEU maritime regulation will be mandatory for container ship and passenger ships from 1st January 2030. So we need to build also infrastructure within EU ports to be able to accommodate this new regulation.
Well, wonderful. Thank you very much. You want to?
In fact, there is a requirement in the 55 package for all the European ports to install onshore power supply by 2030 for container ships and cruise ships. So this is happening now.
Wonderful.
Well, just one closing statement, which is based on those examples, we also hear that one size doesn't fit all, and we should consider this idea of building this kind of bottom up in brackets, right? It's not with like everyday and with citizens, but with the key stakeholders, that we build this like bottom up alliances that relate those the ports and the other key stakeholders so that we can adjust those top down requirements into the local ecosystems and take into consideration the different dimensions that we have actually shared into this conversation.
Wonderful. Well, let me just say that from the time when shipping was seen as latecomers into the, certainly into the decarbonization process, now potentially they may end up providing a role model in terms of what can be done. And the fact that they are working at a global level makes them very special for everyone else to watch.
Yep.
Thank you very much for being with us. And now we have our photo opportunity. So we're 10 minutes behind time, so we're going to have to find a way at some stage to recover that time. Our next session is on the issue of biodiversity. Is there enough time to reverse biodiversity loss? And let me invite, I don't need to invite on stage because he's already with us virtually. Nice to see you, Dimitri. Is that a picture of you or are you live? Okay, now you're live. Nice to see you. So Dimitris Karavellas, Chief Executive Officer at WWF Greece, is with us. Please let Bernice Maxton-Lee, lecturer, University of Edinburgh Business Schools and Center for Business, Climate Change and Sustainability, join us. Nikos Haralambidis has already joined us here. He didn't need to be invited up here. He knows his position, Greenpeace Greece. And then Andreas Flouris, Associate Professor, Department of Exercise Science, University of Thessaly. Please join us here. And also Adjunct Professor at the University of Ottawa. So we'll jump in directly. As you know, we start with some opening statements, and then we get into a discussion. So please, Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Andreas, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I apologize for not being able to be with you, but we're running a workshop at the same time at the National Research Foundation on Energy and Climate Change. I'll go directly to the question. I find it a very interesting question, but allow me first to start with a very quick analogy by way of introduction. Let's just imagine a sort of once healthy and fit person who's put on weight. He's a heavy smoker, he's a heavy drinker. He's really neglected his physical condition. He's entirely let go. And so this person visits his doctor and asks, do I have time? Do I have time to recover and to regain my health? I presume that the response from the doctor will be, yes, you do have enough time, but you need to seriously change your ways. And so my answer to the question that's being posed today is, yes, we do have marginally enough time to reverse the loss of biodiversity, but what are the preconditions? First and foremost, I think we really need to understand the real urgency of the issue and drastically close the gap between intention and action. We now have in place the Kunming-Montreal Agreement. It's a new global framework which commits the world to halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. So biodiversity now has a global goal, which is considered by some the equivalent to climate's 1.5 degrees Celsius. The agreement has a central target of conserving at least 30% of land, freshwater, and ocean globally. Today, just something like 17% of the world's land and less than 10% of its seas are under protection. And let's not even talk about effective protection. So the target is finally in place, and nature just might have a fighting chance. But we must now see immediate implementation. No excuses, no delays. And implementation takes place on the ground, in the water, at a national and local level. And this brings me to my second precondition. Governments must now translate these global goals and update their national strategies and their action plans, backed, of course, by adequate funding. Now, this sounds simple and straightforward enough, but let's just look at the example of our own country, where the European Court of Justice has already condemned Greece for its failure to adequately protect Natura 2000 areas. So there's still a great deal that needs to be done to align national commitment and action to global goals. Thirdly, we need to recognize the true value of nature. Just as the ailing patient must recognize the true value of health, nature has an intrinsic value, and it's our moral duty to actively acknowledge this and do something about it. But nature also is linked to so many important aspects of our economy and our well-being. The World Economic Forum has estimated that implementing nature-positive policies could generate more than $10 trillion in new annual business value and create close to 400 million jobs by 2030. Final point, reversing the loss of biodiversity cannot be seen as a separate topic from that of addressing the climate crisis. Just as climate change is altering habitats and ecosystems, the loss of biodiversity is actually contributing to climate change and intensifying its effects. Look at the example of wildfires that we're all too familiar with, unfortunately. Higher temperatures caused by climate change are making forests drier and more vulnerable to wildfires, and in turn, these wildfires are releasing more carbon, speeding up the greenhouse effect even further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for being brief. This is a main objective of ours, and you've achieved that wonderfully, and also provided a picture of both the great urgency, but also a sense that we do still have a margin of room for action on biodiversity. Now, Bernice Maxton Lee, could you give us your opening statement?
Yep. And I'll try to follow the lead of brevity as well. So I'd like to do a little visualization exercise, which I've borrowed from a colleague of mine at the University of Edinburgh. So I want you to imagine a place where you feel relaxed, grounded, where the stress in your shoulders melts away, somewhere you feel safe. And imagine what that place looks like. And in your mind, reach out and touch something. What do you feel? It could be sand, maybe you're down on the beach just outside. Maybe you feel grass, tree bark maybe. And in your mind, look up. What do you see? And for me, I'm lying in the grass in France, in the mountains where I grew up. And around me, I can hear waterfalls. I can smell the meadows. I can feel the grass under my fingertips. When I look up, I see birds. And I think there's an ant trying to crawl up my finger. Okay, so come back to me in this room, in the here and now. How many of you, when you were imagining that safe space, where you felt grounded and relaxed, how many of you were thinking you were in front of your computer screens? Or in a meeting trying to work out the next deal. I'm imagining not very many of you. But we live in a weirdly parallel universe, where we spend the majority of our time in a world which seeks to make money, that dog-eat-dog world, cutthroat, climb over the next guy to make a deal and then do it all again. And that world is systematically destroying the world that you went to in your minds just now to seek solace and meaning. And so somehow we have to bring those two worlds into the same space. Now, in my day job at the University of Edinburgh, I help clients to think through options and responsibilities in sustainable transition. And historically, that's been around carbon. But more and more, clients are now coming along and asking for help with integrating biodiversity into transition plans, into compliance and reporting. And as companies do that, they're finding that there's good news and there's bad news when it comes to tackling biodiversity challenges. So the bitter pill first, the bad news. Unlike climate change, there's no single measurable thing that we can identify and control like CO2, like carbon dioxide. And so just as each of you had a different image in your mind just now when you reached out and you thought about that safe space, biodiversity is also infinitely variable across space and time. And that means that it's harder to account for biodiversity. And that means there's no one-size-fits-all for how to do it. I said there's good news as well. The good news is that unlike climate change, bounce back from biodiversity improvements is remarkably quick. So we can see improvements within a relatively short space of time. To the strapline about local versus global, of course, we have to do both. So the variability of biodiversity means that we have to act and adapt strategies and actions locally, and that's a good thing. That means that we get to do good things locally which are meaningful for communities. But it also means that we have to think and act globally so that the changes and improvements that we make locally don't just push problems out there to other ecosystems. We were talking earlier on about exporting waste. So what does that mean? It means that we can't take the same approach to nature as we have to balance sheets. We need to be radical, we need to think outside the box, because the safe space that you just imagined can't be bought. And that deep peace and healing that you feel in those spaces, that's not a transaction, but it is under threat from the way that we think and prioritize and do business. So I have two calls to action to leave you with today. One is to prioritize your biodiversity policy. Trillions of dollars of exposed risk are still out there in the world's biggest companies in terms of biodiversity impacts and dependencies. And so everybody needs to think about how to map their value chains and use that to get on top of your biodiversity policies. And the second thing that I would like to call you to is to understand, to realize, and to internalize that this is your role. I'm going to call on Yanis Stournaros, who was speaking this morning, who said that we all have a role to play. It's your job. This is a hot topic. Biodiversity is a hot topic, but it's not a hot potato. So please don't pass it on. It's your problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's quite gripping to give us that imagery and potentially to consider the role of imagination in addressing these kinds of issues. We sometimes underplay that in thinking about taking action. Andreas Furlis, the floor is yours for the opening statement.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share with you an opinion for a topic, viewing this topic from a different prism, and I hope it provides some useful points to the agenda. I was thinking, why are we interested in biodiversity? Why are we looking for ways to reverse biodiversity degradation? Of course, it is for the sake of the species that share the planet. Of course, it is for the sake of the ecosystems in the biosphere, the habitats, the biotic communities on the planet. But let us not forget that biodiversity is crucial for us because it contributes to ecosystem stability, resilience, and productivity. Biodiversity provides a range of ecosystem services that are essential for human survival and well-being, like food, clean air and water, and pollination of crops. It also is vital for a range of other services that support climate stability, that support nutrition, nutrient cycling, and also pollution degradation. Biodiversity degradation reduces or degrades these services and causes major and profound ecosystem imbalance and environmental impacts. So therefore, any discussion on biodiversity degradation is about our survival. It is about us. And as a professor in physiology, as a person who specializes their research on the interplay or the interconnection between health and environment, looking at how environmental factors affect our well-being, our health, and our productivity, I'd like to bring 3 brief points into this discussion. Number one, how the connection between biodiversity and health, and I hope I did that in my brief introduction. Number two, that rising biodiversity degradation has rising costs for our health and well-being. And third, hopefully to offer some suggestions for local and global policy responses. Talking about rising levels of degradation of biodiversity and how they impact health makes me think about a presentation I gave at the UN Committee for Peaceful Uses of Outer Space many years ago. And then it was about the impacts of near-Earth objects, comets and asteroids, and how they would, in a hypothetical scenario of an impact, how would that affect our survivability? And obviously, in that case, the larger the object, the harder it would hit the planet, the greater the environmental impact and the less chances of our survival. It's exactly the same here. With every degree of increase in biodiversity degradation, we have increasingly serious impacts on our health and on humans. For example, mild degradation is expected to decrease pollination of crops. This will reduce agricultural yields. It will affect food security, increase prices, and of course impact supply chains. Moderate degradation of biodiversity would do a number of things. For example, reduce water quality, which will make it a lot more complex and more expensive for us to process water for human consumption. And extreme biodiversity degradation would lead, of course, to climate change acceleration due to, for example, loss of large carbon sinks such as rainforests, which will have tremendous effects on the environment. So each degree of biodiversity leads not only to environmental impacts, but it affects health, economy, well-being, and quality of life. And our own survival depends on the degree at which we will decide to stop biodiversity loss. And the question of this symposium is, can we actually do this? Well, the 2 previous speakers said that we can, and most evidence shows that yes, we can. Although it is a lot more difficult to do it than it was 30 years ago, for example, at the end of the previous century. With every year passing, of course, the problem is getting bigger, but of course, so is our ability to address it. We know much more than we did 30 years ago, and we can do much more to solve the problem than we could 30 years ago. So what can we do? At the local level, for example, we can support community-based conservation initiatives. We can implement urban biodiversity programs and invest in environmental education at all levels, making sure that we increase the connection with nature and highlight the importance of biodiversity for our societies. At the global level, of course, we need to increase and strengthen international agreements, support further global collaboration, and promote the Sustainable Development Goals. And as a person coming from the intersection between health and environment, I have another final suggestion, which I think can contribute to this. I think we need more cross-sector integration between health and environment. We need to make sure that societies understand the impacts on health, the impacts on them, really, and making sure that every health policy includes and takes into account the environment, and every environmental policy considers and takes into account health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Yes. It's, you know, I know from, we all know from the climate change issue what a great challenge it is to translate the problem to something that the public can understand, and especially, of course, with climate change, given the long time horizon. Unfortunately, we're seeing such drastic changes in our lives now that people are starting to awaken to that, and we're taking action. And in the case of biodiversity, I think it's even more challenging. And it's such a broad-based, you know, holistic issue that touches all aspects of our life. For us to really understand, you know, how this impacts us, all these different changes that are happening. So thank you very much for helping us in that direction. Nikos Charalambidis, please.
I have to admit, thank you, Andreas. I have to admit that when I saw the question, automatically another question popped up in my mind. What if the answer is no? Should we give up? I mean, just go to the beach and wait until all is gone? Inaction is not an option. As Andreas said, the amount and the wealth and the value of services provided to us by biodiversity is so immense that we cannot risk losing any of it. I mean, we need to give all the effort it's needed for our health, for our food, for whatever. A parallel debate we've been following on is the debate on climate. One of the biggest life jackets in the fight for climate is healthy ecosystems. Can we risk not to have healthy ecosystems? Name it biodiversity, name it whatever you want. But we need to have them, and we need to get there. And there, following Bernice's point, I would argue, yes, that in the case of biodiversity, we are, let's say, 30 years late, because it took us 30 years of discussion at the UN level for climate change to reach the point where we are now, where inaction is not an option, but still our acts are lacking compared to what science said that where we need to go. If we compare that to the level of activity, level of action, level of commitment on biodiversity, we're far beyond. I mean, we need to move fast there. It's more complex, yes, and time is not with us anymore. And we need to be clear that beyond that the intrinsic value of biodiversity, this is for us, for our ego, for our health, for our food. We are not going to be able to secure any of it without healthy ecosystems. Allow me to be specific, because when we're talking about biodiversity laws, we need to see which are the threats. One of the major threats on biodiversity is the way we produce and consume food. If you see, for instance, the role of the agri-food business as it is today, as a threat to biodiversity, it's a huge thing that it's never discussed. So far, we've been discussing about food and hunger, and actually we're talking about corporate greed and destruction of biodiversity, and has nothing to do with production of food. as we speak today, and you hear too the famous argument about we need to produce more because the population is growing and whatever. No, we produce already 30% more than we need. Actually, it's 50%, but let's stick to 30% more than we need. The rest is dumped, as we've been discussing if it's going to go to composting or biogas or biofuel. You want to be more specific. Take the EU, for instance. More than 60% of the agri-land is used for animal feed. Simply by shifting part of our diet to plant-based diet, we save big part of biodiversity, big part of the environment. Not to mention the amount of fertilizers, pesticides, and water that are not going to be used. We're talking about biodiversity loss. Something like 70% as an average of the water used is used for agriculture. In our case, in Greece, this is 85%. So by saving water, by being more savvy on how we use water, there's going to be a huge benefit to biodiversity, and that combines also with the fight against climate change. Huge amount of acreage and huge amount of pesticides and whatever is used for producing animal feed or waste food. By a different way of planning and different diet, we tend to call it Mediterranean diet, which is very little red meat, some more white meat, and vegetables and fruits, and. The biggest benefit is not just our health, it's biodiversity itself. So let's start walking the talk. It's not that complex, but let's start walk the talk. There is an elephant in the room. It's called food industry, the way it is, and let's try and change. It's not going to be easy, I know. We've learned through the difficulties we faced when trying to challenge and change the fossil fuel industry. We have something similar to do in the case of biodiversity. Let's go and do it.
Great. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for grounding us in specific actions that need to be taken right now. So we have a little bit of time for discussion, but not too much, so I will try to ask you to be brief in your response so that we all get an opportunity, you all get an opportunity. Dimitri, could you tell us a little bit about the status of biodiversity in Greece, how we're doing as a country on this front?
Sure, Andreas. Well, I mean, let's start with the good news. We are very fortunate to be living in a biodiversity hotspot. At the European level, we are one of the richest countries in terms of nature, and we not only have a large diversity of animal and plant species, but we also have a very high percentage of what we call endemism, that is, species that are only in Greece, and in fact might also only be on one island in Greece at the global level. So this is a blessing, but it also comes with a big responsibility. So that's the good news. I think the bad news, the sobering news, is that we've done very little actually to effectively conserve this nature, this biodiversity. I mentioned in my own opening comments that Greece has already been condemned by the European Court of Justice for not having effectively managed its Natura 2000 areas. Natura 2000 network is a European network of protected areas. These protected areas have been designated on the basis of scientific criteria, so it's just a reflection. The fact that we have so many areas in Greece is a reflection of our biodiversity value. But I'll just give you one number. We have 446 such regions in Greece, such areas, and on the ground and in the water, in the coastal areas. Now, the Greek legislation requires, in order for these areas to be set up as protected areas and to have clear uses of what happens within these areas, the legislation requires for the passing of a presidential decree. Out of those 446 areas, 3 today have presidential decrees.
Yeah, quite sobering on the difference between you know, what's on paper in terms of institutions and about taking the next step of implementation. Bernice, actually I have 2 questions for you, so see if you can manage briefly. One has to do with the role of imagination And you know, as we're seeing the world becoming ever more urbanized and digital, I have a sense that you know, youth is becoming more disconnected from nature, and that could be a threat for an understanding of its importance. So what you might have to think about that. And the other one, which of course maybe others would like to respond to, is that something, we always say that something that isn't measured isn't dealt with, is ignored. Economists have, you know, been struggling for years to talk about beyond GDP, ways of measuring natural capital and its importance. I'd like to give you your thoughts on those two issues. Very quick thoughts.
Okay, so in a nutshell, right? Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think that the disconnection, not just of youth, the disconnection of Meath, the disconnection of all of us from nature is growing as we become more addicted to our devices and to our handheld screens and all of this. The question then is, what do we do about it? And there's been a lot of talk about education, and I noted that somebody said earlier, education at all levels, and I think this is the key. We mustn't think that education is just, it's enough to just educate our kids, because we're really in an existential crisis. And Graham Maxton was talking yesterday about, you know, within the next 10 years we have to fix this. So it's not up to our kids, it's up to us, it's our job. So I think we have to go out there and start educating, educate all of us in the room. And you were talking earlier about the elephant in the room. I think there are two elephants in it. Actually, I think we have a room full of elephants. Yeah. It's getting a bit crowded in here. It's a zoo here. It's a zoo.
Does that include us? Are we elephants?
No. We'll decide that later. The elephant in the room that I would like to address is the finance industry. And it's finance that makes all of this possible. And so I would like to put a call out, and this is also a role that I take on in my job, is educating finance as to what we need to be looking after and paying attention to. And regulating. Can we have some more regulators, please?
Great. Okay, thank you very much. And Andreas, I guess following up a little bit on this question of imagination, how do you think we can increase awareness to get the kind of effort that we are seeing now in the climate space, already late, but to get that kind, put it up at the priority that it deserves as biodiversity?
Two very quick points. I'll start with the previous question you mentioned, and I think that's one of the ways to do it. You mentioned, and I agree fully, that we need to provide new ways to measure GDP, for example, or productivity. And I think in everything we should be using a human-centric view, not because we are superior to any other being, but because I think society will listen more if we do. That's the only reason. For example, productivity, we're trying to develop a new way to measure productivity, a way that looks at workers, each individual worker, and then moves up. So not use simple, but purely economic terms, but look at humans and how they are affected by the environment. That's, I think, one way to create a better understanding, improve our understanding of the impacts of biodiversity and climate change. The second is the messages. I was reading some interesting articles last week about how we have been trying to change the narrative, for example, to get to people. And we have abandoned the polar bears. And we're not using the polar bears anymore when we talk about climate change, but we use photos of people who are affected by the environment. Again, not to say that polar bears are any less important than people, but I think it's a much better way to get to people's minds and make them understand the concept and the importance of it.
Thank you very much. You know, we as economists, mainstream in economics has always been human-centered in terms of starting with what is valuable for humans. And there's been sometimes a divide between those who talked about rights for nature and so forth. But if you think about it, if you have the proper conception of what a human is or what any organism is, we're part of a broad ecosystem. So essentially, enhancing and making that understanding to the broader public, I think, is key. So I agree with that point. Nikos, what do you think about efforts in the corporate sector to move on? We now have, for instance, CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project, is for the first time bringing in biodiversity as part of their questionnaire so that we have greater disclosure on biodiversity issues. And of course, EU regulation now is moving forward. How important is that, and what do you see as the role for the corporate sector on advancing these issues?
I'll try to be honest and polite at the same time. I think that the corporate sector can and should do much more than it currently does. They have plenty of money, and they have loads of responsibility for where we're at now. And both need to change. It's not easy. It's a huge challenge. They need to be profitable. That's their job. That's their role. And they need to be profitable in a way that does not impact negatively human health, food production, and then. How we do that? That's a good question. Differently, definitely not the way we do it. That's why I decided to focus on a specific sector and not be, generic, talking about the environment, biodiversity. Take a specific human activity. That's the agri-food business. We know where it needs to go. Let me be specific. A few years back, there was at the UN level a body, a scientific intergovernmental body relevant to the IPCC that was dealing with agriculture, was asked to design the future of agriculture in order for it to be sustainable, to provide enough healthy food for all in the planet. All the corporates were pushing it to go towards biotechnology and, monoculture and whatever. It came with the exact opposite. Locally produced vegetables, locally adapted, adapted to the needs of local people, small portions of land, small pieces of land instead of monocultures. It was all the other way around. So my question is how we can create a business model around that. Can we? Yes. Are we willing to? Well, for the moment, the answer is no, we're not, because we defend. The way we do it, the same way that fossil fuels are defending themselves and they're still holding their, no, we can still improve and, it's the same. The learnings that we can have from one to the other, and we can export and move faster in the area of biodiversity loss. But so far, business, I would argue that in a generic term, they are towards destruction, not towards saving.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. Actually, this morning, the governor of Greek Central Bank, Yannis Tournaras, was asked about the Friedman model, about, to the extent that central banks are getting overreaching and trying to do something on green finance, where this is really a part of government. And he made the point that, in fact, at that time, this textbook view of ideal separation of government, corporations, in principle, you could think of other individuals, doesn't exist. Yeah. We live in a very imperfect world where corporations are influencing regulation, where governments are subject to corruption, where, and therefore we can't simply expect everyone to have well-defined roles in there. We all have to see ourselves as citizens in whatever role we play in terms of understanding the import. So I think that's a moral...
That was exactly my point. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's easy to blame big bad corporates. Yeah, they're big and bad, they're heavy, they're whatever. But if you see us as citizens, the way we behave, see for instance a society that we know pretty well, the Greek society, see what's happening with illegal building, with violation of environmental laws and whatever, this is happening at all levels. So we need to change at all levels. That means citizens, local authorities, regional governments, central governments, and then the end corporates, of course. And we do not have the luxury anymore of waiting each other. I mean, no, it's your turn first. No, lady, come on. Mm-hmm. We need to move fast, and all of us together.
Excellent. I think that's a great point, Dan. Is there any question? I have time for one question briefly, but in the audience. Back there, okay. We'll take that and close with that question.
Hello, sir. My name is Petros Iliadis from B4 Planet. I do the best job in the world. I'm a beekeeper, and my office is outside in the nature, so I can feel the biodiversity loss every year through human actions. So my question is to Mr. Andreas. I know the answer. It's a rhetorical question, but you give the answer so the people will know. What is the role of bees and pollinators to biodiversity? Thank you.
Well, briefly, as mentioned, dispollination disrupts, pollination service, reducing pollination services disrupts agricultural yields. This has immense effects on continuity of crops, but also within the year, of course, and on the next year as well, the output of crops. And this has tremendous impacts on food security, food prices, supply chains, development of new products, the food industry, and even finance. So it has a systemic effect on the economy, starting from one bee and one beekeeper.
If I may add, a specific example is the case of Thessalia. After the floods in Thessalia, we've been talking about the compensation to cotton growers, to wheat growers, to whatever. The biggest disaster there is about bees. More than 60% of the food production of the area is depending on bees. All bees have been destroyed there, and that's where our focus needs to be. It's not about if we're going to replace cotton with something else, or if wheat is going to be hard or soft or whatever. This is major, and this is the real value of bees.
Yeah, let me just say one final thing on that. Actually, the discussion of bees and apiaries is one of the first examples of externalities, positive externalities in economics, how beekeepers are helping the orchards grow and how the orchards are helping the bees, but that this is happening outside of the market, so they don't recognize the benefits they're giving to the community, which demands either new mechanisms, new mentalities, or some forms of regulation to protect that. So on that note, I think we can thank again our speakers for a very inspiring session. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Dimitri, we won't have you on the picture, but we'll do some photoshopping for Dimitris. Oh, there you are. Maybe we can get a picture. Right. Oh, maybe should we go over there? Let's go over there. So, from here we can do it. Okay. Don't want to miss you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this. Thank you. So, our next session and the final one before our lunch break, I think it was John that said that food is a critical component for our inspiration and successful functioning within these conferences. The topic is the youth's thoughts and actions on achieving sustainability. So I invite to the podium Erika Spangaku, co-founder and communications and advocacy director, Ikogenia. Great, thanks. Aranya Asariotaiki, director, Office of State Sustainability and ex-office member. Rania, thank you. Kostadina Himara, President, Social Issues Club, General Secretary, Psychology Society, Sustainability Leader, and the American College of Greece. Thank you. Yannis Stamatonikolos, Business Development Associate, and I think also SDSN leader in the Global Youth. Great to have you here. And finally, but last but not least, Marnie McGregor, a regular here, chair of the Board of Directors of Ikogenia Board. Great to see you again. Okay, please take your seats. So we'll start immediately. Again, reminder that time is critical, and the less time we have in our initial presentations, the more we have for discussions, which I think is always a little bit more lively and exciting. Erika, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να μιλήσω στα ελληνικά.
Allow me to speak in Greek, well, my slides. So my name is Erika Spagatou. I'm the co-founder of Ikogenia. It's an organization that mobilizes the youth in order to implement climate change-related projects through a specific organization. I'd like to thank the organizers for this amazing two-day event and also for organizing this specific session, this panel, which shows the increased awareness of when we talk about sustainable growth, you have to take the youth into this equation. You can't have them out. It was mentioned before. So, in order to reply to the main question of this panel discussion, allow me to start by defining what achieving sustainable growth is for the youth and how this is aligned or not with the main guidelines of the policymakers. Given that I no longer, sadly, I do not qualify as a member of the youth, as I was preparing myself for this panel, I asked young Greeks who have served in Ikogenia's project to share with me what achieving sustainability means to them. Without further ado, here you can see some of the definitions. What is the common thread that connects all these definitions? What we can see is that education, action, which have a specific social impact. Action, sometimes it is called as the antidote to desperation, and this is the way by means of which the youth want to tackle the climate crisis, which is the existential crisis of their times. So, in brief, what are the challenges that the youth has to face? We see that in Greece, and this might be the picture characterizing other Southeastern European countries as well. In 2023, youth unemployment in Greece still remains one of the highest in the EU. 1/3 of our population is at the brink of social exclusion. And all that in the context of an aggravated climate crisis, which adds pressure to both infrastructure and public resources, which we have available in order to mitigate the crisis. So this is a chain. So these challenges are huge, are big, and they call for coordinated and systemic responses. But as it was rightly said before, policies on their own are not enough. In order to tackle these problems, what we do need is a set of synergies involving the private sector, the state, and the civil society in order to implement innovative solutions that will promote and strengthen the social impact. One of these solutions, which I would like to discuss about in brief, is the active citizen service, freely translated. It's all about the need of promoting a different kind of education in our society, while at the same time providing the youth with the tools necessary in order to take action, to take tangible action and give solutions to the problems they face. So the active citizen service, it's a movement, it's a role model, and it is a movement you can find elsewhere in Europe as well, in Italy, in Germany. So what we see is that it drives the creation of well-paid jobs for the youth. It drives the development of reskilling or upskilling training programs. We live in 2023, which is the year of European skills. So we're talking about skills that might promote green transition. And at the same time, this civic service or active citizen service mobilizes citizens to accelerate practical, tangible, and much needed climate action. So the model I'm presenting right now is the one that Ecogenia has been promoting for the past years. We try to build the first group of young people servicing the climate. So we place them in various locations so they may actively participate in taking climate action. Thank you very much.
Did a good job. I think it's clear that we can't underestimate the role that the youth has already played certainly on the climate change challenge, and we have to be very grateful for their engagement and inspiration, and I think more broadly their increasing interest in protecting nature. It's great to see that interesting initiative you're taking, and I'll come back to that later. Rania, say it.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be part of this panel. I am the Sustainability Director at the American College of Greece, and I'm going to share with you today what should be the role or what the role of higher educational institutions in terms of sustainability should be. The American College of Greece is a US non-profit private educational institution. We've been providing, with the help of more than 600 faculty, quality education to more than 7,000 students from pre-K to master's levels. This year, we celebrate 100 years of operation in Greece. Looking ahead in 2025, it's a monumental, it's a moment for us because we will be celebrating 1 century and a half since our founding. 1 century and a half of providing service to our community, guided by our fundamental principle. The motto of our school is to serve and not to be served. Sustainability at the American College of Greece, it's comprehensive. It touches upon every aspect of academics, research, operations, member engagement, planning and administration, innovation and leadership. For all our practices, we get assessed by the International Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. We have received a STARS Gold rating among 900 institutions worldwide. Additionally, the Princeton Review magazine consistently lists us among the greenest colleges for the 8th consecutive year. Our emphasis is on equipping our students, the leaders, the high-impact leaders, the humble leaders of tomorrow, with knowledge, skills, experiences, values, essentials, all the essentials that to navigate in an ever-changing environment. Our aim for them is to act as responsible and engaged citizens and professionals, contributing to a more economically, socially, environmentally sustainable world. Highlighting the interdisciplinary nature of sustainability, we go beyond the traditional academic boundaries through robust programs. Almost all of our students get educated in sustainability-related issues. They get educated through, we try to show the interdisciplinarity through campus engagement practices, volunteer activities in collaboration with NGOs like Ecogenia. I saw our students there participating in the first initiative, and we were so proud of that. For us, sustainability, it's not just a statement. It's a set of lived actions. It's not confined to textbooks. We use the campus for a student as living labs. Students get to practice outside the classroom what they learn from Brooks. They work on real projects, on real cases, ACG issues, and we bring them on the table to get with us. Another crucial issue is raising awareness through campaigns on critical issues like plastics or food waste. We want all our members to be catalysts for positive change. And we realize that raising awareness starts with education and advocacy. And of course, we wholeheartedly embrace this responsibility. In conclusion, for us, sustainability, I'll say that again, it's not just a statement, it's not just that a word that we put on paper, but it's a lived reality. We celebrate our achievements, we learn, especially we learn from our challenges and mistakes, and we eagerly anticipate to a future that sustainability will not be just a goal, but a way of life. And at this point, I would like to thank everybody here today that we are all in this together, in this journey towards a more sustainable and harmonious world for the future generations.
Thank you very much, Rania. I know I know the success you've had as a American College Greece in terms of your sustainability work, and it's been, as you say, highly rated and given a specific kind of high point from stars. We'll get back to that a little bit later. Kostadina, tell us a little bit about your experience. I think you're also from the American College Greece, correct?
Yes,
okay.
The only difference is that I'm a student there. I'm just finishing my undergraduate in psychology and minoring in anthropology. So I wanted to show my journey as a student and how can actually the youth find different ways to contribute to a more sustainable society. So there are different ways. My path started as becoming a sustainability leader and getting organized activities provided by the college to volunteer to or to help various causes and create different events to raise awareness on a variety of societal and environmental issues. So one advice is that a person could join a similar community and find students of similar interests and exchange ideas and expand on their causes. Another idea could be to create a new team. So I had this idea that I wanted to create a safe space on campus where we could discuss in detail different current social phenomena. There wasn't an organization already established, so I founded a new club, which is called Social Issues Club, and I serve as its president. So there's currently around 100 members enrolled, so we have roundtable discussions, different meetings, different events, we invite speakers, and we cover a broad range of different topics, from femicides to the Me Too movement in the Greek theater, and it's such an important aspect to see that being implemented in college. But apart from college, there are various programs out there that the youth can take advantage of. Right now, I just graduated from the UN Millennium Fellowship Program, in which we got training on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and we implemented a project targeted to tackle one specific SDG in our local community. So at the same time, we get education, but we bring back to our college and local community. And of course, there are various student exchanges that take place. Last summer, I was in Marseille, in France, for an Erasmus Plus training program on sustainability in the workplace. Being together with people from Turkey, North Macedonia, Spain, getting different ideas from various practices, but being at the same place with people our age is something that's groundbreaking, and I encourage all students to pursue that. I encourage all organizations in education, and not only education, companies that have interns undertaking various entry-level positions. I encourage everyone to support these exchanges, to support these training programs, and to foster a more open approach where the youth has a seat at the table, like you did today by inviting us here. It's very important. That's how it starts. And I want to thank, again, this summit that's offering this opportunity for us. And I want to suggest that look, Google is our friend. Look for educational programs, training programs, find a community within your college, and if you are an educator or a company, try to encourage your employees or your interns to attend these seminars, to attend these training workshops, because that's how we're gonna change our future.
Thank you very much, Kostadina. That's inspiring to hear these specific initiatives that you're engaged in, and that, again, provide an example to be followed by others as well. Yannis?
Θα σας μιλήσω και εγώ στα ελληνικά. Καλησπέρα από εμένα.
I will speak in Greek. It is a great pleasure for me to be one of the youngest speakers in this summit. I am Yannis Samandanikos. I work in a business development associate in Gen AI Summit at 100 mentors, and I am a project officer of the US SDSN Youth Global and Greece. It's a great pleasure to be among you and talk about the impact that sustainable development can have on youth and how they can enhance the effort. But I want to be more specific, which is one of the topics of this panel, which is generative AI, and the reference I made to two words, responsibly and in a sustainable way. We need to accept something. 2023 was an awareness year with regarding Gen AI, and the 2024, the aim is to be an educational year for all those who wish to use this technology. How do we do that? With context-specific adaptation that can happen per sector, per role, per company. This is a more general terminology. How do we achieve this adaptation? First, we analyze how we can use these tools, this technology in a specific department, in a specific company. It's a mistake to say that people can become scientists by using these tools. We do it simple for everybody. Why it is essential? Because one of the principles of sustainability is inclusivity. The motto of the United Nations is we leave no one behind. We need to include everybody, in other words. What does it mean in Gen AI terms? One of the most characteristic sayings people use is that we want to keep the human in the loop. Only if we train the most non-believers who cannot see the added value tools can offer, only then we can keep them in this process, in this development, and substantially make them understand what's in it for them, which can happen when we specialize our discussion and become more specific with the department and the role within the company. It's not just a motto, it's just a way to participate in this technological revolution, because we talk about a thing that evolves rapidly, a technology We have been present in January when started playing with that, and now we see how important is for our lives, the impact of it in our lives. It's not a threat, it is an equalizer. Gen AI comes to balance, to upskill and reskill people with regard to their skills, and only if we make specific for them the use of that technology, only then we will be able to have this inclusivity and sustainable use. Thank you very much. Marnie?
Thank you for having me again this year, and this time I'm in my proud role as the chair of the Greek Ikougenia board, and Dr. Mary Kardaras from the American College of Greece is the board chair for the American board chair, and we have a couple board members in the audience with us today. So my perspective I just wanted to bring as certainly not a member of the youth generation, but I think it's important to remember, and so powerful to hear from the youth voices today, and remember what the impact is of having the voices at the table. And I think we've started to hear a little bit about that in terms of the importance of the education system, the importance of these particularly very tangible experiences that Konstantina and others spoke about for examples of engagement and particularly training. So we can talk, Erica gave quite a bit about that for Ikougenia, but I just want to remind us in terms of some of the grounding of where we come from. I work in my day job with the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, and we're in the rooms of the United Nations, lots of activity, including what we've heard about today, leading up to COP in Dubai next week. And it is often a reminder of not only, as Andreas I think mentioned, the importance of youth and the marching on the streets and how important that was to in fact hear from and become in the room at the decision-making table, the youth voice. I think that's definitely come a long way. We know there's a long way to go in that respect. And I think there is a cause for, we hear a lot now about the term eco-anxiety and the importance of this next generation really, really having that kind of weight of the future and the worry, and even in terms of not just professional decisions, but in fact in terms of personal decisions about having children in the future, and many of those themes that we have to really remember when we are in those rooms with national leaders and international voices to make sure that perspective is really heard. So I think we heard a lot yesterday and this morning as well. There's obviously a lot of pessimism in terms of some of those trends, but I do think what's really powerful, and the reason why I'm very proud to be part of the Ikougenia team and some of the SDSN youth I know in Greece is doing some fantastic work, that is the very tangible examples for programs. And I think that when we talk about not just education, but some of those training opportunities, we heard the Greek ministers yesterday, and particularly the bank governor this morning talking about, we have a green economy. We need, Greece is moving in that direction, not just Greece, but many countries around the world. And what does that look like for, who are those workers going to be? How do we have that transition? How do we employ the next generation? So example like Ikougenia and other programs where that very, very specific training gives youth the opportunity and good paying jobs. How do we help transition and have people really advance their careers? And we know that Greeks particularly have been traumatized by the previous economic crisis. Many other countries are in similar situations, but how do we start, as we're starting to climb out of that, what does that look like for the transition of the next generation? And I think that's definitely a message of optimism and hope.
Thank you very much, Marnie, for giving us a little bit greater insight into the work that you're doing, which is very inspiring. Now, we have actually only 9 minutes till lunch, so I'll start first by seeing if there are any questions in the audience, and then I'll come back to you with my own questions. Are there any questions coming from the audience? Hold on, a microphone is coming. Although as a brigadier, you probably don't need it.
I'm Brigadier General Kaimaksis from Hellenic Army General Staff. My question is for the both ladies, Mrs. Rania Asariotakis and Konstantina Himara. We are talking for youngers, knowledge, skill, values, experiences. I think this stuff are stressing stuffs. Where is the training in mindfulness concerning the leadership for the youngers?
Mindfulness and the social aspect of sustainability is very important for us. We have programs and initiatives on campus. We have a wellness center open to every member of our community, not just our students. We have a counseling center just to have the necessary support to our students to cope with their academic requirements, but also to cope with all the issues that they face today, the challenges. This was very stressed out during COVID. It was a lot of stress on our students, so we were there through these initiatives to offer them their support. We have a 360 degrees approach to our students. We offer them quality education, but also we want to infuse to them the values and make them also sustainable human beings. We have the planet, but also we focus on the people as well.
And if I may, first of all, it's an excellent question. I think the leadership is something that you're not born with. It's something that you cultivate. And every experience that you have, every event that I attend, every seminar that I attend, every time that I go to my classroom, I gain something else. I gain a different skill. I gain communication skills, people speaking skills, translating skills. Everything is part of our CV, but also of our personality. It can become integrated in our behavior and attitudes. So I would say that leadership has a bi-directional relationship between the student and the college. So yes, the college offers opportunities, but also I have to take advantage of them. I have to sign up to become a volunteer. I have to send an application for a program. I have to be interested. I have to have this inner drive. So yes, the inner drive could be biological, and I could be more sociable and extroverted than someone else, but the environment that surrounds me is also quite important, and that's what helps me flourish. I hope this answered your question.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, then let me raise a question which can be a broader question, but maybe Ikogenia can start on this one, either one of the representatives of Ikogenia here. Yesterday, Dimitris Papalexopoulos said that in one of the issues that they were confronting in terms of having industry interact with universities, in terms of advancing research and technology, which is key in terms of the sustainability transition, their experience with Greek universities was not as positive as they had with foreign universities. So I'm wondering how you, first of all, in terms of your own activity, how do you see that developing? How important is that as part of your activity? And also the connection between what you're doing and Greek corporations and universities and making that link.
Marnie, I can take this. And I'm feeling a bit left out, so I'll switch to English as well. It's a very important question. It's a very important aspect of how we engage with different sectors to achieve that holistic and wide-reaching education and culture of giving and bringing everybody in with the transition. we're talking about. And just to clarify, because I'm not sure that was clear from my remarks, what Ikoyenia is aspiring to become is a national climate action or civic service for climate action program, whereby the state funds whereby the state uses the service corps to train people to take up the industry jobs that will lead the transition. And we're having an excellent example actually coming from the US. President Biden recently announced the American Climate Corps, which has specifically the mandate of training 20,000 young people annually to be filling up for those jobs in clean energy and to be training people in those high demand skills to lead the market. So there's definitely space to be working with universities and to be linking up with the private sector. And again, that model of synergy and bringing everybody around the table is what's very important. What we have been doing is liaising with universities. The college is just one example, but Greek universities, Greek public universities, I should say, are very important recruitment partners for us so that we can achieve reaching out to people all over Greece, in the countryside, people that are, in smaller scale universities perhaps. And so universities acting as recruitment partners to inform their students about our program and about the opportunity of taking part in a tangible climate action project on the field. And then, of course, the private sector coming in both as funding some of these activities and critical projects, I should say, but also then creating a pipeline of jobs to absorb people. And again, the US has great leadership there. We see people that are serving in programs like ours in the States, and I should mention the California Conservation Corps that Ikoyenia has been trained by. We're seeing how their graduates are being absorbed by the Forestry Service, the Fire Brigade, but also specific industry jobs, solar panel installation, technology upkeep. So that's a very important intersection that we will surely be investing in, but we need to see at a broader level as well.
Great. That's a great answer. Thank you very much for that. Let me go on to one other issue that's been, I think, that we've seen throughout the debate and the sustainability debate, and we've seen it here at the conference. There's kind of this tension between pessimists who see things as very dark and no hope for humanity, and optimists who potentially think a lot has been done and much more can be achieved. Now, the youth somehow manages to combine those, strangely. They're both very disenchanted with the world around them, but they also seem to have a lot of source of energy and driving things. How do you see, especially to the extent that we're talking about these kinds of initiatives engaging with governments, universities, other organizations that in some sense, international organizations that in some sense are part of the difficulties and not inspiring enough. How do you deal with that interface? That on the one hand, you need to change the world. You also have to engage with these organizations that have been part of the establishment.
You want to go first?
No problem.
Okay. So first of all, we might be optimists because we have lack of danger. We don't know what's happening. But no, I think we have to be optimists because if we're not, then do we accept a predetermined situation? Do we accept that we cannot contribute? Do we accept that no matter what we do, it's pointless? That's not a very easy thing to understand and to live with. So even if I can change something small within my community, within my municipality, within my college, that makes me feel a little bit better because there's a chain effect. I'm going to change something, then someone else is going to be inspired by me. They're going to change something else in their community. And then I'm going to travel and I'm going to exchange ideas with a fellow student or a fellow graduate, and they're going to change something different with their community. So the moment that we find someone who's supportive of our actions, it's a moment of pure gratitude, and we feel so grateful for that. If it's our college, if it's our manager, if it's our employee, someone, we feel supported. And I would say that if we could measure it, if our optimism is to 50%, then it goes to 70%, because we know that we're going to get something that we lack of, which could be experience or budgeting or tangible solutions. So if we collaborate on that, I think optimism is not just a concept, it's something that's applied.
Great, wonderful answer. And since I got a red flag from Nectaria that we should be starting lunch, I'll let Yanni finish with a very brief statement on this issue.
Το πιο βασικό πράγμα όταν μιλάμε για τη βιωσιμότητα είναι το impact το οποίο θα έχει μια δράση.
Sustainability, it's the impact of our actions, because sustainability, it's not an axiom, it's something that is measurable. Something that we say in STSN is that if you cannot measure something, you cannot track it. Why do I mention all these things? Universities are the best place where we can talk about the localization of SDGs, because we can localize them with specific people, specific things. I would like to give some examples, because I like using examples when we use general notions. SDSN has hubs in all the universities when it has an action. In Greece, we have many universities. An action that might not be very important can be a hands-on experience. There are other organizations. I am happy to be
I'm happy to be part of the Bill Clinton Foundation in Greece, which promotes entrepreneurship. One of the very important courses they have is the challenge with a cash prize of €1 million for the winner, who will come up with a startup, with a company that will have a specific special impact and will reflect at least one SDG. So if I can summarize that, one word: impact.
Thank you very much. Ending on a wonderful, positive note. We need that. Thank you very much for your inspiration. So now we have the group photo. And no Red Sox I see here yet, eh? Oh, there, we're getting close. So, thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Ράνια.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή, ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Novel Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Novel Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Novel Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Novel Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Novel Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in a full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. Wondering World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Novel Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Novel Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Novel Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Novel Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Novel Property. Repurpose growth.
Their use purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I making an impact?
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μιλουνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Novel Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Novel Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Novel Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Novel Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Noval Property. Repurpose growth.
Their use purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in the full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I'm making an impact.
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you all had an excellent lunch. I hope you got as much energy from the food as you expended in the queue. It's good to see you all back. Good numbers at this stage in the conference, which is great to see. We are now entering the final segment of the conference. We've got a few sessions to go, and we're switching topics. We stay with sustainability, but we're now going to be focused for the rest of the afternoon specifically on road safety. Anywhere else this would be an important issue. In Greece, it's particularly significant. You love your roads. 80% of your passenger traffic and freight in this country travels by road, so it's central to the economy. It is, if you like, the artery of the body economic here in Greece. So we're going to spend a few hours looking in depth at the road safety record, the challenges, and the outlook for the future. I'm delighted that we're under the auspices for this segment of the conference of two institutions, the University of Patras, for one, and the Road Safety Institute, Panos Mylonas, on the other hand. And in that vein, I'm delighted to welcome up onto the stage two people who are going to help me open this part of the proceedings. And they are Christos Bouras, who is the rector of the University of Patras, and Vasiliki Daneli Milona, who is the president of the Road Safety Institute, Panos Mylonas, and is going to be helping me with some of the chairing later on. Would you both like to come up and join me on the stage, please? Now, in this company, there's very little I can usefully say that isn't going to be far better said by our guests and companions. So without further ado, please come along, take a seat. Probably this one's best. And you sit in the next one. There we go. I'm going to hand straight across for some opening remarks from Christos. Christos, would you like to kick us off?
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University of Patras, under the auspices of which this conference is organized, allow me to say that the University of Patras was one of the founding members of the RSI in Panos Mylonas, and I would like to thank Mrs. Vasiliki Danil for that. Quite recently, the University of Patras became the first university in the country that signed a memorandum of understanding with the institute. In the framework of this memorandum, the two departments that train teachers, preschool teachers and primary school teachers, will introduce special courses and when in their turn go to kindergartens and primary education to be able to teach young children on topics of road safety. And we have with us Mrs. Zoe Christoforou, who is with us today, from the university. Thank you very much.
Vasiliki, your introductory words, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, we welcome you to this event, which, with the support of Mrs. Passarivaki, I would like to thank her warmly. In the Institute for 18 years now, we've been working for road protection and road safety, for a world without accidents, in a world that will be safe without having us to lament people that have lost their lives from car accidents. The Institute has managed to promote road safety topic high in the agenda, and wants to raise awareness among citizens and society in general to put it as a priority. A safe and sustainable movement is important, and it was mentioned repeatedly in this organization. It's one of the topics included in Sustainable Development Goals. It has to do with health issues, education, etc. In the Institute, we cooperate with international organizations. We participate in international fora, and I'm very proud and happy that many or some of our partners, colleagues, are here today, and I would like to thank them for that. The Institute places emphasis in education, having trained 300,000 students at schools and 7,500 educators through our programs. The rector mentioned earlier the memorandum of understanding we have signed with the university, and it is for the first time that we will introduce this course in a university. We try to introduce a culture of road safety, and we are with the citizens. We support the state, because all of us deserve a better world. We don't say much, but we do a lot of things, and because a picture is 1,000 words, a very short video will inform you about some of our actions. Thank you very much.
Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Take your seat. Good. Well, thank you very much for that, both of you. I think it's useful at this stage to remind ourselves that we will be talking about infrastructure, we'll be talking about machinery, we'll be talking about regulation, but this is a topic that boils down to personal experience, often not happy personal experience, and something that the kind of tragedy we want to save everybody else from. That's why we're here. So thank you to both of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think we need to have a picture taken. Thanks very much. So we're going to widen the pitch now a little, geographically at least. We're going to stick very firmly with road safety, but we're going to hand over now for a recorded message from Jean Todt, who is the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Road Safety. Run the message, please.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm pleased to join you virtually at the Sustainable Mobility and Road Safety Summit. As we've gathered just days after the World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, I'm reminded of the human toll behind the sobering statistics we discuss. This past Sunday, people around the globe honored loved ones lost on our roads. We mourned the over 3,700 lives cut short every day in preventable crashes. As the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Road Safety, this issue is at the heart of my work. Ensuring sustainable and safe transportation is vital as our world becomes increasingly urbanized. A system can only be considered sustainable if it guarantees the safety of all users. There is an intrinsic link between safety and sustainability. A safe network is by definition sustainable and vice versa. This principle must guide our urban planning, infrastructure design, and policy decisions. We need a paradigm shift where safety is the #1 priority in all that we do. Achieving this demands leadership, commitment to action, and investment from governments worldwide, alongside participations from every sector of society. Our goal of halving annual road deaths by 2030 under the second UN Decade of Action is ambitious, but can be possible through the Global Plan's strategic approach. Our shared vision is transforming streets from dangerous spaces focused on vehicles to livable places designed around people. We must also thoughtfully manage new mobility technologies' rise, like e-scooters and bikes. While innovation expands access, it has exacerbated safety issues requiring prompt solutions through updated rules, infrastructure adaptations, and education campaigns. We launched the UN Global Campaign on Road Safety to do just that, bringing road safety messages to 1,000 cities in 80 countries over the next 2 years, through safety statements delivered by celebrities to help educate and build a global culture of safety. That's why gatherings like this are so important, bringing together experts to jointly build innovative, sustainable safety solutions. With over 1.3 million people dying each year on the road, most of whom are vulnerable, we simply cannot delay action. The knowledge and commitment here can advance our efforts. I ask that you make safety the unwavering priority in all your work. Let the memories and hopes of all affected by traffic crashes since Sunday's commemoration spur us on to urgency in our discussions today. Working as one, we can make our dream of zero road death reality.
Excellent. I think we can get away with no applause on this particular occasion since Mr. Todd isn't with us and won't know whether we've applauded him or not. So let's just take that as given, shall we? In the meantime, let's move along to our first two speakers of the day here in person. This is going to be a fairly general discussion looking at innovation, sustainable mobility, and new priorities. And we have a slight change of program, but I'm not quite sure what it is because I'm struggling with the with the handwriting. I don't think our speakers are quite ready. They're not with us yet. Okay, we have another video to play, I believe, from Mr. Patavicus? Patouis. Okay, so let's go ahead and play that video while we're gathering our next set of speakers together. We are extraordinarily about 3 minutes ahead of time, and you wouldn't believe the confusion that it throws into the system when you're ahead of time rather than behind. We can deal with delays, but advances is a bit more difficult. Do we have that video, please?
I would like to greet everyone. I would like to embrace the works of this conference, and of course the region of Attica is happily attending this event in this very specific, very special conference aiming at promoting sustainable mobility and improving road safety so that our country, in alignment with the European Union, may attain the goal of eradicating road accidents and, as a result, reach the point of losing no human lives in road accidents by 2030. As a doctor, as a politician, as a human being, I believe that there's nothing most valuable than the life of humans. Protecting human lives is our duty, it's our obligation. Given this as a compass, in the past 4 years, we fully materialized our strategic plan on road safety by promoting new means of mobility and improving the Attica road network. We implemented a comprehensive plan involving better road, improving the quality of roads, improving the signage, and of course strengthening accessibility. Actually, we paved most kilometers run in the Greek main arteries, traffic arteries like Poseidonos, Kifisias, Poseidonos, Petrourali, the old national highway of Athens-Korthos, Tiseos in Kalithea, Tiseos Avenue, Suniou Avenue, Petrourali. The main streets of Piraeus have been paved with brand new anti-slipping and anti-skid row concrete. At the same time, we have new means used, new materials used that are of high efficiency, improving road safety, especially in morning hours. Many specific areas where visibility were low have been improved, places where road accidents used to happen a lot. Also, we have better lighting, more technical meals like reflecting devices. We have new bridges for pedestrians, in order to improve the safety of both pedestrians and people with disabilities. In 2019, we established a state-of-the-art control and command center for road networks in order to monitor traffic, make proceed with new studies and designs, and improve signage. At the same time, we created a brand new tool for all users of the road network. I'm talking about the hotline 54, apologies, which is available 24/7, available for all citizens, so they can make announcements for any issues, which, of course, the region of Attica will then take care of, because we believe that the best supervisor of a road network is the user of it. on a daily basis. And this, in coordination with our specialized staff and our civil engineers, means that we can keep roads, we can create safer roads day in, day out. But that was not the end of it. A brand new innovation has to do with introducing new high safety and high quality vehicles that may immediately intervene when the emergency arises. We have currently on a 24/7 basis specific vans staffed with specialized people who can immediately offer emergency services. Services that have to do with road accidents, improve signage, covering potholes, removing obstacles, and any other material that might obstruct signage and smooth use of the roads. At the same time, we try to further improve and raise the awareness of our road users using the so-called the matrices we have, where we post messages for the drivers, while at the same time we have launched a campaign on road safety and polite behavior on the streets. In the region of Attica, for us, we walk the talk. Last, I'd like to say something about an initiative that brings the Attica region close to the European strategies. Currently, we have technical means in order to monitor and track road accidents. I'm talking about the most frequent violations like the red light violation, which it's almost certain that it will lead to bodily injuries or even to casualties. That's why on a pilot phase along the Posidonos Avenue we have established the first 2 technical means to record violations of the red light. In the coming months, in the coming period, we will have 360 cameras installed in major junctions in order to follow such violations. This is a big legacy for the road safety of our region that changes the rules of the game and sends a message to the European Union that this is Europe and we struggle jointly for the same objectives, so no human life is lost in the streets. Last, I'd like to congratulate the Pavlos Mylonas Road Safety Institute and personally their president, Mrs. Mylonas, for their all-time cause, their all-time efforts that they have been serving, which they will go on in order to save human lives and avoid road accidents. Thank you.
Okay, what we're going to do is move straight along to the next panel because we do have the Deputy Minister of Development for Greece on his way, and that's a very important voice for us to hear, I think. But luck of the Irish, as they say, he seems to be held up on the roads. So let's hope it's nothing too serious. So we'll move straight along to the next panel for the moment, and then we'll bring in our speakers for this panel later on as availability allows. So let's move straight along then to the panel where we're going to be talking about new priorities for Greece's road safety and infrastructure, an immensely important part of this equation. I think we often think about road accidents and road safety as the responsibility of drivers and to some extent the vehicles they're in, but of course the roads that they ride upon are tremendously important as well. So the infrastructure here is a key part of the equation. And we've already heard there from George Patoulis, who's the regional governor of Attica, who I didn't get the chance properly to introduce, but I'm sure you all know who he is. And I'd like to invite up now onto the stage to join me for a deeper dive into this topic, Nelly Paleologou, who is the Deputy Head of the European Commission representation in Greece. Please come up and join me. Good to meet you. Please take a seat. And Manos Vrailas, who is the president of the Hellenic Association of the Toll Road Network. Hi. Hi, it's good to see you. Okay. let's move straight into this then. I'm going to hand over to you first, Nelly. I mean, you heard what the governor said. Feel free to reflect on what you heard. Okay. I'm not sure you'll necessarily agree with all of it. If you'd like to use the podium, please go ahead and do that.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους, κυρίες και κύριοι.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the economists for this event. So, the representation of the European Commission in Greece supports every year, and I would like to thank the University of Patras and the RSI for this event dedicated to road safety. The role of the representation is to inform and raise awareness among citizens regarding the policies and programs of the EU and participate in events focusing on that topic. This morning, reading the newspapers, I saw that 2 more people lost their lives on road accidents. And according to the statistics, 20,000 people lost their lives in car accidents throughout the European Union. It's not only deaths, but we have a lot of injuries. These are not just statistics or economic data. They hide human sorrow and grief and families that lost their beloved ones. Accidents cost 3% to GDP throughout the EU, and it is a human and financial cost that can be avoided if we have the proper strategies and policies in the EU. What we try to achieve is a vision for 0 lives lost until by 2050, and decrease deaths by 50% until 2025. That needs a lot of planning, cooperation, and improvement of infrastructures. So how can we achieve this vision about 0 lives lost? The most important implementation is to approach a safe ecosystem, to create a safe ecosystem. Safe roads means safe use of road network and safe cars and vehicles. These are the components that contribute to have a safe system, a proper strategy in every country in order to be able to reach the objective and fulfill the vision of the EU, which is shared for all member states. Today, I'm extremely pleased that this conference is dedicated to sustainable development, and in this framework, the EU has a huge priority, Green Deal, European Green Deal, which contributes indirectly and directly to road safety, since vehicles should emit less CO2, so they must travel not so fast so as to be able to emit less emission and not drive at high speed, which is a common denominator for a lot of accidents. Another paradigm promoted by the EU Green Deal is the promotion of public transport and active mobility instead of using cars, and it recommends to give incentives for that in order to decrease the emissions and the consumption of fuel and improve public health. Here we need infrastructure, as Alistair has already mentioned, and the EU is omnipresent, especially in Greece, by offering from all funds of from all European funds money in order to improve infrastructure or create new that contribute to road safety. Big roads are co-financed by the EU, and other interventions also contribute so as Greece, which has made progress in decreasing road accidents, to be able to move below average in the EU and reach 46%, which is the average of road accidents in EU. Greece, despite the progress it has achieved, is still at 61%. How this infrastructure is going to be built? There are resources, especially in the programming period 2021-2027, will come from various funds. NSRF has provided to give 76 million in road safety. RRF has already included 150 projects of 500 million euros in all regions and municipalities with their participation, whereas the European Investment Bank has provided for 470 million euros. So the funds are there. So what we need is proper management and fast implementation, proper implementation of the works, so as to allow them to contribute to road safety. The issue of road safety is it's not just statistics or economy. It's an issue of social training and education, behavior and civilization. And we hope that this event will contribute to the above, and we hope to be able to assist anywhere we are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, before I move along to our next speaker, I should do my job properly and introduce our third speaker, who is Athanasia Oikonomou, who is the Chief for Infrastructure for New Democracy. My apologies for allowing you to walk up here totally anonymous, but at least now everybody knows who you are. Okay, let me pass straight along then to Manos Vrailas, Hellenic Association of Toll Road Network.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to warmly thank the organizers of this event and, of course, the Panos Mylonas Road Safety Institute for inviting us in this very honoring way. So, in my capacity as the president of the Hellenic Association of Toll Road Network, allow me, very briefly, to convey to you, after more than 20 years of personal involvement on sustainability issues of our road network, some thoughts of mine for the discussion that will follow. Who are we? The members of Hellasron are the concessionaries Αττική Οδός, Γέφυρα, Νέα Οδός, Μορέας, Κεντρική Οδός, Αυτοκινητόδρομος Αιγαίου, Ολυμπία Οδός, and the Εγνατία Οδός, which is for the concession which is to be completed fully. Altogether, these companies represent a total network of 2,160 kilometers, which allows us to currently travel safely across the country. Our members currently operate the longest infrastructure ever to have built in our country. These are infrastructure that we have discussed, that we have built, apologies. Recently, we've seen the Ianos case or the Daniel phenomena in Thessaly. So we've seen that the climate crisis puts the viability and the sustainability of our infrastructure under increasing stress. So the terms such as resilience and strength are always under discussion. So this is the problem. Let's see what we should do. What it is at stake is to have a brand new planning on behalf of the state. We need new specifications, new investments for the upgrade of existing infrastructure and the construction of brand new ones. We, the concessionaries, have been investing heavily, and we still do. Our aim is to have, as soon as possible, to meet the zero carbon footprint target as quickly as possible, which means we have to introduce new trucks, new vehicles, e-mobility as quickly as possible. We are also investing in providing support to green mobility by means of green energy, especially in areas where this is not available through the grid. There is also a need for public investments in order to meet the European target for reducing the greenhouse emissions by 55% compared to 1990, and as a result make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050. Now, talking about road safety. In the process of reaching the vision of Europe for zero casualties on the road, the European Commission, in order to monitor the progress, has established five KPIs, two of which have to do with highways. Violation of speed limits, children's seats, helmets, consumption of alcohol. These are things that have to do with the police. We can contribute to that only indirectly, and that's what we've been doing by systematically launching campaigns for raising awareness and changing the behavior of our people. Now, talking about the two KPIs that relate to the highways. One is the safety of infrastructure and the medical care after an accident occurs. We contribute and we help a lot in both regards. The Hellasron members do measure these KPIs and implement proactive measures in order to improve the performance. All roads, all highways have lane-specific or direction-specific lanes through tunnels. We have command and control centers for all highways operating 24/7 on a 24/7 basis, so we can swiftly identify where an accident has happened, thus reducing the time needed to intervene. As a result, no more than 6% of road casualties occur in Greek highways. In Europe, this is 8%. 11 minutes, 35 seconds. This is the average time needed for our patrolling cars, for the patrolling cars of our members along the highways. In the case of national highways, this time is even less. We're really proud of that reaction time because we may anticipate or avoid secondary accidents, provide medical care, and save lives. Since 1997, road casualties have been reduced by 90%. We daily invest millions of euros for the proper maintenance and operation of the highways, which allows us to be able to identify and track an event almost real time. We also introduce AI and new technologies in road mobility. Because of the fact that the human factor will always be important for road safety, the raising awareness and behavioral campaigns of ours, which are systematically promoted by our members, supporting thus the work of the Panos Mylonas Institute, will always be useful because we support the role of the police, we support their work, and also lay the proper foundations for proper driving behavior on behalf of the young generations. This new infrastructure this new infrastructure, the guardrails and the additional infrastructure play a very important in order to have a state-of-the-art road network across the country. We are present, we are here, we are always next to the state in order to share the expertise and the knowledge we have accumulated whenever and in the areas they might need us, so that whatever we do properly, whatever we deliver, it will be something that will be disseminated across the society where we operate. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Please take your seat. Athanasia, would you like to give us your thoughts, please?
It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be part of this panel to talk about this particularly important issue of infrastructure, sustainability and resilience as a leverage for transport safety. Strengthening the resilience of transport is inextricably linked to the infrastructure that supports it. We should ensure that new infrastructure projects are resilient to future climate change, are consistent with environmental objectives, and ensure continuity in unforeseen situations caused by natural or man-made disasters, while aiming to return to normal as soon as possible. These are, after all, provisions incorporated in the under-revision regulation for the development of the Trans-European Transport Network, TEN-T, where rail holds a dominant position. It is recalled that the European Union's transport infrastructure policy aims to facilitate transport within Europe and reduce regional, economic and social disparities through the development of interconnected air, road, rail and maritime transport infrastructures. This is the basis of the Trans-European Transport Network. On the 14th of December 2021, the Commission submitted the proposal for a regulation of the European Parliament and Council revising the Union guidelines for the development of the Trans-European Transport Network. The proposal is based on a package of 4 initiatives aimed at modernizing the European Union's transport system and supporting the transition to a cleaner, greener and smarter mobility. The regulation is expected to enter into force in the first half of 2024. The aim of this initiative is to build a reliable, seamless and high-quality transport network, ensuring connectivity across the European Union by 2050. The revised transport network will contribute to the proper functioning of the internal market and to the economic, social and territorial cohesion of the European Union, and will promote efficiency, intermodality, interoperability and resilience of transport infrastructure. At a level of corridors, which are the backbone of the transport network, the main change in Greece is the abolition of the Orient-East Med corridor, which, according to the 2013 regulation, is the only corridor connecting the country to Central Europe, and the entry of 2 new ones with different architecture for the East Med corridor. So we will have the corridor, the European corridor of Western Balkans, leading Greece with Austria, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Northern Macedonia, and the European road corridor of Baltic, Black Sea, Aegean, connecting Greece with Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia and Poland. This corridor, for geopolitical reasons, was extended to Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. The added value of a building of a network with common technical standards on the basis of financial support from the European Union for Greece and with the current revision is reinforced by the following initiatives. Further promote connectivity and coordinate forces for the development of the Trans-European Transport Network with European countries outside the usual range, such as those of the Baltic Sea. The basis is set for shorter routes through the Western Balkans, and the connection with North Macedonia is revived, and the continuity of networks to Albania is formed. Second, the promotion of the vertical networking of the country and the tripartite cooperation with Bulgaria and Romania, so as their networks can develop and included in the Greek road and rail network and the ports of northern Greece. Alexandroupolis is connected in the wider area and is included in the wider European transport network. The country becomes an interlocutor in the search for alternative routes for the export of Ukraine grain after the collapse of Bosporus Agreement. With the existing capabilities of networks and ports, especially Thessaloniki and Alexandroupolis, the short-term prospect of a new solidarity strip is shaped with the participation of Greece. And now we will have an established route for freight. Thank you.
I know you prefer not to take any questions at this point. You're very welcome to stay here with us if you'd like to, up on the stage. If at some point you hear something and you just have to respond, just let me know, okay? So let me turn back to you, Nelly. One of the things I'm interested in here in Greece, we heard about the phenomenal progress that there has been over the last 20, 30 years in Greece in improving its road safety statistics. But it remains behind many other countries in the European Union. I think probably most officials in Greece would recognize that it could improve, it could do better than it is doing. There's ground to be made up. So first of all, can you give us your thoughts on Greece's position relative to the rest of Europe? And then perhaps touch on what you think maybe the key failings are in the case of Greece and why it lags behind countries such as Ireland, the Nordic countries, the Netherlands, the UK.
Thank you, Alistair. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Οι πρώτες χώρες performing in road safety are Sweden, Denmark. Greece is at the average towards lower levels, even though, as I said, it had made tremendous efforts, in particular between 2010 2020. They had even been awarded about decreasing the number of deaths within the EU. For me, the issue, I think, is enforcement. Because there are laws, there is a certain infrastructure which is improving with the support of the EU funds, and as I said, almost all the 4 motorways are co-funded by the EU. I mean, it's a huge budget that is devoted to the motorways. The issue is enforcement, and here we can say, first of all, by the citizens themselves, to respect the law. The other issue, the other side, is the state who has to reinforce the measures with the necessary human resources. This can be an issue. But for me, the key here is not the willingness, which is there and exists. There is a strategy that Greece has for the zero deaths till, half of the deaths till 2030. But what is the most important now is to use the funds that they are available, enforce the existing laws, which are coming also from the European Union, and they are obliged to implement, and train the people and the officials within the services and the administrations to how to respect the law. So for me, the key issue is enforcement.
Okay, you mentioned the underfunding, or at least the under-resourcing of some aspects of enforcement. But we've also heard that there's substantial funding available from the EU. So why is there this mismatch? Is that funding not being used in the right places?
No, it is used in the right places. It is a question of planning and strategic implementation. It's also sometimes bureaucracy that has a lot of burden on progressing in public works.
Yeah.
This a lot of times delays some works. Sometimes is the delays in justice, because there are plenty of, in the court, there are people go to the court because public work is not being implemented. So these are delays in the justice system. These are issues that they are very well known in the Greek state, and they are really improving the situation. But for me, when I mention resources, is an issue of human resources so much. I mean, the resources as such from the European Union exist, and they are mainly for infrastructure.
Right, I see. Okay, well, later in a panel later on this afternoon, we have the head of the Attica Transport Police, and I imagine he'll have a word or two to say about resourcing. But let's leave that for the moment.
But it's also education and training, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
It's an issue of people and young people, I mean, learn about respecting the law, respecting the other human being at the end.
Yeah, indeed. And that's always the battle, isn't it? To bring around hearts and minds. Let me turn to you, Manos. A couple of things that I'm interested in from your perspective. The first thing I have to sort of get off my chest is that I come from a country where we have one toll motorway, and it's about 30 miles long. It's very useful. It covers an important piece of the country, but the system is generally government-funded, publicly run. And I'd love to get your sense of why you think the concession model is the right way to go, from, particularly in terms of road safety and sustainability, the themes that we're talking about today.
Well, if I may revert to Greek.
Of course.
Θέλω να πω σε σχέση
that this question refers to why in Greece we implement the system of concession. It has been shown that all the infrastructure that has been made under EU funds had many failures. They were we didn't have time,
and they lacked maintenance after they were built. So the government at the beginning of 2000 has chosen for Greece to proceed with the big projects, the big roads that we have today under the concession model that started during the period 2013-2016, when we had a big recession in our country. Nonetheless, we managed to deliver these projects, even though we lacked funding. And after 2016-2017, this model is very popular. We maintain roads with millions of euros. We have centers for regulating transport 24/7. We assist people that drive in the roads. We intervene and we avoid secondary accidents to occur. That is the reason why we had very modern specifications, and all regulations, EU regulations, have been respected. That's why we have the best roads in Europe, some of the best.
There is a sort of sense that when you lay down a strip of cement over the countryside, stretching for many miles, it's not conducive to sustainability and it carries a large environmental impact. Now, I appreciate this is a vast oversimplification of the situation, but you get the sense of the debate I'm talking about. So how do the companies you represent approach their responsibilities in terms of the environment, in terms of governance, and in terms of social responsibility? How big a priority is that for them, and what specific measures do they take to ensure that they're meeting that responsibility?
Well, πάλι θα αναφερθώ στο ότι κρατάμε πρώτα απ' όλα.
So, all concession companies abide by the regulations of EU for gas emissions. We proceed with the electrification of the roads in in many different spots. We have e-chargers. We also store energy for the chargers, and we use it for own consumption. All our member companies promote recycling. So in urban areas, we try to reduce noise pollution. We are very sensitive with flora and fauna in sensitive areas, and we have provided for activities, especially when it comes to accidents with heavy environmental impact. The concession is for 30 years. So as a result, we are very close to the societies we work. We have the campaigns for road safety, so we support all agencies that promote road safety. We hire people from local communities, and we have also a program which is called Cultural Routes to the benefit of local societies. And with regard to corporate responsibilities, we are transparent without discrimination. We hire different people and make everybody feel useful.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. I want to turn back to you and just ask you one very straightforward question, to which you are quite it's up to you what kind of an answer you give me, but the question is very open. Is the Greek government being ambitious enough, considering the shortfall we've talked about between Greek road safety and many of its European peers? Is policy at the moment sufficiently ambitious in your view?
Yes, it is, because they have already adopted the strategy for decreasing deaths and injuries till 2030. And they are putting in place...
That's quite a long way away, though.
Yes, it's only 6 years, actually, not much.
Right, but in terms of government administrative terms, it's...
The administration continues. It's a business continuity, actually.
Okay.
So, yes, there is willingness, and there are even pilot projects that they are participating together with the Transport Observatory. They are putting in practice some pilot projects, and they are changing practices with other countries. And they have to be ambitious, and they are, I think, because as they are member states of the Union, they have to follow the policies and implement them.
Okay.
And implement the necessary regulations for licensing, for alcohol controls, all these kind of things. So they have to, and I think they are.
Okay, good. A relief. There may be questions in the audience, and I want to give you the opportunity to ask them. John, I know you have your hand up. I'm going to hand over to a genuine audience member before I come to my co-chair, and then I'll come to you. Questions for our two speakers, please. Please tell us who you are.
Ονομάζομαι Κωνσταντίνος Καπελάκης.
My name is Konstantinos Kapellakis, and I am I am a member of the Association of Taxi Drivers. I would like to thank the speakers for their contribution. The topic of safety is something that concerns all of us as drivers, either professional or amateurs, because we have a lot of road accidents. It is important for all of us to drive in safety for us and for our children. Mrs. Paleologou, do you believe that the vision of zero accidents is feasible or utopian? Can we implement that by 2050? And Mrs. Paleologou, still, if there are any other factors that you were asked to contribute to the decrease of accidents, like the old cars that are in our roads contribute to high number of accidents, and if the Commission can change that. And Mr. Vrailas, can we have a system like the ones in European states at the end of the journey to stop and pay instead of every 15 kilometers, which burdens the atmosphere with more emissions and delays people to go to their destination? Thank you for your question. With regard the utopian aspect of that, every strategy of the European Union is something agreed, introduced by the EU Commission and agreed by member states. So, since member states have agreed, they will take the necessary measure to achieve it. But the EU Green Deal has the same objective, 2050. We need to have zero emissions. So, 2050, for 2050, we have a lot of targets, objectives. The Green Deal, which has parts that concern road safety, like decreased speed, means change in the driving models in every country. It includes change of cars, change in consumption, change in the way we produce in agriculture and in other sectors of the economy. So every sector will contribute in order to have zero emissions in 2050 and to have zero deaths from car accidents by 2050. I think that this objective, this goal, will be achieved because we see progress already, especially with the implementation of the law, with the measures and the participation, of course, of all interested parties, the concessionaires, the drivers, everybody. With regard the fleet of old cars that you have mentioned, it's a question of the country, which in the framework of Green Deal should adjust the market and start having in the market cars that meet the goals of this Green Deal. We need to have millions of electric cars by 2030, which means that this old fleet will change eventually.
Satisfied with that answer? I'm going to pass over to you.
Να απαντήσω στο ερώτημά σας. Πρώτα απ' όλα...
Let me give a reply to your question. Firstly, I don't agree that there are delays because of the tolls. and any pollution. We have tolls every 60 or 80 kilometers, he said, especially when it comes to trucks. I think that currently we have the tags. Tags are interoperational. All highways use these tags. We have a penetration of 50% approximately. I'm talking about this online payment system through the tags, so there are no delays. As for your demand or your question for payment at the end of the itinerary, this is the postpaid scheme. It's not something provided in the concession agreements, because we have specific agreements that are binding. In order to do that, we have to change the agreements. We have no objection as long as the provisions of every agreement are met. So we have to have some kind of discussion with the state. But let me remind you that the tags are the solution. And I urge everyone to turn this 50% into 100%. There will be no delays.
I know John appreciates our governor's time more than anybody else, so you won't mind that I pass over your question on this occasion. We're going to move back to the panel that we missed, so please join me in thanking our three tremendous speakers. Thank you very much. Need to step forward a little, I think. There we go. Thanks very much. Thank you. Likewise. Thanks very much. Thanks. Mind yourself on the step. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay, moving on or moving back. We're going to go back to the innovation and sustainable mobility session. I'm delighted to say that our two speakers are with us. And I'd like, without further ado, to welcome them up onto the stage. We have Maximos Xenitakis, who is the Deputy Minister of Development for Greece. Please come and join me. And we have Michalis Katrinis, who is the Parliamentary Representative for PASOK Kinema Allagis. Please come and join me too. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Likewise, please. So our theme is slightly broader, which is generally a nice thing. So we're talking about innovation and sustainable mobility as a broad theme. I'm sure you will have things that you share in common, other things that possibly you don't. We welcome your comments on both. And let me hand over first to you, Deputy Minister. Please go ahead with your thoughts. Do you want to speak from here, or?
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay. It's not a coincidence. We have a green and blue.
No accident.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Deploying R&D means that deploying R&D is something that has to be at the core of our country's development pathway. So we have to have innovation everywhere, in the public administration, in the business world, in the way we think and we understand changes around us, and in the way we face current challenges, because you have to be innovatively thinking in order to manage the new facts, the new data introduced by the climate change, the national security, the digital transformation, the life sciences, and energy transition. In this context, our national strategy on research and innovation places priorities in a different hierarchy. We aim at building infrastructure in order to retain and keep talents in Greece, in promoting innovation, in effective economic activities, and in the protection of intellectual property. By 2050, global population will reach 10 billion people, approximately. 80% of them will be living in urban cities, in urban centers. So cities turn out to be the champions of sustainability, and they help us understand the important role played by public infrastructure and public services in order to have a sustainably structured environment. It's not accidental that Europe is trying to find solutions in order to mitigate the challenges we face in our daily lives. And this is exactly the objective of the European program for 100 sustainable and smart cities. In this context, we're going to have a climate pact, a climate covenant, in which we will come up with a specific tool by means of which municipalities, regional authorities, and every stakeholder will be bound to materialize a set of actions in the context of a specific master plan funded by a specific investment plan, aiming at reducing their carbon footprint, aiming at promoting digitalization, and by promoting the shift towards green technologies and innovation. In the Ministry of Development, we are willing to actively support these initiatives by promoting research and innovation. Besides PPPs and also the partnerships with the members of the academia and the research community, along with other stakeholders, also the use of best practices and the implementation of digital tools may largely contribute to moving to a more sustainable future and to more sustainable cities. Sustainable mobility is the key for a better future, and in this regard, startups may be the source of new tangible solutions. Allow me to mention startups in the register. New startups registered in the register we have under the Elevate Greece platform on and innovation. Guards was taken over by PPC in 2022, specialized in buildings software, specific software allowing users to navigate through a digital map until they reach in the quickest way the charging station they want. Avis AVI, which is another startup shaping the future of autonomous driving. They are located in Patras, where we have the 9th incubator of Athena. Deep Drive, a spin-off of Erketa, offering deep dive solutions for researching traffic in Greek cities, supported by the Hellenic Institute of Eketa Imet. The list goes on, and this is truly quite encouraging. The fact that the entire ecosystem of innovation in Greece is activated for the benefit of sustainable mobility. Governmental initiatives are equally encouraging, like moving on with the procurement of 200 e-buses in both Athens and Thessaloniki until April 2024. Also, upgrading our legislation on specific thematics at a national level for promoting bike mobility and the redevelopment of open spaces to improve accessibility. Also, adoption of technical specifications for charging e-vehicles. Digitalization of means of public transportation, which is something already warmly embraced by the passengers. The plans for sustainable mobility show the future to all municipalities, to all regions of Greece. We all want our country to move forward. We all want to fully adapt and assimilate this culture of using technology in order to make our life better, to add quality to our life, so we can become closer to the modern states. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Do you want to use the podium? Okay, go ahead.
Θέλω καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση.
I would like to thank for the invitation to participate in this conference and congratulate the organizer for this topic chosen. Sustainability, which has to do with the ability of a society, economy and the system to satisfy current needs without endangering future generations to satisfy theirs. Under the burden of challenges of climate change, sustainability is not a general goal that has to be achieved, but a specific project that need to be fulfilled through strategy. In PASOK, we've been talking for 20 years now. They need to make sustainability the focal point of every development. Today, we need to take advantage of the possibilities of new technologies in order to serve sustainability via smart solutions and innovative tools. With regard sustainable mobility, we need to see the orientation of innovation in new ideas, means and practices that facilitate the quality of life and bring balance to different ways of transport. All these goals should be achieved by assuring inclusivity, accessibility, with reinforcement of social cohesion. And in this direction, the acceleration of urban mobility that have been approved but not well implemented is important. Innovation might mean alternative energy like e-cars, improvement of public transport so as to be the first choice for citizens, enhancing their experience. It might mean smart mobility solutions, autonomous cars, smart traffic lights and signaling. Also, it might mean green itineraries for pedestrians in the cities and raise awareness of all this among citizens. Let's see some innovative tools, infrastructures. The benefit is not only improvement of quality of life, but also sustainable development by decreasing CO2 emissions. It doesn't concern only citizens, this agenda that is, but companies as well, because it improves the environment in which they operate, making them more competitive with the environment, and they become even more competitive when they offer eco-friendly solutions. And we need to facilitate startup companies that promote this kind of technologies for the benefit of the environment. Nonetheless, determining priorities is not just a question of specialists, but it is a question that concerns us all. We need to find solutions, all of us, because if some introduce something but others ignore it, we won't have any progress. Especially, and moreover, we can have partial implementation because they exclude people. That is also a failure. So cooperation is needed between the state, local authorities, businesses, and communities, civil society, in other words, that should be informed, participants, and contributors. This is underlined by the academia and international organizations, and it is important for the success of sustainability. So it's not a situation of business as usual, and I say so because we have seen occasions of decision making without all these requirements for projects, supposedly serving sustainable mobility that actually failed, and we can see that from the reaction of the citizens, but also because they created more problems, and that is a characteristic example is that of the Great Walk in Athens downtown, which was a failure. So we need to have a plan and meet certain requirements. But what is needed is a decision of the government which should support the principles and philosophy of sustainability. My party has the plan and the will to implement such a strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am going to offer you the opportunity to ask questions, I promise, but before I do have a couple of questions of my own, if that's okay. First, to you, you referred to the European program Mission 100 Neutral and Smart Cities. This is a panel about innovation. I'd love to get onto that topic of what solutions, innovative solutions are out there. Where do you think the really pioneering solutions are, and how are they going to change the way we live?
I would say that this mission is very, very important and has sustainable mobility at its core, because it shows the shift towards introducing innovative solutions that will change the way and the space where we live. At its core, there is the concept of digital transformation that increases accessibility and as a result strengthens social equality and leads to more democratic ways of operation because no citizens are being excluded. And one thing that's really interesting to our, which is of interest to our ministry, it requires research and innovation. So that the solutions may be found and implemented. It also shows something else that we want to convey to the public, that research and innovation promotes democracy because it enables access to various services to all our citizens and of course to all our guests from abroad. So we believe that these two elements that we're talking about in the context of the digital transformation and in the context of using research are the tools that through this mission, along with others, because you know we have other missions, as my fellow speaker, Mr. Katrinis, has mentioned, give the solution, give the reply to your question on how these missions or programs help promote the transformation of our communities.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, one of the things that gets us excited about city life is how quickly innovations are introduced and released and people adopt them and use them. City dwellers are great early adopters of technologies, but we've seen how that can backfire. We've seen Paris has moved against its e-scooters. We've seen pictures of literally mountains of rental bikes in China abandoned and struggling to deal with them now as litter rather than a modern innovation. How do you balance that drive for convenience and the new with social responsibility?
I think the example you gave about the scooters is to the point. Many times technology is being implemented too fast. We have the same questions with respect to AI. How are we to define, to determine, to harness it? What are the arrangements we have to introduce? We have to introduce in the case of a brand new technological advancement. The same happened with us in Greece, with manpods, these e-scooters. In 2020, we introduced a new law because we have had this kind of mopeds in big cities and they have been forbidden. In my city, Heraklion, you could find them everywhere, so they were discontinued. They were forbidden. So you have to find the balance between the legal arrangements that have to be introduced so that we drive progress in ways that can facilitate our own mobility and not turn that into something chaotic like the case you just mentioned. So these issues will concern us whenever there's a brand new technological advancement that emerges, in order to anticipate developments and use this innovation to the benefit of sustainable mobility within our cities.
The
Με τη συζήτηση
and the shape and direction of policy. In the case of Greece, in this narrow area, as well as in many other broader areas, you're, unlike my country, which has sailed gloriously off into the Atlantic wilderness, you are members of Europe. You're constrained to a degree by European programs and European expectations and targets. There are plans like the ones you've mentioned. There's Fit for 55. So I presume that you're constrained in your policy choices. Were you, in whatever circumstances, at whatever point, to form a government, to be part of a government, you would be constrained, and so your policy outlook presumably would be indistinguishable from the one we've heard. Is that right?
Όπως είπατε πολύ σωστά, υπάρχουν ήδη...
As you previously said, there are many procedures that we have to take in order to fit for 55. We might have the willingness to run this program that will help the sustainability to succeed, but we have to have some tools that will have many dimensions that will have to
they have to satisfy the needs, but at the same time be compliant with the social and the financial let's say arrangements and provisions. That's why we have to have specific, let's say, specific framework for sustainable mobility, because sometimes we have the myth that sustainable mobility is about the big cities, Athens, Thessaloniki, Heraklion. No, we have to turn that into a lifestyle, into a way of living actually, and we have to start training people from a young age through education and through the provision of specific guidelines so that it will be part of our citizens' culture, and at the same time it will be a very specific, strict guideline given by the central government. So, for example, we have an example that was in the public sphere and domestic discussions in Greece. We're talking about the Megalos Peripatos, the great walk of, that's my comment, it has to do with the Kostas Bakogiannis redevelopment project and the for walkers in Athens. Anyway, the speaker says that the whole project, it was very ambitious, but actually turned out to be a way of squandering millions of euros. It was a huge, created a huge ordeal for the citizens of Athens, and of course this was translated in the voting process. And that's why we say that we have to have contribution and participation and involvement of everybody: citizens, stakeholders, social stakeholders, professionals, the people who are experts on these issues, so that these ideas are more properly implemented and at the same time are more quickly fostered by the people, because we keep on talking about changes, we keep on talking about innovation, but sometimes it's too hard to implement. We need some wider consensus, socially and politically. That's why we have to lay the proper foundations and of course address all these projects to the end users. If they understand the reasoning, they will embrace that quickly.
You want to come back on that, on those comments?
No, I just want to, θα ήθελα απλώς να...
I just want to add the following. I come from the Ministry of Development, and the whole venture of sustainable mobility, the whole concept relates mainly to the Ministry of Environment and Infrastructure. And this is where the core lies when it comes to designing and planning urban spaces. That's why we have specific schemes and programs. I just mentioned this mission for the 100 cities. Only 6 of them, only 6 Greek cities have been included in this mission. We're trying to add more. But generally speaking, these programs on e-mobility, etc., they are generated, let's say, by the Ministry of Development. Because the aim is, after the cities adopt these models, they will be able to reduce the pressure on our environment as a result of urbanization. And something about the previous question. As I said before, 2 days ago, I read in The Economist an article with respect to the question whether AI should be contained or we should still leave it, free so it doesn't backfire, because sometimes when you try to harness a technological advancement, this might happen. Anyway, this is the question that will remain pending as long as these technological advancements occur, and always to the benefit of our citizens, as Michalis said.
Well, it's good to know that you're well informed, reading the right media.
Economist is my...
So I'm going to open this up to the floor. I don't know if there are any questions for our 2 speakers. It's a great opportunity. If there's anybody out there, any bids? No, there are no questions.
Maybe we answer
from the audience.
You don't have to answer if you don't.
Yeah, John's taking his turn. John, can we have a microphone, please?
As I understand, John is the one when you don't have someone from the audience to ask, huh?
He's the guy.
Okay.
He's the stooge.
Okay.
This is a question which actually I really wanted to ask to the previous panel, but it would also be valid for the next panel. But you two, as drivers and citizens, I don't see why you shouldn't answer it. One thing that I don't remember having been talked about is speed limits. And I wonder, if you go to Britain today, increasingly city centers are having a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, i.e. 28 kilometers an hour, which can be incredibly annoying to drivers. And one could argue that in terms of sustainability, it actually increases pollution. If you're in Germany, you go on an Autobahn, and there's no speed limit. If you're in France, you've got 130 kilometers per hour. I mean, I wonder what your view is on speed limits. And you live in a country which famously, you guys say, has a problem with implementation and with law of ban. I just wonder what your views are on speed limits. Thank you.
Okay, please wear your, because I want you to hear that. Actually, I come from a place that we have a great problem with speed limits. I come from Crete. And we have a great problem for driving attitude.
So, indeed, this is something that I understand. It is really hard to implement, to enforce, but we have to find the ways in order to fight pollution and also promote driver safety. And our infrastructure lag behind. Yes, but we have a road network which is safe, which is secure, but there is a road network in the countryside which we now try using also EU funds to upgrade. So I do think that speed limits have to be enforced and have to find the right ways, not by policing, because you cannot have police officers everywhere. It's about training properly the drivers. So this becomes part of their conscience, as not imposing that or enforcing that just by having sentences linked to that. So another thing, because we have some studies showing that in some cases the speed limits are too low or too high in specific areas. Both cases apply.
In a concerning way.
I cannot agree with Maximus on that. Truth be told, steps forwards have been taken, indeed. And since early 2000, in terms of infrastructure, as Mr. Vraila said before, Greece is proud of a modern highway network, which has to be strengthened, of course. We do have issues in the countryside and also in urban centers. We don't have the right road network, indeed. But if we link that to the offences and committed and to the road safety, then it boils down to education. We also have the Panos Mylonas Institute taking part in this conference, and we have had the opportunity in the past in the Parliament to exchange views with them, because we have a dedicated committee in the Greek Parliament in order to convey the institutes and the social stakeholders' insights and turn them into policies, but it all boils down to education. We should not think about policing. It's not about policing everything. We have to understand that there are rules to be applied, and not because otherwise you're going to get a fine, but because, and that's something quite encouraging, because we have to, there's no immunity, but also the youngster respect the environment, have this societal approach, and I think we're entering an era where things will be much more promising.
Take advantage of the shyness of our audience to finish this session just about on time, which is great. I'm very grateful to both of you. You've been excellent panelists. Please join me in giving them our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Excellent. Well, let's move on then to our next panel. We're going to go a bit more detailed again. We're going to sharpen for the next couple of sessions our debate and our focus quite tightly, actually, on prioritizing safety, sustainability. We're going to be looking at innovation, new forms of automotive technology. And for the first of these two panels, I'm really privileged actually, to be able to invite up onto the stage a super panel. We have, please come and join me as I name you, we have Michael Woodford, who is the Executive Chairman of the Safer Roads Foundation. Michael, come up and join us. We have Maria Kraft, who is the Director of Traffic Safety at the Swedish Transport Administration. She is in Sweden, and so she'll be joining us remotely, or at least I assume she's in Sweden. We have Zoe Christoforou, who is the Assistant Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Patras. Please come and join us. Good to see you. Thank you very much. And then we have Effie Bouda, who is the Vice President of the Hellenic Association of Spirit Drinks Distributors, who is also joining us here on stage. Hi. Nice to meet you too. Please take a seat. And we have George Spiliopoulos, who is the CMO at Hellas Direct Insurance. Please come and join us. So we're assembling quite a broad and an expert panel here. It's good to see it all coming together. And I'm going to be more than ably assisted by a co-chair for this and the next session. I'm very proud to welcome back onto the stage Vasiliki Daneli Milona, President of the Road Safety Institute, Panos Mylonas. Please join us. Thank you. Okay, let's plunge straight in. You get the lion's share here, but that doesn't mean you can hog all the time, okay? You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you, John.
Thanks very much.
Oh, Maria.
This working? There it is. You may have not met me before, publicly I'm known because I was one of the few Westerners to head up a Japanese multinational global company, in my case, Olympus. When I ran the company in Tokyo, it employed 47,000 people. It was a top 50 Japanese company. Unfortunately, 3 months after I became the first non-Japanese president of a company I'd worked for 30 years, I discovered Japan's largest ever corporate fraud of $2 billion, the Enron of Japan. And it's a story which goes around the world. It unfortunately involves, as the New York Times reported, threats of involvement by the Yakuza, the Japanese mafia. And if you get a chance, read it. Because in the middle of it, I explain where my passion for road safety comes. And since I was fired by my company for trying to expose the fraud, they had to give me £10 million, which we've given away all to road safety. Nothing more important than human life. So let's go through these slides quickly. SRF, what do we do? Accident black spots, and I'll show you some. We collaborate with governments to change design standards, and back to this point of education, awareness, making road safety on the agenda, something interesting to people. 3,700 people killed every day. It's a shocking carnage, 1.3 million a year. If you want to see what we do around the world, I could talk for 2 hours, which I won't. You can go into our website, and it shows you around the world what we do. But we're here in Greece. You have an extraordinary organization here in RSI, and without embarrassing Vasiliki Melonas, she, to me, if you could be a saint and alive, she would be one. She has dedicated her life, and she has changed the status quo in this country. And she's respected not just here, but around the world. Extraordinary organization. Her team are here as well, and I'm full of respect. They work on an incredibly modest amount of resources, but do so much. Rear seatbelt is commercial, which we worked with them. We come back to the enforcement. So important. But just let me show you a couple. This is when I was with the former Transport Minister, Karamelis, who kindly gave me a lift home in his car. I couldn't believe on one of the main roads in Athens, there was one traffic light could be seen, no overhead, and the second was hidden by a tree. We worked with the Attica government, and the tree was cut and the overhead installed. Second example on the same road, just by the town hall. Very basic things. So the idea that Greece is doing very well. In some ways, its motorway system is fantastic, one of the best in the world, but you come off the motorway and you get basics. You can't see a traffic light, you can't see crossings. Adipsos, I was there visiting. I couldn't believe this road. This was just 18 months ago. Big dual carriageway, but you had to give way to the side roads, tiny little roads. People get accidents all the time. We installed flashing stop signs across the road. Speed enforcement. We installed, just a year ago, the first speed corridor in this country on the N77 between Sakna and Chalkida. Let me show you this. That's the section of road. Awful carnage on this road. On the old national road, there was no records, but we about 23 deaths in a 5-year period. Just by Vasiliki's house. When I visited, a week after I last visited, 2 more fatalities occurred. Long road, endemic overtaking. We commissioned a Greek transport engineer to tell us what I think we already knew. Lots of turning movements, people speeding, poor maintenance. One of the worst sections of road in this country. Worldwide studies have shown that simple treatments, this is high-profile signing, this one from Croatia, warning people of a black spot, a similar sort of road as on the N77. This was the first sign SRF paid for, which was on the Corinth to Patras highway, just making bends, so people are aware of the bends ahead. So on this side, we used big gateway signs, repeated huge panels, repeater signs. This is if you travel there now, that was before, heading south, there you see the large sign. Then repeaters, 300 meters. VMS signs every 2 kilometers. And I'm just going to show you a short video taken on the roadside. At this chapel with Stavros and Vangelis, 2 young men were killed. The father was a traffic policeman. Their lives were cut short because of speeding. On this 4-kilometer section of road where we've introduced the first ever speed enforcement corridor, numerous fatalities have taken place. I'm standing at a chapel where Stavros and Vangelis were killed, 2 young men. Their father was a traffic police officer, killed because of speeding driver going back to Athens. It shouldn't have happened if the driver was traveling at the right speed. The scheme is very simple but incredibly effective. Very large gateway signs, then high-profile signs repeated telling people of the 50 kph limit, and VMS signs reminding them of the 50 km/h speed limit. It's had a tremendous impact in reducing vehicle speeds and stopping these accidents. The police complement it with active enforcement, and that stops people getting killed. And what we want is this scheme to be replicated at hundreds of locations throughout Greece. All it needs is the political will. It's low cost, the payback period is simply a matter of months. And I just appeal and beg for those responsible in the regions of Greece and in the municipalities to follow this example on busy city and rural roads. It would save so much life. It just needs the political will to introduce them. Low cost, incredibly effective. The only thing which is stopping us is the will to do it. Please drive on that section of road and you will see not one serious accident, never mind a death, since we put the scheme in. The Greek standard pedestrian crossing signs, I was shocked, and I still am when I go through villages and towns. You can't see the zebra crossings. Yet, this is Central and Eastern Europe. They use large fluorescent yellow-green borders. They cost around 130 euros a panel, but they can be seen. That's one from Tajikistan, before and after. Thailand used them. So simple. Let's see what we did with the trials we've done in Greece. This is Castella before. There's Castella after. Another one before, another one after. That's what they cost. A pair of medium-sized signs, 365 euros. Best-in-class pedestrian crossings. This is in Halkida before. This is after. And I'll just show you this video. Look at that crossing. You can't miss it. Floodlight, bright, simple, basic. And this is what, again, needs to be replicated. We are in the dialogue with the Greek Ministry of Transport to revise the standard, the COC, as it's called, to bring that sign in as a standard, not as an option it is now. So I have 1 minute 35 left, as John has been very strict. The key things for this country, with the greatest of respect, all come back, as others have said, enforcement. There are almost no speed cameras in this country. President Chirac, in 2002, his 3 priorities for his second term, the top one was road safety. He introduced a network of automated speed cameras. Between 2003 and 2013, it saved over 20,000 French lives. Speed cameras should be used in Greece like the rest of this country. You can educate to your heart's will, but you get a testosterone 21-year-old driving, they won't be conscious of it. Seatbelts. So many people in Greece don't wear the seatbelts. They should enforce seatbelt. And when I was in Athens yesterday, I stood in the center of Greece, in the capital city, and around 35% didn't have helmets. So enforcement of speed, helmet wearing, and seatbelts would save so many lives, and things which I've shown you there would also complement that drive. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Michael, before we move on, and very briefly, I can't resist. It's just an intuition, just a guess, but from your name and your demeanor, I'm thinking you're not Greek.
No.
Okay, that's a fair assumption. No. So you're clearly very involved in the picture here.
Yes.
What's going on?
What's going on and why?
Yeah, why your involvement here in particular?
There's some countries, Thailand's another, where we have partner organizations, in this case, RSI, where together we can share best experience. The UK, you're 3 times more likely to be killed visiting here than if you stayed in the UK. This country has the most impressive network of motorways, probably in the world, in my opinion. It's a fantastic, drive off the motorway and then you're into these areas where behavior, because there's no enforcement of the 3 issues I've just mentioned, it needs a political will. I'm apolitical, but Greece needs a Chirac who's prepared to say, we don't want the door being knocked telling you your wife's been killed, or your son's being killed, or your sister's being killed, or your friend's being killed. You need a politician who can personalize it in the way Vasiliki does.
Well, I hope our previous 2 speakers are listening somewhere. Let's move along. I mean, your international experience is going to be useful, I'm sure, as we begin to dig into this a little more deeply. But let's move on now to Maria Kraft in Sweden. Maria, your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect. I have some slides. I don't know if I should show them from my computer or if they're supposed to be handled from you.
I have no idea if we have them here. I don't think we do. So if you can, show them from there.
I try to share, yeah.
We can see them now, yeah, perfectly.
You can see them? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I don't see it.
Signal, just tell me when you want to move on a slide.
All right. Thank you. So there, now I can see it. Thank you very much. So yes, I would like to talk more about how we can use the Agenda 2030 in order to use that to make more come forward in the road safety work. So how can we use the conditions in a better way in the roads, in the transport planning, that now road safety and the transport system is integrated. They are both integrated in the Agenda 2030. And there are several sustainability goals in the agenda that are correlated to each other, that they are depends on each other. And if I give some examples, that for one thing, if you livable cities, if you're talking about safe working conditions, the equal rights for children to walk and cycle to school, are all examples where they have road safety as a core quality, as a core integrated quality already in the planning stage. And the 2030 agenda also says that we need to handle them indivisible. And so you can't just pick the one that you like, you have to handle all of them. So countries, cities, organizations, companies need to handle all issues that has to do with health, equity, and climate. And road safety fatalities are definitely a big health problem, as we heard before. So we're talking very much about the safe system principles in Sweden and also in the world. And that is very much about how you design the infrastructure. It's about how do you support safer vehicles, about safe speeds, how do you set safe speeds, and also about the behavior. And we've been very much focusing on the individual behavior, but less about the behavior of the employer, and how they can act more in a preventive way. So you can change the picture, please. The next slide.
Yep, we have that.
A Swedish study. Thank you. Yeah. So a Swedish study shows that almost half of the fatalities that occurs in an organization's value chain, in their supply chain, and it's reasonable to discuss. You can change the next slide, please. That in the same way have organizations describing their climate footprints in the same way they should describe their road safety footprint and how they intend to improve them in a systematic way. I think this kind of figures you will find all over the world. It's not only in Sweden that you will see that so many fatalities occur in an organization's supply chain. And when I say in their supply chain, it means both. It means both those that are employed. It's both when they're working and when they're commuting. It's also the all third parts that are included.
Maria, just to let you know that I believe you have control of the slides, so when you want to advance one.
I don't.
Well, somebody does, because
so
they're
next
changing.
slide.
There we go, we have one.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so corporations and businesses have a high influence on society, and they could really make a change. So it both has to do with their fleets and how they manage them, and the influence on the employees and contractors as well. And by using safe system principles, that would be how you use them when it comes to your internal practices, using them for procurement and production and distribution processes. And also, of course, when I'm talking about road safety footprints, it's about reporting safety performance in the sustainability reports. And I would say that procurement and sustainability reporting are very important tools to increase the involvement from the business community. And if you're talking about large international companies, their supply chain very often start in a low middle-income country, collecting raw material, and then ending up sometimes, or mostly, in high-income countries to the customers. So we're talking about the whole supply chain, and if we could make a change that there will be a higher responsibility for companies and what they are doing when it comes to road safety, how they're not speeding, what kind of vehicle fleets they're using, and many other things that has to do with road safety. That would save lives not only in the one country there where the headquarters is. It would make a difference on a global level as well. You can change the slide, please. So there's a new tool that has been developed to support companies and organizations to value its road safety approach, performance, and projections. And it's called FIA Road Safety Index. So that is a new way of working, and it's came up this year, and I really think that there are several companies that already tried it. You can change the slide, please. This is a schematic picture showing different ways of road safety strategies, from describing the road safety pillars, which could improve the road safety management. But if you go a step further, a level above that, by using the safe system approach, then you will address the problem closer to the root cause, and using design criteria that are based on the tolerances of human beings, so that when a crash occurs, you will survive. And the next step is about, it means that road safety is no longer an independent public health and safety initiative, but rather an integral part of a broad range of societal needs.
Can I just tell you, Maria, your time is very nearly up. In fact, it is up. So if you can bring us to a conclusion.
So, yeah, and the conclusion is that this kind of work, if we integrate road safety with other sustainability goals, it will accelerate development towards a more sustainable society. And thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I do like the idea of a road safety footprint, and I think, we think about innovation and investment, but often we ignore what's available in best practice in other parts of the world that is sort of sitting there ready for us to adopt. Zoe, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, the University of Patras. Go ahead. I'm going to keep you to time.
Καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστώ και εγώ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the very nice session we're having here. I would like to begin and talk about the new technologies that you mentioned to the previous session. I think that we have a great improvement and they have contributed very much to the safety level of our of the system, of the driving system. However, I think that the new technologies are not. There is a bigger challenge now that we have to face. And yes, this phenomenon is not characteristic of the transportation. We can see it in the IE. We have to see how quickly this new technology is
we see that on the one hand we have a non-mediated connection between the road users and innovation. What do I mean by that? We've seen that 10, 15 years ago through the Uber phenomenon. There was an unmediated, a direct connection between the user and the means, and quite recently we have the mopeds, the shared ones, and I would like to focus on that. Currently there is a turnover globally of more than $1 billion from the market of shared mopeds. Specialists say that there are approximately 100 million users globally. So it is a very popular means because of the major benefits offered by these e-scooters. They are more environmentally friendly compared to cars. Of course, if you compare them with walking or with the use of means of public transportation, they are outperformed. Also, they are very agile and offer to the users a kind of pleasant experience. So they prefer using these means compared to other means of transportation. Also, they occupy very little space, both when in a lane, so there's no traffic congestion, there's no problem with parking, and also there's no problem with storing these mopeds or e-scooters because they're very small. I think a definition of micromobility, which is very interesting to me, it's not an academic definition, is the following. Micromobility is something that can fit in a small lift in Paris. That's the definition. That's why these kind of mopeds facilitate our daily lives. And of course, you can use them in means of public transportation or used for the so-called last mile transports and deliveries. So there are many, many benefits, environmental ones amongst others, but there are issues of road safety. These problems may be seen or may be found when these e-scooters are used in driving lanes. In this case, the scooters are the vulnerable ones and the victims are the drivers. But at the same time, we have safety issues when used in spaces used jointly by the drivers and the walkers by. In this case, the passerby is the victim and the driver of the e-scooter is the powerful actor. You don't have to ask me about the number of accidents taking place that occur because this is a kind of accidents that are not being recorded. In most cases, in most countries, there is no field to make an online registration of an accident involving an e-scooter, so we cannot assess how big the problem is. I believe that to a great extent, this is due to the inertness of the transportation system. And I'm talking about the government, the public authorities, the academia, because we were not as quick as we should be in order to catch up with developments and to catch up with the increased use of these means of the e-scooters. So this latency compared to the reality led to a number of hardships, of difficulties that cover all three components of a road transport system. A, infrastructure. Currently, e-scooters use the bicycle lanes. So there has been no adjustment of the urban infrastructure, and we believe that the e-scooter is the same thing like a bicycle, but it's not. The size is different, and the dynamics, the potential of this means is different because it accelerates and it decelerates completely differently to a simple bicycle. Second, the vehicle itself. The vehicle itself is not subject to any specifications within the EU. I mean, so a Chinese company may, and they are actually doing that right now as we speak, they may build an e-scooter the way they think it's better for China, and you can find the same scooter being marketed in European road networks after a couple of days. The third component of the transport system is the one that relates to the users. That's the most important one. And with regard to users, there is a legislative framework in place, also in Greece, but this framework, promulgated back in 2020, is not adequate and has to be updated. Let me give an example, given the next speaker. There is no speed limit. There is no actually a maximum level of alcohol content for the e-scooter users. It should be lower than that of car drivers because they are completely exposed. They have to keep their balance. That's even difficult. It's even more difficult to drive any scooter compared to a car. Also, there is no systematic training courses, and we have a very bright exception as represented by the Panos Mylonas Road Safety Institute. They do carry out such training courses. They are important, and the state has to promote them to make them more systematic, given that the users of such e-scooters may be as young as 12 years old, and these people have no knowledge of the road safety code of conduct, the regulations for road safety. I think we need an orchestrated, a coordinated effort by all stakeholders so that we proceed with fast decision making. Perhaps this is much more important than the technologies themselves, because if we don't have that, if we do nothing, okay, if you do nothing, you do no mistakes, but we will also lose and miss all the benefits we can get out of these new means of transportation, which are more environmentally friendly and ecological. Today we have these scooters, tomorrow it might be something else, but unless we move quickly, then next time we run the risk of devaluing these new means and lose all the benefits we could reap out of that. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Well, as you pointed out, that does link us very nicely into our next presentation, and actually the one after that as well, where we're going to be talking about data and data collection, among other things. But Effie Bura from the Hellenic Association of Spirit Drinks Distributors, your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω.
So I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity. I will talk from the point of view of consumption, alcohol consumption. The UN global framework, as mentioned earlier, for road safety for the decades provide shared responsibility to achieve the goals. The same goes for EU in the framework for road safety, and as Ms. Paleologou said earlier, aims to decrease the accidents by 2050 to zero. Alcohol consumption influences our reactions and the way we perceive stimuli and the way we drive. The European Union estimates that 25% of deaths on a road has alcohol included. It actually recommends 0.25 blood alcohol content. These are the levels that are implemented in Greece too. This is a rather dangerous behavior. The combination of alcohol and driving, it can harm not only the driver, but the society in general. Greece is included among the first 4 countries where alcohol consumption is quite high when driving. This is the outcome of a research which was carried out in the EU for road safety. We have Belgium, France, and Switzerland coming first. The countries that have faced and dealt with more responsibly car accidents related to alcohol use a combination of 3 things: proper legislation, maximum blood alcohol content, 0.5 grams per liter of blood has been adopted by more European countries. This level, this content should decrease or go to 0. Some support, and the European Union has to put pressure towards this direction. More strict alcohol content does not decrease automatically the number of accidents due to alcohol. The second element is most proper implementation and stricter implementation of the law. It is proven that sanctions and confiscation of driving license are very positive. And for repeated offenders, these are quite efficient. And policing, the presence of police in dangerous places and hours. Third, and more important one, mentioned by all of us, is public and private campaigns related to road safety and alcohol and driving, and the participation of all institutions and agencies focusing on the social and legal impact linked on alcohol and driving that will disseminate the message and understanding of the message. There are distortions, especially in Greece, related to the consumption of alcohol. What we say heavy and soft drinks, those that we consider soft are not soft per se, but they are not regulated, even though they contain alcohol. So we need to show responsibility. I want to talk about the example of the EU at a campaign that was initiated in 2002 about the designated driver. It helped the perception of the European citizen understanding the harmful effects of alcohol, and the designated driver was introduced and adopted by many people. In order to achieve results, we need to cooperate. ENEAP, our association, towards this direction, implements action for more than 20 years, in cooperation with civil society, universities, the academia, communities, etc. We've been working for more than 15 years with RSI, and we have participate also in actions, European Nights Without Accidents. And all our member companies promote this kind of activities. Diageo is one of them that is participating in campaigns against alcohol use. We have a lot of thousands of people that have signed in Johnny Walker's initiative, Don't Drink and Drive. We have developed with UNITA of the United Nations the roadside of the road, a training platform which through real stories of real people trains people on the impact of alcohol and driving. The program in Greece is implemented with the support of RSI, and we have managed in Greece to train more than 15,000 people, and we promote responsible behavior with regard to the consumption of alcohol and driving. We have synergies with number one mobility app in Greece, free now. We allow people to have a taxi at hand when they are drunk. We have a platform, Drink IQ, aiming to train the public with regard to damage caused on our bodies from irresponsible consumption of alcohol. So we want to have informed drinkers. The platform is accessible through iq.com, and we have some campaigns like the one I will show you right now. We don't have a sound. Now we do.
I have to wrap it up after this.
I'm finished. Έχουμε όλοι πολύ...
So we have a lot of work to do towards this direction, and we need to cooperate on that. Thank you all very much.
George Spiliopoulos, who's the CMO at Hellas Direct. George, we heard about the difficulty of gathering data on e-scooter accidents, just as one tiny example of the problems of data collection. You want to take us off and give us your thoughts, please?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me. Out of courtesy to the English-speaking members of the panel, I will do it in English if you allow me. So let me begin by highlighting the importance of the topic we're discussing today for the insurance industry, because insurance is directly connected to the well-being of individuals and the protection of assets. For us at the Last Direct, though, safety extends insurance as we actively support road safety initiatives through Safe Roads Project. Safe Roads Project, having a similar name to the foundation of Michael. Safe Roads Project by Last Direct is a platform with which we organize, execute and fund multiple road safety initiatives in a weekly basis in collaboration with local authorities, mainly municipalities. We devote a significant amount of our resources to that cause, but the response of the public has been profound and very, very positive, and that gives us confidence to accelerate our actions, but most importantly, it signifies the significance of road safety and how much it resonates to our daily lives. Now, we at the Last Direct, we have a lot of data, as you have said. And when you look at the data, you see that the road infrastructure in Greece, as we have mentioned previously and in previous sessions, has improved greatly over the past years, especially in main road axes, where we have seen the reduction of travel time, the reduction of accidents, etc. So infrastructure is on the right path, let's say, apart from the network outside the main axis, but I think this is on focus as we speak. But there are data that we tend to overlook, and this has to do with vehicle age. And I think it was a question before about how the age of the vehicle affects safety. So I will try to answer this now because we have a lot of data in terms of accidents, first-party data out of a 500,000 car fleet across 2 countries, which is a significant sample to draw conclusions from. So it is important that to understand that there is a very alarming statistic for the Greek fleet. Greece currently holds the record for the oldest fleet in the EU. The average age is 17 years, while the EU average is 12 years. This has significant implications in safety, and if you deep dive and double-click on data from the Hellenic Statistical Authority and also from our own data at the Last Direct, we see that in the accident case, the probability of a fatal accident doubles from 15% for vehicles up to 5-year-old to 30% for vehicles 16 to 25 years old. And basically, this is the age bracket of Greece as we speak. Subsequently, the probability of emerging completely unharmed from an accident is reduced by 35% for vehicles up to 5 years old to 20% for vehicles over 16 years old, which again is the age bracket of Greece. Now, the correlation with safety and the car age is very, very strong, and it's often overlooked. Another important statistic is the mechanical failures, affecting again sustainability, safety, and the mobility ecosystem as a whole. According to our data, the probability of a mechanical failure for a car up to 5 years old is 3%. This increases 10 times to 30% for cars 5 to 16 years old. And in Greece's case, for 16 to 25 years old, the probability of a mechanical failure increases to 60%, 6-0. So you understand that this frequency in mechanical failures greatly impacts the everyday life of Greeks. First of all, regarding the cost to repair the vehicle, affecting household disposable income, the lost days of mobility, because it takes some days to repair your car, and also the congestion, traffic jams in major road axes that we experience every day. So it is important not to overlook this fact because it has major financial and social impacts affecting the well-being of the public. Last but not least, let's not mention the impact on the climate. Obviously, the emissions from a 12-year-old car versus the emissions of a 17-year-old car are totally different. And it's something that we mustn't overlook because it has a massive impact on the environment. Now, it's important to highlight now, we highlighted the problem based on data. Now let's highlight the solution. But just to give you a sense of the scale of the endeavor, because there was a question before how we can address the problem of the aging Greek fleet. In order to converge to the EU average or to bridge the gap, it would take to replace 2.3 million vehicles out of the 5.5 million vehicles in Greece with cars up to 5-year-old, second-hand cars. And I'm using second-hand used cars to make the scenario more realistic. So imagine that 2.3 out of the 5.5 million cars needs to be replaced with safer, newer second-hand cars. The investment that is required to achieve this shift is 34 billion euros. It's a significant investment, and it is a monumental effort, but we have to draw conclusions from countries that used to share the bottom rankings with Greens in the past, and they have found ways and solutions to navigate similar challenges. The need is financial tools and incentives that can only be provided if the state cooperates with the private sector. It is important that in a strategic plan, the Greek government needs to cooperate with strategic, technologically pioneering companies and financial institutions that have the knowledge of the market and the domestic needs. The time to act is now. We don't have any time to spare, and the more we wait, the problem only heightens. Now, from our side at the Last Direct, we like to be part of the solution and not the problem. We have currently created an infrastructure to support a fleet of more than 1 million vehicles, which is double the fleet we currently have in Greece. And this is not only in terms of insurance, it's in terms of maintenance, of management. And recently, we have introduced financial tools. Wallet Plus is a platform that covers, it's a financial platform that covers the financial needs of the mobility ecosystem. So it is important that we act now because the impact in the society and the financial level is too big to ignore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for that. I believe we have a video from Hella, so let's see that now.
Δεν είναι μια ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Last Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Excellent, thank you. Great, well look, we had a lot of speakers. We wanted to hear what everybody had to say, but that takes us out of time pretty much. But I am keen to borrow from the next panel, if the next panel will permit a little time, because I'd love to hand over to Vasiliki. You've heard a lot, we've covered a lot of ground. I want to hand over to someone who can ask much more cogent questions than I can. So, Vasiliki, your reflections and your questions, very, very brief answers, please, from the panelists.
If we still have Maria Kraft connected, I would like to have a question for her. I don't know if she's still...
Yeah, is Maria still with us?
From Sweden.
Let's move on for the moment. If we get her back, then we'll go back to her.
Okay. There is an interest from all the discussions. Michael, I would like to ask what urgently needs to happen in Greece to improve road safety. We know you love Greece, you have seen a lot, you know. You said political will is important. Is there anything else you would like to point out for making Greece a safer place?
When we have these presentations, usually the minister or the senior officials come, they give their talk and they go, which is always a bit one-sided. But it is, I don't think there's any magic to it. The simplicity is people like you and the other advocates here and around this room is pressing, we're democracies, pressing for action to be taken. I spoke to a journalist who said, Greece, at lunchtime, he said, but Greece has a different culture. I've been with a Spanish woman now for 40 years. When I first went to Spain, Spain is a Latin country, it's a Mediterranean country, it's a passionate country.
Yes.
The men can be machitos and all the other things that you say. But Spain, it wasn't culture, it was will, as particularly a female transport minister, and that brought Spain up to the European average and beyond in cutting fatalities. So we just need the will, and it's back to enforcement.
Thank you,
I remember in Spain when I lived there was a saying, I mean it's terrifying to think now, but there was a saying, the car knows its way.
Yeah, I heard that.
Which said you could drink as much as you like, the car knows its way home.
Yeah.
So, okay, that was some years ago.
I would like to ask Professor Zoe, can I turn to Greek?
Of course.
Okay. Ήθελα να ρωτήσω, η μικροκινητικότητα κερδίζει συνεχώς έδαφος. Όχι μόνο από τους νέους, αλλά βλέπουμε και μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες. Αλλά είδαμε και drawbacks, όπως στο Παρίσι για παράδειγμα, που είδαμε ότι η ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία σε σχέση με τη δημόσια λειτουργούν διαφορετικά. Τι βλέπετε για τη χώρα μας, τι προβλέπετε, πώς βλέπετε τα πράγματα στη χώρα για το θέμα της μικροκινητικότητας και από την εμπειρία σας στο Πανεπιστήμιο, αλλά και για το όσο έχετε εντρυφήσει και σε σχέση με τη Γαλλία.
Σε σχέση με τη Γαλλία, το Παρίσι είναι ένα εξαιρετικό παράδειγμα, γιατί ήταν πραγματικά η βιτρίνα της μικροκινητικότητας, τουλάχιστον τα πρώτα 3 χρόνια. Μέσα σε 1,5 χρόνο είχαμε 40.000 οχήματα, κοινόχρηστα μόνο, πλέον των ιδιωτικών. Και αυτό οδήγησε σε μια αναρχία και στην κυκλοφορία και στη στάθμευση. Ένα δημοψήφισμα που ίσως γνωρίζετε, το οποίο οργάνωσε η Δημοτική Αρχή και η οποία ανοιχτά στήριξε την κατάργηση των πατινιών. Τα πατίνια αυτά καταργήθηκαν την 1η Σεπτέμβρη, διότι παρά τη μικρή συμμετοχή στο δημοψήφισμα, η συντριπτική πλειοψηφία ήταν ενάντια στα πατίνια. Εγώ θέλω να πιστεύω ότι αυτό οφείλεται στο φαινόμενο που ανέλησα και προηγουμένως και ότι δεν είναι μια αποτυχία του μέσου, αλλά πιο πολύ μια ομολογία αποτυχίας του οικοσυστήματος των μεταφορών που δεν κατάφερε έγκαιρα και δραστικά να εντάξει με ομαλό τρόπο αυτό το μέσο στο αστικό σύστημα μεταφορών. Στην Ελλάδα τώρα, η αλήθεια είναι ότι η ένταξη, επειδή αυτό το αστικό σύστημα μεταφορών είναι λίγο πιο πρωτόγονο, θεωρώ ότι μπορεί πιο εύκολα να ενταχθεί, αλλά παρόλα αυτά είναι πολύ πιο επικίνδυνο για την οδική ασφάλεια. Θεωρώ ότι...
It's far more dangerous for road safety. I believe that because of the lack of political will and perhaps of local culture, it's quite risky. However, I'm still optimistic that things might change. Thank you very much. Next question to Mrs. Bura. We know very well that Diageo has a very strict code of ethics, and it's one of the market leaders in the world of spirit beverages. How does the Diageo strategy correlate to the ESG reporting, to the sustainability, especially in the case of Greece, if you can deep dive on that? Diageo is in total alignment with the sustainability growth objectives, goals actually, and they stand at the core of our strategy. Diageo's plan towards sustainable development is entitled Society 2030, Spirit of Progress, and it's split in 3 axes. First one, promotion of responsible consumption. We call it positive consumption. Second axis, protection of inclusivity and diversity in all ecosystem, in the entire ecosystem, within the Diageo ecosystem. And third axis, being a leader in issues of sustainability and circular economy. So we cover the entire spectrum of the SDGs. Thank you very much. One last question to Mr. Spiliopoulos. I was really glad to hear what you said, and I'm really glad that a project that we started in the Institute as a PIN project some years ago, it is still of interest. In our case, we have been heavily promoted by the mass media, by the society, by the municipality as well. In this specific project of yours, do you have the local governments supporting you? And when you go out at night, is there some kind of support to avoid accidents from happening. And how does local governments react? How do they respond? Do they support you? In our case, we have been warmly embraced by the mayors, etc. Yes, I would say that the main issue of this project, the main challenge is licensing, because as you know, in order to fix a pothole in a municipality might include a completely different process from one municipality to another. There's no universal process. That was the challenge. At the beginning, it was hard to convince municipalities that we mean what we say, and they were asking us, will you go on with that? Are you still going out at night? Allow me to say that there is a kind of a movement. We have municipalities contacting us themselves. We have a lot of demands, and of course, in order for these works to take place at night, there have to be specific safety requirements to be met according to the official gazette, so we have to get licensed. Currently, we're working at the municipality level. We try to extend that, to expand this project in the countryside, but as you understand, there has to be a specific permit by the municipality for every action, which means some bureaucracy. But anyway, our coordination with authorities is very important, and regardless of what the public believes, there has been great response to us. And the ears have been open at the municipal level, and we're really happy with that. Thank you.
We're going to move on. In our next panel, we're going to focus on the driver and on that key issue of enforcement. But before we do, please join me in thanking another wonderful panel. Thank you very much. Step forward, but not too far. Remember, safety is the key. Thank you. Yes, you please stay, Vasiliki.
Yes, sir.
So Vasiliki and I are going to carry on now to our next and the final session of the day. Our topic is the evolution of automotive safety, how it's affected our perception of driving. We have some super speakers again. I'd like to welcome them directly up onto the stage. We have Manuel Picardi, who is the Secretary General of the European Driving Schools Association. Manuel has a spare steering wheel on his side. Come along and join us. We have Lee Wallace, who's the lead emergency and critical care at the World Health Organization. Please come and join us, Lee. And we have Christos Papafilippou, who is the Director of Attica Traffic Police Directorate. Beautifully emblazoned, if I may say. You're very welcome. Please join us. Okay, we are, of course, it goes without saying, tight for time.
We are on time, yeah.
No, we're beyond time. But, so I'm going to ask each of you to be very, very brief. I know Christos can't stay with us beyond the discussion. He has important duties that we all want him attending to. And as long as we're all succinct and stick to the point, we'll make good time. So, Manuel, I'm going to hand straight across to you for your introductory thoughts, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Very pleasure to be here today. I currently represent the IFA. IFA is the European Federation of Driving Schools. We represent 24 national driving schools association and 12 stakeholders involved in the field of road safety. One of our aims is to try to harmonize the European law on getting a license. Currently, just the examination is harmonized, but we try to increase the level of training so to obtain a high quality level of training in Europe. We participated to a lot of events made by the European institutions, by the Commission, and especially right now into the Trend Commission of the European Parliament, because as many of you know, today is open the debate on the driving license directive. In March was presented the new driving license directive, when for the first time in history was was speaking about the training, so to introduce a minimum training in the licensing process for getting the different kind of licenses. And we are very happy to take part to this process because we think that our voice have to be heard by all the stakeholders. In this news, we are also speaking about the ADAS, the use of the ADAS, because we know that are changing the vehicle, are changing the infrastructures, but not the driver behaviors. And so we need to update as well the skills and the competence of the drivers across Europe. Also matching this to the eco-driving style, because with the new cars, with the new vehicles as the electrical or the hybrid, definitely the drivers, they should have to know how to manage this kind of vehicle to optimize the benefit produced by this kind of vehicle. It was also introduced the concept of progressive access for the different kind of licenses. Was first of all for the motorbike, for starting from the mopeds to the limitless category A for the moto. Just matching the things said by the previous speakers, that definitely we need to create an aware driver, because you have to consider that 90% of the students that go to the driving school do it just for getting the license, and not to become a very good drivers. And this is everywhere, especially in the Mediterranean countries. So I'm Italian. I know that as Greece, we have some habits that we have to try to modify in the way of obtaining best results in terms of road safety. And we think that we are on the right way, and especially in the theory classroom, because we have started to introduce some European project involving the student to become more aware about the risk linked to the driving. So we have made some project with Diageo, for instance, sensibilizing the risk of alcohol when driving. We have cooperation. We have signed an agreement with the European Resuscitation Council, so to develop the first aid theory chapters in something more practical. So one of our aims is that in Europe we have potentially 15 million of new drivers per year. Why we cannot certify these drivers to be able to make the maneuver for saving more lives? And this is another example, or more, the ones regarding the liability and responsibilities. So become a safer driver doesn't mean to reply yes or no to a test, but really understand why we do something. So as my British colleagues are often repeat to me, we need thinking drivers. We don't need just knowledge drivers, the ones that were able to reply to some questions, but definitely more conscious about the risk and the things. And the cooperation is really important, because right now in the West society we have 5 different stakeholders, 5 different road users that are living in the road: pedestrians, cyclists, power two-wheelers, car drivers, and heavy vehicles drivers. All we know what are the needs of the other drivers, users, or it's become really complicated to survive and take it in a safely way.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that point about the growing community of road users, and the culture wars that sometimes are struck off between them, and competition for who can behave the worst doesn't help. Okay, super. Well, let's move along to Lee from the World Health Organization.
Slides.
You have slides, okay. Do you want to go from the podium?
Is that okay?
Yeah, it is. I will keep it to time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, good afternoon. Thanks. You've heard this afternoon already that each year 1.35 million people die on the roads. And positioning this in a discussion about technology and enforcement, it's not really WHO's remit. High-income countries that can use many of the new technologies, I'll show you a couple now, are not our primary constituent organization. We're more focused on helping countries develop their health systems. And in this region, we're working actively with many of the ministries of health to try and improve road outcomes. So all that you hear about preventing crashes is absolutely critical. It's not our focus primarily, but what you hear about preventing crashes is critical, but while people are injured, they need care after their injury. And we know with the target, this Sustainable Development Goal target to reduce deaths by 50% by 2030, if the health outcome after the crash was the same in low and middle income countries as it is in high income countries, we would save those 50% of deaths immediately. So if people, when they have a crash, got the care that they could have, we'd save that 50%, or we'd hit the 50% target and save over 600,000 deaths a year. So there are many new technologies that can help us to activate the post-crash response system. You're wearing, I'm sure many of you are wearing something on your wrist that could do that for you. And with new cars, with driverless cars and with smart cars, the inbuilt algorithms will activate the emergency services. That's not the problem that we're challenged with. The problem is that there's not enough emergency services in most of the countries that we deal with. So even in this region, the ambulance services are very under-resourced, and it takes an incredibly long time to get to a crash. So these technologies are still some time away, I think, from actually impacting, when you've had a crash, impacting the ability to receive the quality of care that you need. There's a number of United Nations and other multinational body recommendations out there about what we should do, still breaking down from safe use and safe vehicles and safe roads. Post-crash care is still one of the key streams. We don't call them pillars anymore. We try and integrate. But it guides us on what we should do. So this safe system approach still has post-crash response in there. The advantage for when we're trying to advocate to ministries is that the response system that you put in place for road crash is exactly the same response system, an emergency care system that deals with COVID pandemics, that deals with heart attacks and strokes and so on. So there's a lot of efficiency. You don't need to spend money to improve post-crash care that is separate to the money you should be spending in your health system anyway. The care that people receive when they've had a crash, it either happens at the scene, at a health facility, or in follow-up. And as an organization, we've focused our support to ministries in all of these areas, apart from those focused on sort of legal or stress coaching. So we have a number of tools and support that we offer to ministries, to many of the ministries in the region, many of which are technology-based. So just to show you a couple that I'm unaware, sorry, who's in the audience, but if any of you are working with government, there are a number of tools that the governments can use to actually put the injury care system in place more effectively at very low cost, whether it's designing the packages that happen in an ambulance or at a hospital, or use of data. We've heard a lot about data already, but use of clinical data to work out where both the care that's delivered has got gaps, but also tying back to the earlier discussion about accident black spots. It's not just police data that can tell you about where the black spots are for a road crash. You can really tie in the clinical data that comes from a clinical registry. We also use up-to-date learning mechanisms. So phone-based or app-based, we've pushed out a lot of learning programs to try and drive both community first aid care and for improved care for health professionals who remarkably still in 2023 to say that in this region, most doctors and nurses do not get trained in emergency care, so they don't know how to manage an emergency, a life-threatening emergency. And we know that 50 to 60% of deaths each year in these countries could be impacted by better emergency care. And I've already said that's potentially 600,000 road deaths per year. We also know it's a very cost-effective part of the health system. So I would encourage advocacy and working with ministries to try and strengthen that post-crash component of the road safety agenda. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. With 2 seconds to spare. Well done. Okay, let's move along then to Christos from the Attica Traffic Police Directorate. I'm fascinated to hear what you have to say. There you go. You'll have to hold on to that. All right.
Firstly, I would like to say good evening to everyone and would like to thank you for the honor to receive your invitation to attend this event. As an officer of the Greek police, I'd like to convey the head of the Greek police regards Mr. Mavropoulos and say that the contribution of the Greek police for avoiding and anticipating road accidents is here to stay. As the head of the Attica Road Police, I'm really happy to share with you some of our proposals in order to introduce innovative technologies in our scope that may redefine what road safety is for both drivers and walkers. Pedestrians, apologies. So, automated traffic control systems. These systems make use of real-time data in order to optimize traffic flows by reducing traffic congestions and by improving circulation of vehicles, and they may arrange the duration of the red lights according to the traffic conditions and provide drivers with real-time update on traffic conditions and the status of the road ahead. Currently in Attica, we have a semi-automated traffic control system operated by the region of Attica, through which the system is operated and these arrangements are made manually. We have some significant benefits in reducing traffic loads thanks to proper handling of the duration of red lights. We have the new X technology that allow cars to interconnect and communicate with traffic lights and other infrastructure. These technologies might be extremely helpful in order to avoid accidents by alerting drivers for potential dangers before they occur. As we all know, the main reason of road accidents has to do with the drivers. So if we have systems supporting the driver to avoid or to anticipate the risk, then it is certain that we welcome the introduction of such technologies. AI and machine learning play an ever-increasing role in road safety. They may both analyze huge volumes of data relating to traffic circulation and data that has to do with identifying risks. For instance, AI may be used in order to foresee the specific points where accidents might happen, which will allow us to take proactive measures. In the same context, given that we're talking about a technology that supports the driver to anticipate risk, this means that we want these technologies, these capabilities to be introduced. Autonomous driving or driverless cars is another amazing development. These cars use sensors, cameras, and sophisticated algorithms in order to navigate through the road network without human intervention. Although they are still at the early stage of their development, they may be used to significantly decrease the number of road accidents caused by human error. We're talking about technologies which are here already. Maybe not in Greece, but they're here to stay. From the police side, there has to be some degree of integration of these new technologies into the legislative framework. What do I mean by that? How should a police officer handle a road accident involving an autonomous car? Who will be the person or persons responsible? Who will be held accountable? Given that the driver has made no manual intervention. Also, we have mobile apps. Mobile apps turn out to be a tool for improving road safety as well. They provide real-time data on traffic congestions and alert drivers when they exceed the speed limits, and also monitor the driver's behavior and suggest ways of proper driving. We're talking about tools at the hands of the drivers, which may significantly improve driving behavior and the daily lives of our citizens. But at this very point, allow me to add something. The use of mobile phones while driving has to be performed according to the driving regulations and the road safety code, and at any case should the use of mobile phones distract the driver. Apart from the developments in technology, we also have an improvement. We have an improvement of the technology to detect incidents and violations of traffic regulations. By using sensors and cameras, we can identify or detect violations like the red light violation, or exceeding speed limits, or the use of mobile phones while driving, etc., etc. Of course, one of the advantages of such technologies is that it may allow us to have 24/7 monitoring and recording. When the drivers know that there is an automatic road police officer at any given moment, at any point, this might lead to avoiding behaviors that might result in car accidents and road accidents. Ending, allow me to say that these technologies represent a significant step forward for our efforts to improve road safety. By embracing these innovations, we can turn our roads into a safer place for both drivers, pedestrians, and all users. At this point, I would like to thank Mrs. Milona. She has been extremely helpful. She has helped the country itself by means of her proposals, her efforts. We have a great collaboration with Mrs. Milona and with the region of Attica, which has helped us a lot in bettering road traffic in the Attica Basin. And of course, in the case of all major car accidents that have occurred in Greece, in Athens. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Okay. Vasiliki, without further delay, I'm going to hand straight across to you to put some questions.
Thank you,
I'm going to ask our speakers
I'm
to be
keen
very
to
brief.
technology as well, so I would like to ask Manuel. Manuel, is technology taking us to the right direction, or do you think that the drivers get more confident or somehow get distracted or rely upon technology and maybe drive more at risk, become more at risk? How would you?
Okay, no, it's a good question. We already have debated about this at the European Parliament, because currently in the proposal of the directive I've mentioned before are not indicated any kind of ADAS or compulsory for getting the license. So it means that today, if you want to drive a car for training, the minimum requirements are just 4 wheels and they reach the speed of 100 km/h. So we as a trainer raise the problem and say, we would like to train the students to new ADAS, to new devices. Otherwise, how they can learn how to use this. And also, we propose to introduce something as a lifelong learning process for all the drivers, because with the aging of population, we have the problem that in Europe, quite 70% of the people got the license at least 20 years ago. Yeah. And so today, I'm used to make the example of my father. If my father had to buy a car, and he's a baby boomer, so probably they are able to spend money to buy a car, definitely the first things he will ask to the seller is how to disabilitate everything. Because he wants to drive a car, not be driven by the car. And so we have to understand how to manage this in the proper way. And also the training, I guess the ones that RSI is producing for the post-license, for the company fleet managers is really important because it's a private initiative, but definitely is to let them understand how to
It's true that in RSI we have already adopted applications and we do trainings already for ADAS, and as our officer from the traffic police mentioned, we follow the automation issues within our working party one at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which is also a big area to be discussed. But Alasdair, if you don't mind, since Manuel has also this hat of being the Secretary General of the Drivers' School Association, maybe we could ask a question from the audience, if you don't mind.
Of course, yeah.
Because there is so much
There's a
about
gentleman here who's been doing his best to catch my eye for about 3.5 hours.
Oh, yes, we have
only
the ex-director of the university, National Technical University of Athens.
Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to all speakers and to you, my dear friend, Mrs. Milona. We are all very glad you actually obtained all the goals you set 15 or so years back. Now, I am an engineer and I believe in all technology and artificial intelligence. I'm using it every day, well done. However, as an old English friend told me once, cars are designed by computers, built by robots, driven by morons. And therefore, what I'm saying is that the moron who is actually on the phone, and please have a look around you now, you are driving back to Athens, how many are on the phone, trying to turn on the left with his hand? They have to be trained. It is my opinion that the Athenian drivers, 60% of them shouldn't have the driving license. And I want you, Manuel, to tell me, what should we do to get a license, which is going to be essential, not just to park around the corner? That doesn't solve the problem at all. And as a second part, should it be compulsory to have an advanced driving course a couple of years after getting the first license, as I did at Brands Hatch? It wasn't compulsory, but I did it, and it helped me throughout my life. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, the first question we treated a lot in the past, and we presented the issue as well today to the Commission. And we focus on the exam rate. There are some countries, as the UK, that the exam rate of the first attempt is quite 50%. But in the Mediterranean countries, this rate is higher and higher. So I mean, it's quite 85 and 90%. But the rules are the same, because also in UK, they use the driving license directive, the current one. So the same system is probably is a cultural aspect. Definitely, we think to be able, we as a teenager, I mean, they are think to be able because they do the necessary to pass the exam. And when the exam is easier, because should have to take at least 25 minutes and plus different kind of tests, but at the end, in real life, it takes less than 10 minutes. It means that something doesn't work properly. And this is why we propose it at European level to certify the training and the examination as well. So today we have enough devices to certify this. We have GPS, we can certify the time and where the students have been, both during the training and during the examination. And this should be useful. In UK, they don't have one compulsory practical training. But the people know that if they want to get a license, they have to drive, make training and training and training. In other countries, maybe they have introduced the compulsory training, but at the end, no result so good in road safety. So it means definitely we have to certify and to be sure to create aware drivers. Just as I mentioned before, thinking drivers, they have to understand.
Thinking drivers, not morons.
Thank you, Manuel.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I saw somebody who was maybe discovered.
Okay, you're going to have to be really quick, and the answers are going to have to be even quicker.
Yes.
Okay.
This is what
Δύο ερωτήματα παρακαλώ για τον κύριο Πικάρντι. Το πρώτο είναι...
Two questions for Mr. Picardi. What is your opinion about Greek drivers compared to European ones? What should be improved in education and evaluation of drivers before giving them the license, the driving license?
I guess
Very carefully.
Yes.
I quite already replied to these questions before. So, as mentioned, I'm Italian, so probably Greek drivers are very similar to the Italians. And we're not, in our culture, the sense of road safety. So one of the things that we have to do in the next years, it will be to try to change the culture and the behavioral aspect, because we have to improve just in that way.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
I'm going to cut it short there, I'm afraid, because we have run over time.
Can we have a last question for Lee, maybe?
Well, that look on your face, I can't say no. So.
Yes, Lee, it was very interesting. You said simple interventions can save lives. And we have the global plan for the UN decade, and I know WHO has heavily supported this. We are also, as members of UNRC, we have participated, and our proposals were included in this very important document. However, how far you think Greece is to achieving, to getting this standard, and what should be done in priority to focus, to focus to that effect?
Yeah, thank you. It's Greece's post-crash care is not something I have any data at hand on, so I can come back to you on that. I really don't know. I would have to look. But the priorities, I would think, one of the things that can be tied into acquiring a driver's license or passing a test is first aid training, so that when a crash occurs, people know what to do. And first aid training that's focused on post-crash care. It doesn't have to be about workplace first aid or bandaging a sore arm. Very much focused on the common injury patterns in a crash. And then really making sure that those medics in ambulances and nurses and doctors at the first contact care actually get trained in emergency care and engaging the universities and medical schools, nursing schools, to make sure that emergency care becomes part of the curriculum. Because we're constantly playing catch-up, but even in this region, playing catch-up, which is it's multiple lifetimes work, and it will never be achieved unless we get people before they graduate, both graduating with a driving certificate or as a clinician.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alastair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. Stay with me while I close off the day, but before I do, please give a big round of applause to another fantastic panel. Thank you very much. The obligatory photo, please. Thank you.
While Alastair is immortalized like a screen guard with the other panelists, I need to make lots of thanks. Thank you very much to Alastair for taking the load this afternoon. Sterling job. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you very much to Nectaria, or Nectaria, as you would say in Greek, Pastoravakis, for organizing everything, and for her team, who are really fantastic. These things would not happen without the sponsors. You see all the sponsors on the board there, so I won't thank them individually. Thank you also to the translators for dealing with the language of Thucydides and the language also of Shakespeare. Thank you again to Alastair. Thank you also to Andreas Papandreou. I don't think he's here now, but also for being a chairman of these sessions. We've covered an enormous amount of ground, from sustainable development goals through blue oceans, all the way to green finance, and finally to road safety. It's been a fantastic couple of days. Alastair, thank you so much, you sterling efforts. Thank you, everybody here. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, speakers. And thank you, of course, to you in the audience for your attention and for your questions. Go out safely into the night. Drive carefully. Enjoy a drink if you have a drink, but don't drink and drive. Have a great time. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely.
One for the road.
One for the road.
Στο Ινστιτούτο Οδικής Ασφάλειας Πάνος Μελωνάς, 16 χρόνια τώρα, μένουμε πιστοί στο όραμά μας για έναν κόσμο καλύτερο, χωρίς τροχαία δυστυχήματα, με ασφάλεια και πολιτισμό στους δρόμους. Έναν κόσμο που αξίζουμε και τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Και συνεχίζουμε. Σε αυτήν την προσπάθεια σας θέλουμε όλους δίπλα μας.
Novell Property is a modern, dynamically growing real estate investment company. A subsidiary of Vio Halco, the leading European holding entity of metal processing companies. With a solid portfolio of modern and high-value properties, Novell Property is already the second largest real estate investment company in Greece. Its strategic investment growth plan offers attractive prospects in enhancing and enriching the balanced mix of its real estate portfolio. Novell Property's emblematic buildings are known for their green design, smart technologies, and high aesthetics. Novell Property focuses on green buildings that comply to the highest environmental standards and create value to local communities and all its stakeholders. In a world without boundaries, a world that constantly changes, Novell Property. Repurpose growth.
Diageo's purpose. That's a blend of a lot of things.
Diageo's purpose is really about blending business with sustainability. It's a blend of experiences and knowledge, and the creativity, the innovation that goes into each bottle is mind-blowing.
It's a point between artistry and science. It's almost a visceral understanding, and this is where you have the magic.
Diageo blends talent and our amazing portfolio of brands together to tell amazing stories.
The idea of creating memories for people is something that we're constantly trying to do. Diageo as a company is really, really good at teaching people to do that.
We need to always think about what's come before, the decisions that were made and why. What you see, what you smell, what you touch, all of that coming together into a celebration. And that obviously comes right back round in a full circle to our purpose, where we're celebrating life every day, everywhere.
I making an impact?
I'm making an impact.
I am making an impact.
I am making an impact
at KPMG.
KPMG has enabled me to teach thousands of people around the world how to code. One Young World really pushed me to go further. It showed me that with a company like KPMG behind me, I could use their resources to have a global impact.
I'm a woman of color and a mother to a beautiful little girl with autism. In my mind, I had the odds stacked up against me, but KPMG in Canada believed in me, motivated me, and encouraged me to aim higher. I'm gratified to say that I am a partner at KPMG, where inclusive culture is in our DNA.
The way we manage water not only benefits people, it makes our planet cleaner and healthier for future generations. I have been working in the water space at KPMG. We focus on programs that have impacts on millions of people in India. Being able to take these learnings to other locations through the KPMG network enables me to make a huge difference across the world.
Maintaining the education system in Ukraine during and after wartime is vital.
After war broke out, I was given an incredible opportunity to work with UNESCO as a secondee contributing on the ground in the development of Ukrainian education system.
The collaboration KPMG has with UNESCO has enabled us to take the skills we have learned during our jobs to contribute to UNESCO's work.
Δεν είναι αυτό που νομίζεις. Δεν είναι μία λακκούβα. Είναι 10.000 οδηγοί σε κίνδυνο. Δεν είναι μία ξεθοριασμένη διάβαση. Είναι 1.000 μαθητές κάθε μέρα. Δεν είναι δική μας δουλειά. Δεν πειράζει. Εμείς τα βράδια βγαίνουμε όταν η πόλη κοιμάται και κάνουμε τους δρόμους πιο ασφαλείς για όλους. Μία λακκούβα τη φορά. Μία διάβαση τη φορά. Είσαι μαζί μας? Safe Roads Project από την Ελλάς Direct. Αλλάζουμε την ασφάλεια για τα καλά.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. All motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. All motors. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping